Sunday, oh Wendy, Sunday, oh Wendy, if there's someone, Sunday, oh Wendy, I guess I live Sunday, oh Wendy, and then we went to go you Sunday, oh Wendy, it's a game, Sunday, oh Wendy, it's a game, Sunday, oh Wendy, it's a game, Sunday, oh Wendy,
Pardon me. Pardon me. Yeah, good day. Good to see you. Welcome. Nice to have you here. Good to see you again and all that. So good always to be in your company. Welcome. So we're doing it again. Of course we are. And thankfully you are doing it with us. So plenty more of you to come. I'm hopeful. Please make sure you're sharing the link to the stream on your social media spaces. So copy the link and put it in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook spaces and all of that, so that we can have even more of a gathering. And to the people watching us on Facebook, make sure you're sharing the link on your timelines as well. So all of that. So good to see you. So click on the like button as you're coming in. I keep asking you to click. I don't know quite why I ask you to click on the like button. You never do it. So why do I even, why do I even ask you to do that? So I don't know why I ask you to click on the like button. You never do it, but I still invite anyway, in hope rather than in expectation. So click on the like button, please, as you are coming in. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. And if you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I've delivered the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in a conversation. Nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's just a straightforward start. So click on that. If you're confident in your knowledge and you feel that you can engage with the topics, then we're looking to hear from you. Our new and divergent opinions always welcome. We're constantly in search for a voice like yours. So if you feel inclined, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the studio. And as ever, if you feel that your host is looking somewhat thirsty and it deserves some form of lubrication. So I'm drinking water at the moment. If you want to turn like that water into wine, sort of, and then go into that buy the coffee thing. It's a 3-step process. So click on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. 3 simple steps, and empty the content of your wallet in there. So there it is. So that it is. Click on like, click on subscribe. You must do those. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, if you feel inclined to having a chat about the talking points, and only if you feel so, click on the link as well that says buy your host cups of coffee, and go and buy your host cups of coffee. So to the talking points that we will be discussing today. Nigerian court grants Electoral Commission, INEC, permission to reconfigure BVAS, erase data captured during presidential election. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. I will encourage you always to pay attention to what people say on this platform, because precisely exactly what we discussed yesterday is everything that has played out today. So please pay attention. We do know what we are talking about in most instances. You might not like the style of the delivery, but please do not disregard the words, because throughout all of these electoral processes, I cannot think of anything significant that has been projected or said on this platform that has not come to pass. As early as yesterday, we told you that, anyway, so just if you watched yesterday and you are seeing the news today, then you don't really need me to tell you that exactly what we said yesterday played out today. So there it is. Nigerian court grants Electoral Commission, INEC, permission to reconfigure BVAS, erase data captured during presidential election. So there it is right there. But as a consequence of Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar putting their self-interest above national interest, significant national significant national progress has been somewhat stumbled. Let me put it that way. Significant national progress has had to be rearranged as a result of Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar putting their self-interest over national interest. What do I mean? INEC shifts governorship state assembly election to March the 18th. So now, why have INEC done this? They've had 4 years to prepare, you would argue. Yes, they have had 4 years to prepare, but they did not prepare for the intervention that Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar had. So these two characters, these two elements, for reasons of having lost an election, even though they rigged as hard as they couldn't still rig their way in, sour grapes, they have gone then to, via a court injunction, put a spanner in the wheel of progress of the INEC space. So by the injunction they sought for INEC not to interfere with electoral materials, INEC could not configure the BVAS in time for the governorship election. They could not configure it in time because they needed to get the permission of the courts to reconfigure the BVAS. And by the time they got the permission, it was already 2 days to the governorship elections. There wasn't sufficient enough time for them to do whatever it is they needed to do in order to prepare for an election. So they've had to shift the date as a result of the self-interest of Atiku Abubakar and P to B. So there it is. Make of that what you will, but that is just what has transpired. That is just what has happened. INEC shifts governorship state assembly election to March the 18th. So thank you, Obi and Atiku. Our court grants Tinubu leave to inspect INEC election materials. So now everybody now gets the chance to inspect the INEC material because the judgment has now come in. Of course, they could not grant Peter Obi and Atiku the right to inspect INEC materials and not grant the APC. So a level playing field in terms of the judiciary, everybody, at least everybody of relevance, not people like Ashore, of course. So everybody granted access to inspect the INEC materials. But then what will they find is the question. Because I think at the end of this, a lot of people, all of them will certainly lose votes, but I think Peter Obi would lose an abundance of votes because a lot, if not the majority of the votes cast in the Southeast to be cancelled, when somebody is scoring 97% of votes cast, we all know that was rigging, but they were going to let it fly because the outcome of the elections has gone in the way that the projection had anticipated it would go. But if Peter Obi continues to kick his feet in the sand and make a mess, then we'll see just how that mess pans out. So the APC also now granted access. Court grants Tinubu leave to inspect election material. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. Lagos Guba election. Court orders Inec to upload results from polling units to IREV. So now, I'm not quite sure that a court can make this pronouncement in the question. So, because the court, of course, is giving that instruction on the basis that INEC is facilitated for doing that, and then the structures that is needed to support that to happen are in place. So this is a leap in faith. So you cannot order something that you cannot categorically say will happen. And this, of course, seems somewhat of a dubious judgment to me. Lagos Guba election. Court orders INEC to upload results from polling units to IREV. So quite how that plays out, we'll find out shortly. Presidency, what I want obedience to do as I step into court. So Peter Obi speaks to his what are we going to call them now? Disciple, adherents, fanatics, whatever it is that they are. 2023 presidency, what I want obedience to do as I step into court, Peter Obi speaks. So quite what he wants them to do, we'll find out shortly. I'll take your 12 lawyers and I will up you 19. Atiku engages 19 SANs to challenge Tinubu's victory. So Atiku now just hanging around for keepsake, just to be there really. And that's how we have to conclude that. So there it is, a rich menu as always is the case. And we might make a pit stop as well. You know, we've already started speculating as to who will end up being the Senate president. But the name coming to the fore now, Senator Barau Jibrin. So that's the name coming to the fore now. But who is he and what qualifies him? We may well discuss that at some point in time as well. So a rich and diverse menu as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then if you want to join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Let me put that hyperlink again, so it's immediately to hand. If you're a new voice, we want to hear from you. We especially want to hear from new voices. So if you're a new voice, please click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard and come join us on the screen. So let me put it immediately to hand. So on all of the platforms, it's the first item in the comment section. So click on that. And of course, the invitation as ever to buy. Thomas, can you not do that? Why have you not taken me off the screen? What's going on, man? Thomas, don't touch anything, please. So the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee is ever something that is ongoing. So do that as well. So those are the talking points. So let me take a micro pit stop with a musical intermission, and then when we get back, we dive straight into the throes of it. But first, the Kegites. The Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, you go for me, water, only water, where they see my. Hapa oh naido, hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀. Petro sọ́nà mẹ́yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro sọ́dún kẹ́yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Powerful, potent prayer by the Kegites. So, as guys, I bring you this. Nigerian court grants Electoral Commission, INEC, permission to reconfigure BVAS, erase data captured during presidential election. Nigeria's Presidential Election Petition Court, sitting at the Court of Appeal in Abuja, has granted the Independent National Electoral Commission permission to reconfigure the bimodal voter accreditation system it used for the presidential election. The court, in an unanimous decision by a 3-member panel of justices, held that stopping the election body from reconfiguring the BVAS would adversely affect the impending governorship and state assembly elections, whilst dismissing objections raised by the Labour Party and its presidential candidate P2B against INEC's move to reconfigure all the BVAS. The court insisted that allowing the objection would amount to tying the hands of the respondent, INEC. The judges noted that INEC had, in an affidavit it filed before the court, assured that the accreditation data contained in the BVAS could not be tampered with or lost, as they would be stored and easily retrieved from its accredited back-end server. It further observed that neither Obi nor Labour Party It further observed that neither Obi nor the Labour Party controverted the disposition in INEC's affidavits, stressing that since such an averment were not challenged, it amounts to an admission by the applicant. So let me just unpack that for a moment. So you all know what the prayer of Obi and his band of merry men is, that INEC holds the BVAS in situation untampered with, as they seek to interrogate it and inspect it and access the content. But INEC is telling the court that they need to dump the content of the BVAS in order that they are able to upload what is needed for the state elections to come. But they gave the assurance in an affidavit to the court that whatever content is on the BVAS now will not be dumped or binned. It will be simply moved from the BVAS machine to a back-end server with INEC. So it is nothing that is going to be destroyed or done away with. And in that averment, in that affidavit that INEC submitted to the court, asking for that variation in the court order, the OB team did not make any objections to that. They did not make any commentaries on that. So them not making any commentaries, then the court deemed that to be acceding to that, and they granted that. So essentially, the BVAS will be cleansed and parked on a back-end server. So that's the sum total of what all of that legalese. Nevertheless, the court ordered INEC to allow the applicants to inspect and carry out a digital forensic examination of all the electoral materials used in the conduct of the elections, as well as to avail them the certified true copy of the result of the physical inspection of the BVAS. So it goes on and on, but I think that is a sum total of what that has to offer. So that's that space then. So the moment INEC is able to move the moment INEC is able to move the data from the BVAS into a space of storage, then that makes it susceptible to manipulation. So that makes it susceptible to manipulation. So whatever it is that, because if you move data, no matter in whichever form, it is susceptible to manipulation. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So that was not any victory for the Obi space, I would say. But then of course the impact of that. So this is how this has impacted. INEC shifts governorship state assembly elections to March the 18th. So this is the impact now of Obi's intervention in the electoral process. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has postponed the governorship and state assembly elections till March the 18th, correspondent report. The exercise was previously scheduled to hold on March the 11th, but INEC, citing a logistics crisis stemming from the BVAS configuration and transportation, said the election could no longer proceed as scheduled following a meeting of its executives on Wednesday evening. The elections were postponed to allow one more week for preparation. An official familiar with the meeting told correspondents via the telephone, "We should be able to get everything in order before March the 18th. The meeting was still underway at INEC headquarters in Abuja as at the time of filing this report. A senior INEC official told correspondents a statement is being put together about the postponement. The commission earlier today had convinced the Abuja division of the Court of Appeal to vary its order granting Peter Obi of the Labour Party and Atiku Abubakar permission to inspect the presidential election material on the premise that it had to reconfigure the BVAS for the conduct of the polls this Saturday. The Electoral Commission, despite having 4 years and a massive 355 billion naira budget to prepare, has a notorious history of postponing election at the last minute due to concerns with preparedness. In 2019, the commission under Mahmoud Yakubu, I don't know quite why they will put Mahmoud Yakubu. Anyway, that's a different story for a different time. In 2019, the commission under Mahmoud Yakubu announced the postponement of the elections around 2:30 a.m. the same Saturday the election was scheduled to hold. So a complete and utter failure that Mahmoud Yakubu, just a moron, really. Court grants Tinubu leave to inspect election material. So this, of course, I'm not quite sure. I'll give you a couple of paragraphs from this, but the headline already tells you all you need to know. The Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, sitting at the Court of Appeal Abuja, has granted leave to the President-elect Bola Tinubu to access sensitive materials used by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for the conduct of the 2023 presidential election. On Tuesday, Mr. Tinubu approached the Court of Appeal seeking leave to obtain the election materials for his defense. The chairman of that just tells you all you need to know about that one. So let's move swiftly on to the next one. So now this one somewhat of a ludicrous one. Lagos Guba election. Court orders INEC to upload results from polling units to IREV. And by the way, we would need anybody that has any legal training to come onto the screens, because this might well need a legal interpretation. Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court sitting in Lagos has ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to directly and electronically upload the results of the March the 11th, 2023 governorship and State House of Assembly elections in Lagos State from the polling units to the INEC result viewing portal. Channels Television reported that the judge granted the order whilst delivering judgment in a suit filed by the Labour Party and 41 others, in which they sought an order of mandamus to compel INEC to obey the Electoral Act and its guidelines for the conduct of the elections. the judge held that the court possessed the jurisdiction to entertain the suit because it was commenced in accordance with the provision of the law. He also held that the subject matter of the suit is not a pre-election issue because the relief sought by the applicants deal with the preparation of the election and not the conduct of the election. Through their lawyer, Abbas Ibrahim, the Labour Party, its governorship candidate, Gbadebo, or should we call him by his proper name, Chinedu Rosevivo, and 40 others, had told the court that some presiding officers complained of wrong password as the reason for not being able to upload their BVAS information. In contrast, some complained the BVAS gave an error sign anytime they tried to upload. The applicants also stated that after seeing the pattern of the 25th and 26th of February and through the period of collation of the presidential results in Abuja, the handwriting on the wall became clear that the defendant, Inec, had colluded with the APC in Lagos State to steal the mandate of the good people of Lagos State, to deprive the applicants their rightful victory at the various wards. So Inec colluded with APC to deny the people of the good people of Lagos State their mandate by giving Labour Party the victory. So that is the logic that is in play there. They argued that if the court does not grant leave, the same vote manipulations would occur on the 11th of March 2023 during the governorship and House of Assembly elections in Lagos State. So that gives us the sum total of what that has to offer. So, but how can that bind is the question. How can that bind? What I want obedience to do as I step into the court. So Peter Obi speaks to his adherents. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has dropped what might come across to some as a last-minute message to his supporters in Nigeria before he begins his court battle to prove he won the polls. Via Twitter on Wednesday, March the 8th, Obi called on obedience throughout Nigeria to respect the sanctity of the court and maintain peace. Obi admonished his supporters that the courtroom is not a rally ground. And you might think this is unnecessary, but it is actually necessary if we are going by the antecedents of what we saw with the Nnamdi Kanu's phase. Whenever this guy was being brought to court, they will all gather around singing all these war chants and throwing rotten eggs at the courtroom. So we know their antecedents. So I suspect that is what Obi is warning against. Obi admonished his supporters that the courtroom is not a rally ground, adding that they should go about their daily businesses peacefully. So this is what he had to say. As we go about seeking redress for our stolen mandate, I plead with obedience to respect the sanctity of the court premises and give our legal team the space and peaceful environment to carry out their duties. The court premises is not and should not be turned into a rally ground. I urge the obedience to go about their businesses peacefully. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let's go on to the next one. What else do we have to offer? So Atiku engages 19 SAN to challenge Tinubu's victory. So the headline already tells you what's in play there. So we leave that there. And then, so I'll give you this as a final readout, and then I'll come into the room, see if there's anybody to take it on. Pardon me. Senate presidency. Why Senator Barau Jibrin is the best man for the job, Policy Advocate Group gives reason. With the conclusion of the presidential and National Assembly elections and the declaration of winners, a civil society organization, Policy Advocacy and Integrity Network Nigeria, has thrown its weight behind the candidacy of Senator Barau Jibrin, the senator representing Kano North Senatorial District and chairman, Senate Committee on appropriation. A statement signed by the executive director of the organization, Engineer Joe Folu Mesele, described Jibrin as the best man for the job. But why? In search for the president for the president of the Senate, certain qualities and prerequisites for consideration: antecedent, legislative experience, private sector background, and public service history. This is the reason the policy, and so you can, of course, you don't need me to tell you, by the way, that this is a sponsored thing. So the campaign for the Senate presidency has already begun. So this is a sponsored piece by whatever this organization is. So this character now is using via this organization to bring his name to the fore. This the unfortunate name Barao. Do we want a Barao in charge of the Senate? But then you already tell us that everybody in the Senate is a Barao anyway. In search for the president of the Senate, certain qualities and prerequisites for consideration: antecedent legislative experience, private sector background, and public service history. This is the reason the Policy Advocacy and Integrity Network Nigeria is keenly interested in who occupies the exalted seat. Of all the senators from the northern and southern geopolitical zones eligible for consideration, one distinguished senator stands out, which makes him the most ideal for the plum seat. The person is Senator Jibrin Barao, who represents Kano North Senatorial District at the National Assembly. So I'll just give you a couple more paragraphs because this looks like a sponsored piece. As an organization, we have studied the political terrain and came to the conclusion that the leadership of the 20th Senate must have someone whose main qualification is experience of the workings of the National Assembly, and a careful scrutiny of all the aspirants for the position revealed that Senator Jibrin is posed ahead of others in terms of capacity and experience. Now, if we look at so let's look at the zoning formula that has arrived at as Kano, because it's really the zoning formula that matters. Now, if we look at the zoning principle of the All Progressive Congress, we will find out that the Northeast, the North Central, the Southeast have had a taste of the Senate presidency, leaving the Northwest and the South-South as the zones yet to occupy the seat. And of all the candidates from the two zones, none could match the legislative experience and capacity of Senator Jibrin. So I know a lot of you will quickly think of Adams Oshiomhole, but Adams Oshiomhole does not have legislative experience because he's a debutant into the Senate. He's never been in the Senate before, so he's a neophyte, and I'm not quite sure that somebody at his level of entry can immediately then go on to be the president of the Senate. And then it goes on to tell us his credentials and all of that, but as I said, a sponsored piece. Not at all a sponsored anything, but Desmond resumes his super sticker to the platform, and he does as he oftentimes does. So that's Desmond doing what he oftentimes does. And he joins us on the screen as well. So good to see you, Des. Moses joins us as well. Good to see you, Moses. Zita joins us. Good to have you on board. And Solly joins us from Amsterdam. Good to have you, Solly. So still spaces on the screen if you want to come join. No, that's not the link. Let me post the hyperlink again. So there's spaces now if you want to join. But then, of course, if it gets filled quickly, then it gets filled quickly. And if it doesn't get filled at all, it doesn't get filled at all. But there it is. And Fatai, of course, joins us as well from somewhere in Cyprus. The German sounding Cyprus from Kwara or whatever it is that they tagged in. Adewale joins us, Joel of Nashville joins us as the room continues to fill up. So let's kick it off immediately with you then. Let's come to you, Solly. So Solly, you're up first. Are you ready to go, Solly?
Yes, I am.
Oh, sorry, turn the volume down on your phone a little bit. It's a bit on the high side.
On my is echoing?
No, it's not echoing, but the volume up. But carry on anyway. But let me just take you straight. Yeah, let me just take you straight to it then. So the court now grants INEC permission to reconfigure the BVAS. So that then that enables them then to empty the content of the BVAS that they used for the presidential election, and then re-upload details that they would need for the governorship election. But how does this affect the sanctity of the data that Peter Obi, Tinubu, and Atiku wants to interrogate? So what does this add to the mix? Sorry.
Well, I'm not too familiar with this technology and how it plays out, but I heard that they will be able to, the results will be corrupted because they can be able to manipulate some of the information on the BVAS. I'm not too familiar with that BVAS scenario.
All right. All right. Okay. Let me take you to another talking point then. Court grants Tinubu leave. Okay, it's still to do with the BVAS anyway. Court grants Tinubu leave to inspect election materials. So, what do you think is likely to glean from it?
Well, I believe that the APC is going to try and show that PDP and Labour Party try to rig the election. They are going to prove it. It depends on how PDP and Labour Party handle the situation. APC is going to react, you know. They are just going to follow up, and I believe Labour Party is going to lose some votes at the end of the day, you know. I don't know why they are trying to push for all this kind of thing. They know, I'm sure they know fully well that they lost this election, but you know, maybe they are just lost in the whole fantasy of the scenario. You know, I don't know what is going to happen yet, but we'll see how it plays out. At the end of the APC is still going to come out victorious, whether they like it or not, because their team is not as smart as the team that APC has.
All right, and the elections being moved, the governorship elections being moved by a week, but for reasons that the INEC was not able to reconfigure the BVAS in time. So, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I wasn't fully here yesterday, but I was listening to the discussion being held here, and you know that conversation clicked because they were asking, does Peter Obi and Atiku know that this will affect the governorship election and the election that are they going to move it ahead? You know, and it was made aware that they know what is going to happen. So this event that is going on now, that they are going to push the election backward, I see a lot of people online celebrating, shouting this one and that one because they think it's an effect is as a result of INEC panicking, INEC doing this one and that one, but they don't know that it's because of Peter Obi, you know, an article that this thing is going on in the first place. Now, how is it going to? Who is it going to favor and who is it not going to favor? I believe it's going to favor mostly APC, you know, because APC had little to no time to do enough campaign because they were surprised by what's the name of it, especially with Lagos election. They were surprised by Labour Party candidates, you know, gaining so much momentum. I've seen Sanwo-Olu doing so many adverts within these last few days. They've started doing door-to-door meetings. They've started using celebrities. It will give them more time to buy, to be able to prepare for that election and how they are going to play it out. Because I know at the end of the day, even with all what is going on, APC is still going to win. Most of the people on the mainland, they are not going to vote for any GRV or any other one is island shenanigans. That's the only place that all those things can happen. On the mainland, they are not going to vote for him. In terms of PDP, I've been saying it since PDP is out. PDP is a gone party. They are just holding on to nothing that is left there, you know. So at the end of the day, it favors APC. APC will use it to their fullest advantage, and they'll use it to win most of their elections and plan it out very well. That's how I see
all right. Thank you, Solly. So Solly, the chairman is here, and of course, you know, when the chairman turns up, everything stops. So we hear his words. So Alexander Gomez joins us. So Alexander, the Nigerian political landscape, a gift that just keeps on giving. There is no time there is no drama. We were just in the build-up to the March the 11th election, and we were perusing the credentials of the runners and riders, only now to have the can kicked down the road by another week. So INEC postpones the gubernatorial election by a week. Are you surprised, and what are you making of it, Alexander?
Hi everybody. How are you? One man. Hope everyone is okay.
I'm good.
I am. I'm not surprised actually. Things are heating up. My brother's in court. I'm sure you know he wasn't given the certificate of or whatever you call that return.
Of return, right?
Yeah.
Why?
He won by 35,000 votes, and when they entered the data, they changed the whole thing around. So I have all the documents right now to prove that he won the elections, but they gave it to somebody else. But anyway, that's another story entirely. We're in court right now, and that court thing costs a lot of money. I don't know whether it's worth it or not, actually. As I speak right now, the PDP big wigs are real behind this Gbadebo guy. And when I say big PDP big wigs, I'm talking about the who and who of Lagos State, the big boys of PDP Lagos State, the Bode Thomas, the Akereles, they are behind this guy. My only concern, this is going to be a very short contribution, Bob, because I have to go for a meeting. My only concern is, I know Sanwo-Olu is shaking in his pants right now. I heard an excerpt of a clip on channels today, and I noticed he was extremely nervous. He's extremely nervous because people just want the APC government out of Lagos State. But according to the master of politics on this channel, Ajale Koko, that's what I call him, Tinubu would do everything he would and can do to make sure they hold on to power in Lagos State. As we speak right now, he's in Lagos. And you know the proper pronunciation of that word is Lagos. People don't pronounce that word right. Lagos. It's a Portuguese.
It's actually Lagos, the Costa de Lagos, Coast of the Lagoon. Yeah,
Coast of the Lagoon. You can go to the Lagoon. Yeah, it's a Portuguese town that is very
There's a place called Lagos in Portugal as well.
Yeah. It looks just like Lagos. That's what it looks like. Exactly like Lagos. So the big wigs are behind this Gbadebo Roads guy, because I think the Lagosians, the people that call Lagosians, want Lagos back. And if you understand, one day I would have to come on this platform and actually tell people, Lagos is not Oyo, you know. Lagos is not Ife. Lagos is not Ibadan. Lagos is a relatively young city, but 350 years. And like you said, one time, and people were all over you, it was essentially a fisher, what you call it? You call it a fisherman's city town? What you call it?
I called it a sleepy fishing settlement. It's just
was exactly what it was till the likes of Darocha, the likes of Herbert Macaulay. Herbert Macaulay was actually from Sierra Leone, actually. He was actually born in Sierra Leone. People don't talk about that.
Most of the Lagos elites, they are from Sierra Leone. They're returnees, aren't they?
Yes, but they're not all returnees, because there's some, you have to understand, there's some that adopted Brazilian names because essentially they were dealing in illegal activities. They were not all returnees. There were some families who had foreign names that were indigenous to that space, and they have their own traditional name. But because it was, let me say this, about 50, when my father was very young, it was posh for you in Lagos to have an English last name. It was posh. I mean, those were the. I was talking to Ajale Koko 2 days about that. It was these were the snooty upper crust, very educated people who essentially control that space. And it took a while for the people who are in charge of Lagos today, politically, and they're essentially Muslims, if you look at it very well, took a long time for them to regain that status. Those people with foreign names and who had the education just took over the space. It was a tug of war between, but that's a story for another day. Let me come back to this. This guy, people are really behind it. They don't want Tinubu to take that, to lose, to retain Lagos State. They've had enough of Tinubu. They think he's a foreigner. They think where's your family?
Yeah, but who is more foreign though, Tinubu or this Chinedu?
No, Tinubu is more foreign. Tinubu is more foreign.
Than Chinedu.
This guy has a family history dating back 250 years. I don't know. I must say this because I did tell you about this. I don't know why when they introduced this Viva name into their name, I knew them as Rhodes. I didn't know them as Viva. This Viva thing, I don't know where it came from because it's the Shola Roads, the Inca Roads, and all that. And you know, those guys were notorious for something. I don't know whether you know this. That's another story for another day.
They were drug dealers, weren't they, or something?
No. They were homosexuals.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they were homosexuals. That's what they were known for back in the day. They made it glamorous to be. I mean, it was a taboo, but they were known for that. So they were kind of marginalized because of that stigma they had about them. Do you know what I mean? But if you can't take the fact away that they've had family history for a long, long time. They've been in Lagos for a long, long time. Way before Tinubu ever. It's like saying that Herbert Macaulay is not a Lagosian. If you say that Herbert Macaulay is not a Lagosian,
yeah, but hold on, Alexander. The Rhodes family, they're not Lagosians, are they? The Viva is a corruption of the word survivor, which is what returnees used to have back in those days. And the Rhodes was the name of their slave master. So they are Sierra Leoneans. They are Sierra Leoneans. They're not even Nigerians.
Sorry, I'm not a Nigerian. Let me say this.
Yeah.
That you can't. Do you know the story of Herbert Macaulay?
No, I can't recall. I don't know it fully.
Okay,
no.
Do you want me to tell you a little bit about Herbert Macaulay?
Yeah, carry on.
Do you know who Herbert Macaulay's grandfather was?
Mr. Macaulay was his grandfather.
No, Samuel Ajayi Crowther.
Right.
Okay. Now, Samuel Ajayi Crowther was captured in Osun State. They took him and they were going through Sierra Leone. But for some strange reasons, he wasn't taken to Oyibo country. And from Sierra Leone, he had a wife, they had kids, and he came back to Nigeria. And he brought Christianity through Badagry to the southwest of Nigeria. Now, so you can't because if you say Herbert Macaulay was not a Nigerian, then 95% of people in Lagos State are not Nigerians. That's what you're saying, you know. And
no, they are worries than the Badagry people, the Aflao sort of types. They are the Lagosians.
Badagry, this is going to upset Ife. If you want to talk about people that own Lagos, you will not choose Badagry as the first three people. You take the Awaris, and then you take the Jebus before you take Badagry. Because what people used to do in Lagos was it was a trading port because it was a seaport and people used to come over there to do their trade and go back. Lagos actually, I'm telling you the story of Lagos right now. Lagos, you would not believe where Lagos started from. Should I tell you?
Carry on.
Ido, train terminals stop. Do you know what Ido terminal spot is?
Go on.
In the
Okay, Ido terminal point, which is a train station, is the point you get to before you go on top of Kata Bridge to get to. That's where Lagos started from, and it started expanding to the rich people were staying on the island, and then the poor Lagosians were staying on the in the Butemeta. It's a kind of complex situation. Awori people can claim their own Lagos, yeah, because they're indigenous to the space. They didn't come from nowhere. We understand that, but they were not large in number. Like I said before, there were less than 1,000 people, and they were spread all over. And there were fishermen. They were illiterates. They knew nothing. So you can't. I don't know. This Awori thing, I think, is overflowed. But yes, they were the original inhabitants of Badagry. People were in Badagry. Badagry is not Lagos. Badagry is Lagos State. If you say Badagry is Lagos, then Ikorodu is Lagos. Because I get to Ikorodu before I get to Badagry. So what are we talking about? It's a complex. You can't. It's not fair to paint the guy. He's a thoroughbred Lagosian. His family has done more.
But it's a returnee now. How can it be a thoroughbred Lagosian? It's a returnee with an Eastern name. You can't be a thoroughbred. Yes.
Well, man, I will not accept that. I will not accept that. What is a returnee? Do you know the word Lagosians? It is used loosely now. They use Lagosians for people who are from Lagos, which includes Badagry and Ekpe, and you can all call them Lagosians. That was not the original meaning of Lagosians. Lagosians was a particular neighborhood on the main island that is referred to as Lagosians. So you can't. He's a Lagosian. He's the very essence of the word Lagosian. So you can't say he's not a Lagosian. How can you say? Can you trace your own family history to Oyo for 300 years?
I can't know. I can't know. I can't.
Do you know where your great grandfather was buried at?
I do. I
really?
Do. Yes, my stock goes 5 centuries. Documented.
No, I know, but do you know where they were buried at?
It's the same homestead now. We have a homestead. I do.
So
yes, Akimoni, yes.
You have a family compound where your forefathers were buried.
Yes.
That's pretty unique.
You know, I come from 2 stocks of royalty, both paternal and maternal on my father's side. So the Bales of that area, they are my paternals, and the Obas. The Bales are my maternal, and the Obas are my paternal. So within settlement,
are you a full? Is your mom from Oyo too?
No, she's from Malaysia.
Okay, all right. So you biracial too?
Not biracial, no. A full blood Yoruba man, you know.
Anyway, yeah. So look. In the final analysis, he's not gonna win this election. By the votes, he's not gonna win the election. They will do everything in their power to hold on to power. But I think the way that guy's been treated is so unfair. My first son is 41 years old. My first son is older than he is, and it hurts me to think that a small boy of 40 can be treated like that. But the reason why they're doing that is not because he has a foreign name. The reason why they do that is because his mother's Igbo, and that's very, very unfair. And also, it doesn't help him to go around as a Lagosian and you can't speak the language. I think that's out of order. For a child of 40, you need to be able to speak your father's language to a very high degree. Not speak like Ajele Koko or speak like Thomas. Those are traditional. Yeah, Baba Kure. Those are typical.
Or like me.
Who's you?
And Solly, who can barely speak a word of Yoruba.
Solly reminds me of Badebo. Solly cannot speak Yoruba.
Yes.
So would you tell Solly is an Ekiti boy? Yeah. They have the same. Solly and that boy have the same background. A boy that is upper cross, went to private school all his life, and they think that speaking English is posh. Not speaking your language is it's out of order. You know,
but he speaks Igbo. He speaks Igbo fluently.
That's possible. I remember my mother. I told her Jalekoko. I remember I remember me speaking Yoruba the way that guy was speaking Yoruba, and I remember my father telling my mother, I remember my father telling my mother that, and I remember speaking with an accent. And it's this Prince Wale Gomez that taught me how to speak Yoruba better than I am today. So I think it's wrong. It's wrong for his father not to have been able to impose on him the fact that you're Yoruba man, you need to speak the language. But for anybody to label him a non-Lagosian is out of order, and I don't support that. I think it's totally out of order, and I think the way they've treated him is unfair. It's
okay. Would you concede this, that he is a returnee?
What does returning mean?
He doesn't have an indigenous name, which is to tell you that he was of the captured slave stock that were then returned to the shores of Nigeria.
Do you think everyone that came back to Nigeria was a captured slave?
Well, they would have been. Why would they have a name like Rhodes? It's not an African name.
Do you know that Africans dealt? Do you know how Badagry? Do you know how Badagry chiefs and kings used to sit down waiting on the white man to come and buy slaves from them? And these slaves were indigenous people of Badagry, and they will go out in the middle of the night. They will get captured, and white man will come. They will sell them off. You can't blame someone for being enslaved in a white man's land. You can't do that.
I don't blame him. But all I'm saying is that by just talking of his being and virtue of his name, is not indigenous to Lagos. It may be long-standing in Lagos centuries deep, but his ancestry, his DNA, is not indigenous to the space.
Before he left at the shores of Africa, wasn't he from somewhere in Africa?
They could have come maybe from Port Novo or some Sierra Leone or whatever, or Liberia. Who knows? Who knows where they got it?
No one was captured from Sierra Leone.
You know the largest slave market was the what was that? Obong of Calabar. He was the one that was pumping out the slaves. It could be from that stock. It could be from that stock.
The two largest exporters of slaves back in the day, Yoruba was number one in the world. Yoruba sold 22 million people in a space of 300 years. 22 million Yorubas. The second people were Calabar people. You know, the second people were Calabar, because at the time Calabar had the deepest seaport, so they used to be able to come into Calabar with a bigger vessel than. But it's not as documented as the one.
So the plot even thickens. A Calabari man with an Igbo name that doesn't speak Yoruba wants to be governor. A Calabari man. The
Windsors are not from England.
No, I know they're Germans.
They're Germans, and they rule England right now. They're foreign, but they rule England, and nobody calls them foreigners. So, what do you say about that? That's my case, woman.
But Mr. Alexandra, they are somewhat from the same Germanic family. You do know that the family that rules Germany, England, and some of these other European countries, they are somewhat from. Yes, so that doesn't really, it doesn't really count, because they are really just from the same, royal family.
So Fela too was an ex-slave, his forefathers, right?
Oh, of course, Ransom Kuti. These names are not known to Africa. These names.
So you have to be Gbadamoshi, or you have to be
Falete, Ifafenwa,
but that's not. But those are not Lagos names. Lagos names are Lagosians bear the name. Hold on, I'll tell you now. Soteme, Chochovi,
Fernandez.
No, Fernandez is Portuguese. That's a returnee as well.
No, but Fernandez
man,
is
stop
Brazilian.
it.
Is Portuguese, Brazilian. Yeah. So anyway, that's that. That's I had to call in for that. It's going to be a very tough race, but I think Tinubu, what's his name? Someone new would take over. Will still get a second term, and he would eventually serve 2 terms because he's very, very popular, and people love him. People love him in Lagos, and he's not.
That will be a saving grace, isn't it? Because people do like him, so they'll be
Yeah,
voting
people
for
love him. No,
him.
people don't. No.
Yeah.
To say people like him is an understatement. People love him, because he's not an Ambode. Ambode was a very cocky governor, what's his name? My brother Fashola is a very conservative governor. But this guy is very accessible and he's a very kind-hearted person. So people, and he's done a very good job. But not Des, Uptown said yesterday, he's done a very good job. But Ambode was phenomenal, but he didn't have the people's will. So that's why they had to kick him out. But let you continue.
Alex, can I say something to you, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Joel. Okay, and this is the thing, right?
You need to change your name to Ofanagoro. I respect your tenacity, my brother. I respect your tenacity. You are a quintessential Indigo.
But Alexander, please admonish him to stop bullying girls on this platform.
No. You see, like Rational Mind said, sometimes, and I have a personal relationship with Zita. I do. I call Zita. We have personal relationship. But sometimes she's a little bit too hard on her people. Sometimes she's a little bit too hard on the people. And I always tell people, because everyone around me is Igbo. My wife is Igbo. Igbos are very, very sensitive when it comes to cultural things. And when you start attacking them, the way Zita does sometimes, some people would take it personally. So if he's expressing a reservation without necessarily being rude, I think that he's in the right place to do that.
Yeah, you can, but you know Joel now. He has no filter. He doesn't. He always manages.
I know. He has a temper. I realize that.
But, I apologized to her yesterday.
Well done. Well done.
You wanted to ask me a question. Go ahead and ask me a question.
Yes, and Alexander, this is my thing, right? You know that the market was burned down this morning, right?
Yes.
The real owner of Lagos State. Yeah, the real owner of Lagos State ought to take back Lagos State. They have to take back Lagos State.
Was that why that act was perpetrated?
Yeah, he said, was that what?
Was that why the act was perpetrated? Was that why it was set on fire?
Definitely. It had a tribal coloration. And that's it. And that's the thing. The real owners of Lagos have to take back Lagos. Forget where everyone came from. Every one of us came from somewhere. Me and Sanigo man, sometimes they tell me I'm from Israel. Sometimes they tell me I'm from Edo. What really matters to us right now is where we are today. How do we make that environment better? When we travel to America, everywhere we go to.
What surprises me, and I've said it on this platform, the level of tribalism played out today in this new generation. At our age. It's unbelievable.
Come on now. So that's the thing. That guy, let me tell you something. I listened to Sanwo-Olu today. Look, let me tell you, that guy walked. Sanwo-Olu walked.
Yeah, he did.
Sanwo-Olu walked. He's a nice guy. He's a lovable guy. I love him. Yes. Forget. But the thing there is that they can back their ideas. They bite us around him. I do not believe. I listened to him on channels today. I do not believe that Sanwo-Olu ordered that people should be shot on NSAS. I believe that. You understand what I'm saying? He loved the people genuinely, but when he was talking today, if you read body language, you find out that like when he talks about the police, he has to talk. He has to say it out. I am not in control of these facilities. Yeah. He had to say it out. So my own thing is this. He is a good guy, but the people around him has emasculated him to be something else. So that's the thing.
Yeah, it's
so
all about, but it's all about, but it's all about Tinubu at the end of the day, isn't it? He might be the face of the government, but Tinubu is in power in Lagos, and Tinubu does whatever he wants to do, and that's why the big boys in Lagos want to kick him out. The reason why they want to kick him out is because they don't want Tinubu dynasty to continue in Lagos, and that I can understand to a very large degree, you know. But Wama, let me let you continue your show. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. All right. Before you go, I wish Thomas a happy birthday. It's Thomas's birthday today.
Oh, Thomas, I definitely, I Jerry, but I Jerry, Okushare, Momang Badwell show, although sometimes you overdo it, but Mang Badwell, Oshegon, and thank you. God bless you. Happy birthday, son. Happy birthday.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Alexander. So thank you, Alexander. So I was going to go to this new name, but let's hear from you, Des. You had your hand up, Des.
Yeah.
No, sorry, not you. No, sorry, not you, Des. It's this guy called Hi Miss Joyce. So before you even do anything, just explain what that means, because we are all a bit dubious about that name. Hi Miss Joyce. But you don't look like a Miss Joyce. On mute, or you could be Miss Joyce. So in the era of Bobrisky, but you know.
No, it's not like that. Sorry, it was a mistake spelled from my previous platform where I used to attend study in Canada stuff. So I just come along with it here.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, actually, I've been listening to your show. It's a great show, actually. But I get so mad at you, Kalakuta, Thomas, Ajalikoko, Soli, and Kalakuta. I get mad at you guys so much for being one-sided at all time. Every time Obi is always... Anyway, that's not the topic for today. Let me go to the topic of today about the Labour Party governorship aspirant and the Tinubu stuff. You see, the reason why...
Chinedu, yes. Yeah.
You see one thing I'm talking about. You are always... Anything concerned is like you are so addicted to that stuff. Igbo, Obi stuff. You are so allergic to them. I don't know why.
I'm not allergic. I present a narrative, but then I open the floor for somebody like you to come and counterbalance. So counterbalance.
Okay, just look at... Obi is gone. I came to this show. I was waiting on this election to come and go so that I will come, log in. This is my first time of coming in to counter, to remind Soli, Thomas, Kalakuta, Ajalikoko, and Emeka. In short, where's Emeka? Emeka has run away.
He has escaped. He has escaped to the dungeons. Yes.
If you could remember, Thomas was speaking so buoyant, so elegantous, you know that. And Soli and Mr. Ajalikoko, whom I respect so much too, Obi cannot win a state. Call one state, Obi cannot win a state. Now, Obi is even competing more than the competitors. The competitors, how you call them, the federal government itself. Obi won 12 states, and he won more than that, based on our own analysis and our own result we have on, you know. Obi won more than that. Obi, who they say he have no structure, he has nothing, he can't win anywhere, he can't win Lagos. Even you, Mr. Woma, you say he cannot win Lagos. You were like, you mean that, you know? And Obi won Lagos for with more than 1 million votes. You know, so I was so proud.
All right, let me ask you a question. Who holds the certificate? Who holds the certificate of return as the president-elect? Who holds it?
I am very genuine. I'm very straightforward. I'm very, very, let me say, if I want to say something, I say it very, I don't try to beat around the bush. Tinubu is the holder as it stands. But that doesn't make him a rightful winner. No, we all know. We all saw what happens. That's just the truth. He is the owner, he's the holder, but that doesn't make him the rightful winner. There's a guy who placed a bet with the other guy, and I think $2,000 he lost it. If I may say, I could share with his losses, probably pay part of his losses, because I am proud for Obi even losing the election. Not because he's not popular or he was not known. Obi just came less than 6 months. We all knew it. We all know. We were all here. Thomas was just laughing. Each time they talk about Obi, Thomas will laugh and throw his head up. I'm sorry to say, please, it's not an insult. He will laugh. Sule, is it Solly? Solly will also laugh, and they were just making mockery of this young guy.
But Solly is still laughing now because what he said.
Hello, Mr. Can I interject, please?
No. Solly, don't interject me, please. Just wait, because I want to remind you.
That's not Solly. That's not Solly.
Your voice sounds like Solly.
You know why Thomas made me laugh? At some point, Thomas was like, I don't have any candidate. Later he came and said, no, if everybody don't want to come together, let the country divide. Then at some point he came again and said,
Thomas is a pretender. Thomas is a pretender. Thomas is a Tinubu, exactly. He's a pretender. I'm sorry to say, he's just pretending to be like an open-minded person who supports. No, he's a Tinubu guy. For sure.
All right, carry on. Do you want us to continue to refer you by this name, Miss Joyce, or what would you like us to call you? Because
my name is I am Igilo, IGIOW. Igilo.
All right, carry on, Igilo. So yes, Peter Obi lost the election. Tinubu won the election, and then Sanwo-Olu likely to take Lagos State. So Tinubu will win everything. That's just what it's looking like, isn't it?
Okay. Let me comment about the Sanwo-Olu stuff. Sanwo-Olu, I love Sanwo-Olu. He's a very diligent guy, humble, nice. He has empathy as well. Just as he said, he is not in control of anything. He's not. But the reason why Sanwo-Olu might lose the election is because of Tinubu. People are voting based on anger of Tinubu, not Sanwo-Olu. But if you leave it for Tinubu, as in on Sanwo-Olu alone, he will win the election. But people are voting against Tinubu. All this anger, the revolt, everything, the storm, blah, blah. Tinubu is the man who brought ethnicity to Lagos. He was too close to the Fulani northern cabals. He has soaked himself a lot to the Fulani. So the only thing they can tell him to do in Lagos is to sing that tribal song against the Igbo. If you listen to the voice tape between Shetima and Abikunle Amosun, you can hear the hatred, the plan going on, the grandmaster. But we, the Southern Christian and the South, we don't always bother about all this tribalism or the plan. Look, the plan for the North is on ground running. They want to use Lagos and the West to conquer the South East and the South South, which is the old Eastern region. But for we are always calm. We are not bothered until this trouble will come to us and consume us before we start struggling to fight. Look at Governors Forum of the Southern Nigeria came together to have an agreement to say, okay, presidency must come to the South. But look at who betrayed it. Okowa, Obasike, and who again? Other man, they just jeopardized the plan of the South. Please, can anyone here tell me if the Northerners came together and say, this is what we want? There is no Northerner.
Where did the presidency go to? Where did it go to?
It came to the South, but against our interest.
Against your interest? Against your interest?
Against the majority interest.
Who is that majority?
Have voted Tinubu.
Old guy majority. Come on now. Let us be sincere to ourselves now. You want 12 states, I want 12 states, the other one wants 12 states. With what? Okay, the INEC went to Chatham House and said, we are going to transmit results from the polling unit. Does that happen? It didn't happen. And you say Tinubu won the election. How? Nigeria is the only country that can take this shit. I'm sorry to say. This is a shithole country. Okay, I'm sorry. You are criticizing, calling Badevo, how they call him, an Igbo boy. Okay, thank God it's Igbo guy. A Nigerian. What about you who went to America? Mr. Woman, you have a passport of America. So many of you have passport of Germany, Canada. Some of you are, this guy, Samuel Ekpa, who is in Finland, is an army with a passport of Finland. So can't he contest for any government elect position in Finland? Would they say, oh, because you are from Nigeria? He was not even born there, a migrant. Then Badebo, who was born here, grew here, the father is here many years, 200 years ago, and they are calling him Bobo, and they are saying he's a, how they call him? All these migrants. Imagine, oh, come on, for God's sake. Why are we like this in this country? Why?
They are not just calling him an Igbo boy randomly. His name is Chinedu. He speaks Igbo more than Yoruba. He has supported Biafra. He has supported IPOB. He has abused the Yoruba race multiple times on Twitter. And if, okay, let's turn this around. Let's turn this around. If this guy was living in Anambra and his name was Adewale and he was speaking Yoruba and couldn't speak a lick of Igbo and was consistently insulting Igbo people online, would you say he's an Igbo guy?
If he has the lineage of an Igbo
would you say he's an Igbo guy? Yes or no?
If the father is from Igbo, if the father is Igbo,
yes or no, is a yes or no question. Would you say he's an Igbo guy?
I am not an Igbo man. I'm from Calabar.
You see, you can't answer my question. You can't answer the question.
Yes, yes.
All right. Let somebody else. Let somebody else answer that question.
Grandfather is from no. He's from Ebony. They settled at Owo. They had a call, and today somebody will tell me they have to come Kanoma. When you bring somebody from Ebony to come and be the governor of Enugu State, God will not allow that.
So there it is. So that answers that. But let me take you.
One man. We have a good example on this platform. Eze. Eze, what is the Eze name?
One man, can I say something? Can I say something real quick to that video? Can I say something to that? Can I say something to that clip, please? Very fast.
All right. Say it fast, and then I want to take Joyce to the talking points because I think we've deviated somewhat. But yeah, let's hear from you.
Okay. And please, on this particular case, right? The issue there is that an Oyo person cannot go and contest an election in Ogun State. An Ogun State person cannot go to Osun State to contest election. The only place that can happen is in a more liberalized society like Lagos. That is why the governor of Lagos State today is from Ogun State. The speaker of Lagos State today is from Ogun State. There is a senator representing Abuja today who got there via the help of an Igbo man. It's a Yoruba woman. Please, let's stop playing this tribal politics. It does not help. Thank you.
All right. All right. So we stop the tribal politics and let Chinedu be. But let Chinedu have his way. But Joyce. When we get to this bus stop that we are going, we will all disembark. But we are in funky times in Nigeria. Psychedelic dancing. This is what we are doing. Psychedelic dancing. But the psychedelic dancing continues. Joyce, it says Nigerian court grants Electoral Commission INEC permission to reconfigure BVAS. So now with that judgment, with that variation of the judgment that Peter Obi and Atiku got, INEC is now able to work on the BVAS, which is to say that the BVAS is now subject to manipulation. Do you think this will corrupt the evidence that Obi and his co-travelers are looking to glean from it?
To be straight on your answer, I will say yes. My question now is, why is INEC jittering? INEC is not a presidential candidate. INEC is not contesting election. INEC is an employer. It's a referee to all players. How come he's now crying more than the bereaved? Okay. You are the one, whistling a match with other 2-3 parties. You are supposed to be fair. If I say, please come and check my leg, this player step on me, you are supposed to say, okay, wait, stop the play. Let me come and check his leg and see if truly he has injury or not. But then I say, no, leave it, play on. Don't mind him. He's a pretender. He's just lying. Why is Anek running to the... He was supposed to be like, just stand aloof to watch. And say, okay, whatever the court decide, so shall I abide. How come Anek is going to court Tinubu is going to court. APC, how they call it, Labour is going to court. For God's sake, why is INEC like this? My question is that INEC went to the Chatham House, made all the plea, made all the argument, everything, swear from heaven to toe. On the day of election, INEC did not use one Beavers machine, one, how they call it? Yeah, is it Beavers? Beavers. The one they transfer result to capture. It did not use one. And
what are you making of the argument that the system was overwhelmed? That the system was over. Yeah, what are you making of that argument?
I'm sorry, Mr. One Man. The system was not overwhelmed. System that you do not use. How will you know if it's which election did they upload any result? They did not upload a result. It was shut down for more than 6 hours. Who uploaded the result? Nowhere. The only result that was uploaded was the one that they choose, the APC and the Tinubu group. The one they choose was the one they uploaded. And that took them more than 6 hours to do that. Why the other result where the country are voting? No one went through. Everything was shut down. And you know one thing? I was so happy that no youth copper was lynched. Because the anger of the youth and the obedient, I was like, hey, these youth coppers, so they are going to die because we are too angry, agitated. INEC disappointed everybody. Okay, now tell me.
Youth coppers were going to be lynched. I don't think you should say that. I think that's not good for your supporters. I don't know. I mean, if they,
I didn't say no. I didn't.
Level.
No, I didn't.
I know. I heard what you said. You said they were lucky not to be lynched. So you are dealing with people that could. Oh my goodness.
Of course, it's true.
No, thank God they didn't win.
I don't want to be biased. I'm just telling you the truth. How it is. The tension in Nigeria, the tension in the youth. The people were too angry. Okay, imagine a youth copper will finish counting, finish recording all the score, everything. Okay, take a photo, upload now. You say no password. How do you feel? What would be going through your mind? And you see some of them saying, "What can you do?" I will not do it. What can you do? You can see the provocation. So I was praying that, let this program. I know that it's not from them. It's not their fault. Look at in Lagos State now, how Tinubu boys were doing everything. All the army, they were going there just on parade ground. I was like, oh, Nigeria is gone. Army were just parading in the really going on your mouth. Army did not catch anybody for ballot bus snatching, for killing anybody, nothing. So Buhari just deceive us and parade army as if we are going to war from, but it was just shenanigans. In short, that country, I don't know.
You hold on. You said the Buhari deceived us. But the election was the election was relatively peaceful. We're not hearing. No, hold on. Yes, there were skirmishes here and there, but we're not hearing all these massive stories of electoral violence that we're used to, and that was because of the show of force that Buhari put out. So the army being rolled out, they served the purpose.
No. Let me tell you the reason why there was calm in this election. The truth is that the reason why there was calm in the election, the APC knew that there will be no voting in the system. Imagine a country where we have 195 million registered voters. Add all the numbers of total voting. I mean, the Tinubu score, the APC score, the PDP score all together. It's not up to 20 million.
It's about 24 million. It's about 24 million for the
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, 24 million. Is that a good number for a 95 million registered voter?
Yeah. Why do you think that was? Why do you think that was?
Because the APC have a grand plan that they will not display the original voting. The original voters are more than 40 million. I can tell you the truth. It's more than 40 million, the original vote. And those are the votes where they refuse to upload to the cyber. Okay, one man, let me shock you. In Borno State, there's a place called Jerusalem in Borno State. The entire Borno State of that Jerusalem, there is no beavers, no INEC machine, nothing went on there. A place called Jerusalem in Borno State, nothing went on there. In Anambra State, the southeastern region is the worst. Sabotage. They have sat down and discussed, do not give them PVC. And they never gave them PVC. How many people voted in the Southeast? How many people voted? The plan of the APC and the North, the cabal, is to use Yoruba to finish the Southeast. We, the South, who are called the Niger Delta, they just left us there as, okay, these people are peaceful, they have the gas, they have the diesel, they have everything. We will leave them there, they are safe under, but these Biafra guys will deal with them. Who does that? Who does that? Okay, why will INEC rush to court to go and reconfigure BVC, I mean, how do you call it?
Yeah, because they need to use it for the state elections.
If INEC is fair, INEC is supposed to postpone the election, which he has done now, and allow Obi and Atiku to access this material, check everything. But why is he going to disconfigure? We know our country. Whatever goes there will never come back. You know the truth. And that is the truth. Obi won this election, hands down. Obi won the election. Obi won the election, hands down. No structure, nothing. What are the structure? Now we are solely Thomas, where are they? Emeka came on this platform. I was crying the day Emeka was talking. I was shedding tears. Sometimes I would just log out from your platform after 30 minutes and say, well, what to do? I come back again. Things like that. I keep crying when Emeka is saying, where is Emeka now since that day to today? Where is he?
Emeka is out. Emeka wanted Tinubu to win, so he's probably out celebrating.
Emeka did not want Tinubu to win. Emeka came to rubbish Obi. Emeka is a pretender. He just pretend to that, oh, I am an Igbo boy, but I am a very liberal Igbo boy. He's a liar. I'm sorry to say. He's not himself.
Are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying it's not an Igbo boy, or are you saying it's not possible for an Igbo boy to be liberal?
No. You can be liberal, but you are not sincere to yourself. As a youth, as a Nigerian of today, Tinubu is not from Lagos State. Sanwo-Olu is not from Lagos State, as you guys know. You understand? So many of us, you, Mr. Woman, you say you know yourself about your grandfather 300 years. Who says so? It's a lie. We don't know where we came from. I'm just sincere. We don't know where we came from. You understand? So we only start to know where we came from all this 1914, all those 1914, 1920s, all those time. But back then, we don't know. So how will you tell me that Emeka will come and say Obi cannot win a state? And he knows that Obi will win Anambra State. Even if, at least he should have been sincere to himself as, okay, Obi may win 1 or 2 states in the East. That is sincere. That is, you are sincere. But to say it's nothing, up to toe. Why? You want change, I want change. Why do you run to America? Why do you run to Canada? Why do you run to Spain? Why are you comfortable in the US and UK? You are not comfortable in your own country. If they can cause and abuse and chant death,
you know that narrative of why did you run from Nigeria? It's a tired narrative, because people live internationally. Everybody in the people of the United Kingdom, half of them live in Spain. A lot of them live in Thailand. They're all over. So everybody lives everywhere.
No.
How many of them is in Nigeria? 1 month.
A lot of them are. A lot of Lebanese live in Nigeria. A lot of Europeans live in Nigeria.
Lebanese, imagine.
Okay. Let me change my word. The word change. Let me use the word Japa. We all Japa. Okay, I am in Dubai right now, in UAE. We can't get visa. I can't come back on vacation. Everything is just hell shit. You see, what surprised me is that Siriki, is it the Sirika, the Minister of Aviation? The Minister, he want to sell our Nigerian national carrier to Ethiopia. Who does that? Don't we think? Tinubu, when they killed this man, how do you call him? He was the first man where Fulani herdsmen used the data to do test run in Yoruba land. Did Tinubu say anything? Tinubu went for instance, He ran to Canada, I mean to is it to UK, to France, came back and say, I'm still the Jagaban. You see the pomposity, you see the arrogancy. If someone who lost the election, it's not because it's bad or it's not a good governor, it's because of Tinubu. Tinubu owns Lagos. He owns Lagos. And on my own perspective, by now, every indigenous of Lagos State should have been enrolled for payment, like to pay them, like citizenship token, like, tips. Everybody deserves that.
All right. I don't really know what you're talking about, but let me tell you what will happen. On the 29th of May, Tinubu will be sworn in as president. And of course, on the 18th of March, Sanwo-Olu will be re-elected as the governor of Lagos State. So Tinubu will get everything that he wants. But what is going to go forward is that this election will be the Awolowo narrative of this generation of the Eastern space. So as they brought the Awolowo story from the Biafra Day to this point, this will now substitute as the next storyline of treachery from the Southwest for this generation of the Easterners going forward. So that's what's going to happen. But Tinubu will be sworn in, of course, and Sanwo-Olu will be returned. Those things will happen.
Can I ask Miss Joyce a question? Because
Miss Joyce, it's not Miss Joyce now. Do you want to change that name?
I will change it later, but no problem. Igilo.
Igilo,
yes, Mr. Igilo. Yes, because you group me, Thomas, Kulata into one group. But let me just ask the question. Yes. From the start, before the election, we were predicting the outcomes. At least over 90% correct all through. While we were doing it, we were consistently receiving insults all through. In the comment section, some people even come on the live stream and just straight up insult us. We did not celebrate, we did not gloat. We went all through and we gave our analysis and it majorly came out. So if it were you, would you not also celebrate after the victory? Because it seems like you're trying to demonize us for celebrating. What would you do?
I'm sorry. Let me interject on that. Sorry.
No,
now let me say
we're completely away from the topic now, but go on and then we get back.
Even I personally had to leave the platform for a while because of the insults were too much.
The truth is that you don't receive any insult more than obedience received here, because the truth is that this platform majorly, especially people that is on panels, are mostly people that are supporting either Tinubu or trying to pretend anyway. But the thing is that the tribal card, like I've said it before, this election made me realize one thing. That's why I'm not really been open in talking about who's winning. Made me realize that we are just wasting our time with this Nigeria called of a thing. The tribal sentiment that I'm seeing now, it's something that I didn't even imagine that would be possible in this era. But if it's coming out now, and it's just sad to say that we are definitely wasting our time, and it's better we realize it early. The sooner we realize it, the better for us. That's just it.
Hold on now, Des. Where are you seeing that tribal sentiment from?
Well, at least we have an example today. We saw the burning of a market, the Alaba or something that's mostly dominated of Igbo people, and you saw all the whole tribal tune that have been sort of growing rapidly since this election started. It's been one tribal thing to the other, and now look at this Vivo guy.
Do you see the tribal whatever it is that you see? Do you see it as one directional?
It's not. That's why I'm saying that if this is coming out in this era that I never thought would be possible, I thought is more like the 50s or the 60 up should be
is it news to you that that Nigerians are lying along tribal lines? Is this something that
No,
you've just
it's not
has
new.
it just come to you
No,
that
no, it's not new, one man. The thing is that the younger age hasn't really
who would
engaged.
you say is the most tribal in Nigeria?
Um, at first, I was thinking it was the Hausas, but this election kind of, showed me everybody is the tribal ones, mostly. But this election showed me that the Yorubas and the Igbos are tribal too. But the sense was that, you know, even if they were tribal, is the era that was like maybe in their 70s, in their 60s, that should be that tribal. But this election, when someone young as Soli comes out and have this tribal tone, then I come to understand that
What is
really,
my tribal tone? Please, what is my saying the truth?
Hold on.
Is saying
Can
the
you?
truth my
Oh my
tribal tone?
God!
You guys
I'm going
don't
to have
like to
to.
hear the truth. You don't want to
No,
hear the
no.
truth. You call me
Can
tribal
you?
for saying the truth.
All
like I
right.
was saying,
Yeah, good.
yeah, when you see young people online, you check their age limit, you see they're like in their 30s, their 20s.
Are you tribal?
No, one man, I can tell you I'm not.
But
Um,
you support Peter Obi, who just by coincidence has to happen to be your tribesman.
yeah, if it's someone else, if Peter B
No,
wasn't
no,
here,
yeah, no. Don't give us
uh,
this.
the
Oshibando.
Osibanjo, I
Don't.
know that's
Yeah,
what
no,
I'm.
no.
I'm
Yeah,
not talking about
don't do
Osibanjo.
that.
I'm
So
saying if
if you are saying it's a coincidence that Peter will be your candidate, just happens to be your
One
tribe.
man.
Yeah, if you say
yeah,
that it's a coincidence that Peter Obi, who
okay,
happens to be your tribesman, just happens to be your candidate,
okay,
nothing
one man,
tribal.
one
So
man. This is
why is it tribal? If
this is why I will counter you
hold
on
on,
that.
hold on, let me land the question. If you supporting your tribesman is nothing tribal, why would you why is Thomas supporting somebody that shares the same tribal stock as himself? Why is that
Okay,
tribal?
I would answer your question because of the P2B statement you just made. I
Yes.
mean, there have been some Igbos that have contested for presidency, and for a fact, I didn't support them. That doesn't make me tribal. P2B is just a unique person to me. Do you understand? That is why I'm supporting him. Nothing tribal about him.
Well,
Let's get
I've
that fact
supported
straight.
Atiku. I've supported Kingsley
Yeah,
Moghalu.
I mean that is fine. If
So
you if
it's
you're
not unique or
supported
peculiar to
Atiku,
you.
and I'm just saying the tribal. I'm not saying it may be because of you. You might be tribal. I don't know. You kind
No,
of
no,
have that.
I'm just trying to highlight the inherent hypocrisy in what you're saying, and we
Uh,
hear it from people who support Obi.
but
A
I'm
lot
not
of
being
people.
hypocritical.
No, no, but you are being somewhat. You are saying you support your clansman, but that's not for reasons of tribe. But others who support somebody with the same tribal stock as them, they are tribal. Is that not
Okay.
hypocritical?
No, it's not. I
It's
didn't say
not.
that because I never said because you're supporting Tinubu or whatever that makes you tribal. I'm saying some of the words coming out from people's mouths. I'm not talking about because you're supporting this particular person that's making you tribal. The words that people speak, like some words you make, that shows they are tribal, not because you're supporting a particular candidate. Let's get that straight. Um,
Like what? Words like what?
words like this Easterners or this
Are
when
you not
when
Igbo
you
Easterners?
see
people,
no
Igbo
no
people,
Are you not
Igbo
Igbo
people,
these
people?
Igbo people,
Are you not
this
Igbo
Igbo
people,
people?
listen, can I say
this
something?
migrant, this migrant.
These migrants, all these words
Who
coming out
said this?
from
No, no, you are just.
um
Oh
no no
God.
no
Anyway,
I'm enigmatic. I've said it once, so I'm not just saying it because I'm trying
no,
to make this
Enigmatic
up.
did not say it, and I heard some
One
elements
man,
repeating
one
that
man,
on
one man, one man, one man,
Rudolph's platform.
one man.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
when when the Yorubas say the Igbo people are coming to say Lagos is a no man's land. Even me, I am from Cross River State, Calabar, from Ogoja. I share boundary with the thieves, the TV, the Doma. I mean, the Doma, which is the Two Face and the David Mark. We speak same language with Yala, where I came from. We trek to Idoma, we share land, we school. There are people school in my place. They they live and go back. So what I'm trying to say is that when we came to Lagos, we say Lagos is a no man's land. Like we say America is a no man's land. What it means is that Lagos don't care for you. You are there for your own self. But the Yorubas now turn it down and say Igbo means no man's land, means they can come and inherit Lagos and take over. No. You see, Tinubu is a person, is the architect of all these lies, and it's not good. No man's land to my own.
Brother, why are you over focused on Tinubu? Why are you over focused on Tinubu?
Because he is the architect of all this. Is for all this bigot, this ideology of.
How do you say that with all your confidence? Were you there when he was designing it?
We don't have to be there. We are saying how it plays out. Okay,
let me. You don't have to be there.
Let me ask you a question.
And by the way, if Enigmatic said people are migrants into Lagos, everybody that is not indigenous to Lagos has migrated there, including myself and yourself.
Including the Tinubu himself.
Let me say
the Tinubu himself.
Enigmatic did not use the word migrant. He more of used immigrant. There's a
exactly.
Yeah. No, he corrected himself. It was because I remember that day quite clearly. It was a text that we were reading that used that word, which he then said and then corrected himself. But he's not here to defend himself. But let's bring it back on topic. Let's bring it back.
That's different. That's out of the case, though.
You were the one that shut him down, saying no, he's not allowed. Change it. You shut him down. That day I was listening. You shut him down. You said no, that was not good. Before he changed the word. Okay? That is just it.
The thing is that if it's kind of sad, understandably it's kind of sad that the whole when election comes, you see all these tribal tones coming out, saying this person, Yorubas. I mean, it's even worse to imagine that a Yoruba person is denying his own brother because of politics. It's more like trying to make me wonder what is going on here. I don't know, one man. I mean, someone can try to explain it to my understanding.
Which Yoruba
person? You can call him Chinedu. You can call him whatever you want.
What do you mean you can call him? Is it not his name?
It's his name, one man.
Yes. So what crime is being committed?
I have cousins that their names are Adetutu or something like that.
Then you call them Adetutu.
Does it make them less evil?
Yeah, no. But what crime is being committed when his name is Chinedu and you call him Chinedu?
It's the context. It's the context.
It's
the context in which
you use it. You use it. That's the problem. But I'm just saying. When I've seen a lot of this shit on Twitter, and it's sometimes it's even making some good Yorubas angry, because you guys are not even making the matter easier for what's his name, Sawolu. You're making it worse, because people that are more reasoning will be like, why are you guys doing this? Why are you guys calling this guy Igbo? Then get more angry. You're not doing it for us. You're making the matter worse for the guy you're trying to help. That's what I'm saying. This era that we are in, I never thought that the so-called Gen Zs or whatever would stoop so low to the tribe. That's why
sorry, are the Gen Zs, are they from Mars? Are they from Pluto?
No. I'm just saying, I never thought it would be in this extent that they would be having this tribal tone. That's why I said
are the Gen Zs not Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, etc.? Are they Klingons?
That's why I said this election made me realize that we are just playing. The truth is just my own truth. But whether we like it or not, sooner or later, we understand that all these stuffs, whether it takes 20 years, whether it takes 30 years, we'll understand one day that all we have been doing is playing. Everybody should just try and go its way. It's the truth, whether we
Then,
like it or
Mama,
not.
can I interject, please?
They should, oh yeah, let's hear from you, Fash. Yeah, come in, Fash.
Yeah. Good day, everyone on the
Good
platform.
day.
Let's
We've
please
not even
like and
started the
share,
session
please.
yet. Yeah, we've not even started, but carry on. Yeah, we carry on. It goes like
Yeah.
that.
Okay. To me, my own opinion, I don't blame the Yorubas that are pushing back, because if you look at it properly, it's because of security. They felt insecure. Like if you look back, Yoruba and the Igbos, we've been having political rivalry for long, and you've been hearing of all these. Lagos is no man's land, whatever. And if you look at the Igbos antecedent, not if we go to the north, we hear same thing. The northern are saying same thing about them. If you go to rivers, saying same thing about them, and you can't expect the Yorubas to just allow him. And besides, he doesn't understand Yoruba
Hello, one man,
properly.
please. I need to speak into this space, please.
Yeah, let me just finish, please. So, his mom is from the southeast. He can speak Igbo. He can speak Yoruba, and you've seen all his tweets, and he's tweeted towards Igbo kind of. Yoruba people will react now. Everybody mafura now. It's no, I don't blame
No,
them.
Fash.
It's just
Yoruba wo
yeah.
ló ń fura? That's the question. Ṣé Yorùbá Èkó
You
ló
know,
ń fura ni àbí
do you know?
Yorùbá
Do you know? Do you know
Ogun
what's
State?
annoying?
General,
Do you know what's
general
annoying? Yeah.
Yoruba.
You know what's
Yoruba. Why
annoying?
should it be
No,
general
hold on,
Yoruba?
Des.
That's the
Hold
question.
on, Des. Yeah.
Why should it be general Yoruba? That's what I don't understand. Me as a Lagosian going, why is it should it be general Yoruba?
Because they feel that the culture is being affronted.
Because the culture and the culture of Lagos is it only Yoruba?
One man.
Well, what's the culture of Lagos?
You know what's annoying? What's annoying is that.
Hold on now. Somebody else is talking now. Des, what's going on? Yeah.
Adi being his mother was from Rivers or Delta State, there won't have been any problem. Yes.
Are you serious, Fash?
You see the tribal tone that I just said.
No, it's not about tribal. It's because there has been rivalry between the Igbo and Yoruba. That's the problem. It's not because his mother is from Igbo side. Had it been his mother was from
these are the
Rivers
narratives
or
all those
State.
older people will be telling you don't marry.
No.
Ẹgbẹ́ 21st century being disturb everybody. And you guys are not in the country.
This is what we call self-preservation. Had it been it has been to the other side, I know my Igbo brother, they won't allow it. They are just playing mind game. I'm just telling you. That's my opinion, and nobody can take it away from me.
Let me tell you, if there's self-preservation in any culture, the first thing you do is you use your language to teach in your primary school, secondary school, down to university. We are using English in Nigeria to teach, so there's no self-preservation again. That's why you have children. That's why you have Yoruba children whose fathers and even what's it called? Uncles cannot speak Yoruba.
One voice. Yeah.
Cannot speak Yoruba.
Please, I want to say something.
I'm asking you a question. Do you have
one voice?
And even the Lagos State National Assembly.
Wait, I have a question for you.
The Lagos State National Assembly, they use
uncles whose children cannot speak Yoruba?
Even my sister, I had to call her today that that your child, he doesn't live abroad, he can't speak Yoruba properly. Can you see it now? If by in the future you want to contest for anything, if they go against him, me too, I'll go against him. I told her mom today. I told his mom
brother,
today. I told his mom today.
Fatai, Nkota answer you that Yoruba culture is part of linear society.
Wait.
No.
I don't like to.
The fact that is very, very wrong.
No. I'm not supporting the Omoale. I'm supporting the Omoale. I'm not saying the pushback as in maybe the fear in Yoruba. You understand?
It is my section. You people are taking all my section. Please, I want to say something. I want to ask something.
Hold on. Igilo. Land that point and then let's hear from Fatai, and then we come back to Igilo.
Don't blame the Yorubas that are scared of him, please.
Okay. I wanted to ask that.
Hold on, Igilo. Let's hear from Fatai, and then you pick it up after that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, one man. Actually, me personally, I don't like to get too deep into all the tribal stuff and like that. But if you benchmark it at language, I think it's a good place, right? I think there is always this over expectation in Nigeria. Like, you're not going to tell me that you're going to be, I don't know, president of America or governor of New York City, and you speak not a word of English. It's not even that he doesn't speak Yoruba good. I think, if I remember, I stand to be corrected, I think he couldn't even pronounce the name Eko correctly. Eko, just the name of Lagos in Yoruba. I think he couldn't pronounce it correctly. So
listen to him attempt.
And I'll say Eko Edide. And I'll say Eko Edide.
All right.
So can you believe that? They cannot even, the name, just basic. I don't even say complicated to speak like Thomas or to speak like one man. Just the name of the place. The name of the place. It doesn't matter how your child your child did not learn to speak the language, that you cannot even pronounce the name. And also, everybody is making this boogie argument that, oh, do you know somebody who is a Yoruba and doesn't speak Yoruba because they are speaking English, they are born abroad, right? We're not saying it's not a crime if you don't speak Yoruba. So if you're going to be governor, especially with the way Nigeria, the constitution of Nigeria, do you know if there is a king, if there is a new king, the governor is the one responsible for, I don't remember exactly, I think the governor has to sign some papers or has to be the one to do something. So you're going to be installing the kings in a space and you don't even speak the language. I don't think we should, people should, I think it's a good debate. I'm not going to vote, right? So I'm not saying, if I'm going to vote now, I will have concrete opinion. If the people are going to vote in Lagos. Yeah.
You see let's even go outside politics. You see a player that maybe is coming from Germany to go play for England that doesn't know how to speak English. Would you say because the person don't know how to speak English, he shouldn't be a player? When he knows how to play football, when he can let's pray he can blend and make the team better.
No, that's just a ludicrous analogy. Ignore that. Carry on. Round up your thoughts and then we go back to
the basic point I would say is, I think it's a better comparison. If you think you can become the president of America, you don't speak a word of English. You cannot even call America. You cannot pronounce America correctly. That say America. You can't even pronounce it correctly. I think good luck to you if you're going to be president of America.
No, all right, brilliant. So back to Igilo.
Do you know why I said that? Sorry.
Don't take us. No. Sorry, Igilo. Sorry, Des. Let's just go back. It's a ludicrous analogy.
Let me finish. No. Let me finish. If you can't just insult me and let me.
All right, but you only don't make yourself look sillier, though. But carry on. Yeah.
For you, I'm looking sillier, but it's fine. Why I said this is that it doesn't matter what language the person speaks. What you guys are looking at the lower picture of it. The higher picture of things is, can this person actually make Lagos a new London? Or Lagos,
but it can't. It can't. Also, it can't.
You don't know. You've never even read his manifesto. So how?
No, we read this. He has no CV.
Come here and seen his manifesto.
Hold on now. He doesn't have a CV.
Oh man. Okay, sorry. Continue.
All right, back to Igilo. No CV, no language. No, but carry on. Igilo, round off your thoughts, and then we go on to Zita.
No, okay, thank you, Mama. You see, you cannot put that kind of guy with such a pedigree underground like that. Labour Party are not fool to see so many millions of people in Lagos State and decided to pick that guy. The guy, what say? The only thing is that he's a very young man, very vibrant guy. But for me, and in general, we love Sanwo-Olu. The only hatred for Sanwo-Olu and for Lagos is on Tinubu. If Tinubu leave that space, believe me, Lagos will be so free like air, like everybody will love the space. But the anger, the agitation is all on Tinubu because Tinubu has played a very dirty game right from time since he came to government. That is it. My second point is that you guys were just focusing on Chinedu, Igbo guy, Nyamiri. What about Buhari? Buhari is not from Nigeria, he's from Niger. What about Baba, the vice president of Labour Party? He's not from Nigeria, he's from Mauritius. And the brother, what about the Sanusi, the former
No, it's from Mauritania, not Mauritius.
Mauritania. What about Sanusi, the former emir? You understand? Ganduje himself, where is he from? He's from Chad. So all these people, but they have come to Nigeria, they have made Nigeria their home, but they do not want us the South to make the South our home. They keep dividing us. And this thing started right from Usman Danfodia to Tafawa Bello, how they call it, Tafa Bello, Abi, whatever, where you saw the interview in London where he said, if you see a man in a labor camp, he want to be the hitman. It's better I go and hire a laborer from China to give me work. So that narrative has been there, and they have always parleyed with the Yorubas to sing that narrative, to sustain that narrative. Now it has come to full play, and you see that we keep fighting ourselves, and they're not. They just sit down and laugh at us. They say Nyamri, Omibo, Nyamri. They call us names. You understand? Why is it that they not can sit down and form an alliance peacefully? Not West, not East. It is now that they're not central based on the killing. Okay, look, I'm so ashamed of the South that the Yorubas cannot make the Fulani their enemy. Rather, they choose the Igbo. Igbo man has never killed a Yoruba man before. In the farm, in the bush, in the store.
Why would the Yorubas hold on? Why would the Yorubas make the Northerners their enemy?
Okay, let me start with number one. I don't want to go back to history of 1550s or 1440s. Fulani men came to Yoruba land and killed Fashoranti's daughter. They used her to do test run in Yoruba land. They came to Lagos. A bomb blew in Lagos in one of the schools run by Catholic Church, one boarding school. They blew that place. More than 50 people, 30-something students, kids, women, children died there. Didn't say
where in Lagos, please?
I've forgotten the place. I've forgotten that place actually.
No. It's just this is from Igbo Times magazine.
No.
Carry on.
Come on, one man.
No. Carry on.
Okay, fine. Tinubu didn't say a word. There was investigation. They all admitted that it was a bomb because they find particles of bomb. Nothing happened.
It happened in Kano, not Lagos. It happened in Kano.
No, in Lagos State. In Lagos State.
No. Let him. All right. Sorry. Let him just carry on. I want to move. I want to move on to Zeta. So let him just land.
Is right too.
All right. Okay. Carry on, Nigelo.
Okay, fine. Igboho was fighting for Dandaldi of Fulani. How they call him? Is it the Ganga, Ibarakpa, everything, killing, fighting? Yorubas never made Fulani their enemy. How come Yorubas are making Igbo? Igbo never killed anybody. Igbo only came to the market.
Why are you suggesting that the Yorubas are making Igbos their enemies? You know the number one tribe within Nigeria that the Yorubas marry into are the Igbo tribes. The family bond between the Yorubas and Igbos is actually not even actual physical family bonds. The average Yoruba man, he has family in by virtue of marriage in Igbo land. So I'm not quite sure where you are saying this.
No. For a woman, you may not be aware. Just you are trying to be very polite and like social. How do you call it? To be friendly or whatever. But the truth is that if the Yorubas, if the Fulanis and Hausa love Yoruba so much, What have they come to do in the Yoruba land? Dangote came to your land, install refinery, install seaport, whatever. They are milking the Yoruba. They are milking the southern and taking it to the north. Do you know there's a dry seaport in Kanabi, in Borno? There's no seaport in the south. The reason why the Awusas planning are fighting the southern because they do not want port to move to the southeast or to the south, and they are using Yoruba to come to actualize that their dream, so that the south, which is when I mean south, I mean the south and the southeast, to grow. They keep that impunity on, and Tinubu is in full support of that. Because, okay, look at, you can imagine Buhari authorized the building of a new seaport in Ekpe, the biggest. What about the one in the southeast and the south? No one is working.
What do you mean? What do you mean? On is working? Is on not working?
On is a seaport. How many container ships can go there? How many ships are going there?
A lot is the answer. A lot.
Okay, in my state, Calabar, the first seaport, the first port, is it working?
It is.
No, come on. I'm from Calabar. I'm from Niger Delta. Do you know?
Well, then you should know that it's working.
In Lagos State, I live in Lagos for more than 10 years before I travel. They call me Omebo. Do you know I can't rent a house in Lagos without going to meet one, how they call it, caretaker? I have to bribe the caretaker with so much money, buy drinks, call some elders.
Is that only for you or for anybody looking to rent a house?
That is the stigma they have for Igbo. As long as they ask you, where are you from? I'm from Calabar. Omiboni. Bibo. They just stigmatize you and they make you. So what is so bad in the Igbo? What is so bad? Igbo came to Lagos and industrialized the place. Look at the best houses in Lagos. It's Biba Igbo. Okay.
Where are you getting that from? Who told you that?
Brother, don't say that. You said you don't want to.
It's just wild. It's just wild. You're from a planet. Unique and peculiar to yourself.
I stay with E-Money. I work with E-Money with KC Limpopo for so many years. So before I traveled from their house. Till today, I spoke with them. Whenever they come to Dubai, I meet them, we talk, whatever. They build their best house. My point is that if the Yorubas love Hausa so much and Fulani, why are they not intermarrying? Why?
Yeah, but they are. Who told you they are not?
Never. Okay.
What do you mean never? One of our members on this platform is married to a Fulani woman.
One of. But you say one of. But Igbo, you can count in millions, in thousands. But look, why don't we? Why are we? Buhari is not from Nigeria, but yet nobody has ever called him by name and say, "Oh, don't rule Nigeria." We know all this truth. Okay, but please, before you end my this thing, why I came on is to celebrate Obi. Dex, were you the one that bet for Obi that he will come first or second?
Yeah.
In short, you are my man. In short, I love you so much. In short, if I can share your loss, believe me, I will do. You understand? But I came here.
It wasn't the money that was the problem. It was the fact that I wanted to see an Enigmatic lose, and that's what I achieved.
Okay. I came here to shame Enigmatic, Kulata, Thomas, my number one person is Emeka. So to shame them that okay, even one man himself is part of the crew too. You guys are not actually sincere to Obi. Obi came under 6 months. Do you know that Obi won 34 House of Assembly member, 6 senators? Who does that? Give him praise. Give him praise. Give the person when they can't fit. Give him praise. You gotta try. We love Obi. We want change. I am.
Do you know what second place is? Do you know what second place is in any competition? Do you know what second place is?
A second place is the second best player.
No. The second place is the first loser.
Okay, fine.
There's no such thing as try in a competition. There is only one winner, and everybody else is a loser. From the second man is the first loser, and then they cascade down. So Obi is a loser. He lost. So what are we talking about?
Okay, fine. But one man, if you are sincere to yourself, do you know that if this election had went the way we wanted, Obi would have won this election?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't.
Okay.
You know. Let me just say this.
Mm.
Obi did not actually come third in that election. He came fourth. He came
Hmm.
fourth because a lot of the votes, a good 80% of the votes in the Southeast, it should be discounted. And as we're going forward, a lot of them will be discounted as they start to interrogate the Inec server. So forget Obi. Obi did nothing. A lot of rigging went on in Lagos State. A lot of padded numbers. Obi committed, the Labour Party committed a lot of electoral atrocities. The whole of the Southeast, all of the results needs to be cancelled, and
Well,
Lagos needs to be totally re-examined.
One man, you're
You know,
sounding very funny. One man.
so forget.
please, one man, please. I'm sorry to say, you are the one. You are now saying Obi rigged the election, and you are the one that are laughing. You, Thomas, are laughing Obi that Obi don't have structure. He just came. Where will he go? How will he?
Hold on. Wait, I'm not the one saying Obi rigged the election. Obi himself, he told us he rigged the election. Let's hear from him.
My name is Vera.
Okay, Afai.
My name is Ngozi.
So which party did you vote for?
P2B.
P2B, that is Labour Party. Can I see your voter's card? All right, and you voted for P2B?
Yes.
Meaning you are obedient?
Yeah, I vote for P2B. I am
Keep Afai. Okay, this is Nnamdi and Ifeanyi. Along, you got some voter's card, eh? Okay. Keep Afai. Okay, K party vote to me. Labour Party keep vote to me. So you are obedient. That's very good. Can you voter's card also? K voter's card, eh? Okay, K party vote to me.
Labour Party.
I'm not the one accusing P2B of cheating. Obi himself is a self-confessed rigger. That's what it is. But there it is.
Let me interrogate this.
Hold on. You have to let other people speak there, sir. So go on, Iglo.
Okay, one man. You see, I love this. You see, I did not love it because they voted for Obi. I loved it because the South are beginning to understand the politics of the Northerners. One man, why didn't you show the line in Kano, Kaduna, and Jigawa where Kit, a policeman, was interrogated? The policeman said that guy is cheated by age, is not underage. In the North, why didn't you show that underage in the North? More than 50 children in the North. So I am happy, not because they voted for B, but I'm happy because we, the South, should start playing the politics of the Northerner, where they think that a cow can vote in the North, but in the South, a fish cannot vote. We can also have.
Egalo, wait.
No, hold on. This, yes, we know they are doctors, they are actors. It's APC. It's APC propaganda.
One man, let me say something. If you can bring a video, you know why I love Southeast there.
Yeah.
There is a place. There is why Southeast. Most of them have you call them fair. They see themselves as people that always want to be fair. If you can show me one video of these people standing in line voting, then I will believe that video. Even if it's one person.
All right, thank you. So it's all doctored and made up. Sorry, Randolph. I want to move on. Randolph Iglo.
Okay. So my point is that I'm happy that we, the South, too, have to start adopting this system of voting in the South, because this is what the North, we all saw it play out. So I'm not justifying the fact that these kids are voting for South. In the South, believe me, the only region that are so fair during the election where you see a brother can fight a brother because of one person or because of this is the South. In the North, you can never see a brother being angry for a brother. They all align in one post, in one position, in one idea, in one ideology to fight for the all their, you see, anything in the North is against the South. Whatever they do in the North is against the South. If Obi was in the North, believe me, the momentum that it will get, you'll be shocked. But since it's from the Saudi Igbo, it's a problem. So in the North, everything goes. But in the South, no, they start talking about competence, capacity, underage, whatever. Okay, I want to ask a question. Did you hear that in the North, there was complaint of beavers not working, or there's no Inec server is not upload. No, the only place you can hear that is in the region where there is Christian dominance, where they feel that they will be or Labour Party, or they're going to vote against PDP or APC. That is the only place in the north you will see where there will be sabotage. But in the south, sabotage everywhere, everywhere. Played by who? The North and the APC Yoruba people. I'm sorry to say Yoruba. I mean Tinubu. That's what I mean Yoruba. The Tinubu stuff. So this is just the truth. But we in the South, we keep doing Mr. Holy Holy. See, the very first time where the church in the South has ever come out to say, want to vote now. We, the church, want to say, vote this person now. Look at the outcry in Nigeria. Hey, why is the church now standing? The church is a holy place. But in the North, this is what they do. On Friday in the mosque, they sit down, they tell them what to do. So now, where is the population again? They say, oh, we have why didn't Tinubu win 20 million in the North? Because they say once Tinubu align with the North, he's gone. Everything is okay. Where are the millions now in the North? Where are the millions? Obi now is among the people who want millions in the North, even in 2 states in the North. So look, I want to end my point. I'm happy for Obi for winning 36 House of Assembly member, 6 senators. Even if Obi did not go to president, it's okay. My prayer is that Obi should come back 2027 to take his mandate. Now he has structure, the structure that they are looking for, the structure that they have been singing. Oh, even Sanwo-Olu is shaking. Look at how he's shaking, panicking because of labor, not because they are panicking. So I'm happy for what is happening now. Now we have it. Now labor is no more a fourth force, I be a fifth force. It's now a fifth force now. I'm happy for it. So even though we lose in court, no problem. Let Tinubu be the grandmaster of the South. Let him come and do that thing, and Tinubu will never restructure the country. That is what we don't want him. We want the country to be structured. Tinubu want to still keep.
Oh, all right. Thank you. You're going into new territories now, but thank you. Good to meet you, Igilo. Stay with us. Let's move the conversation on to Zita, who no doubt will have a different inflection on the politics as it obtains. So Zita, just as early as yesterday, we were speculating that the governorship election will have to be moved forward, or is it backwards? Because, of course, these are lawsuits that held the BVAS to hostage, and Inec could not work on it. So they've now gotten permission from the courts to work on the BVAS, but the elections are in 2 days' time, and of course, they've now had to move it forward. So what are you then making then of the rescheduling of the governorship elections, Zita?
I didn't even like the fact that it was rescheduled. They would have just done it, because all those IT stuff, I told you that that thing is not supposed to be given out. But I don't know, it's still INEC property. If they want to give it out, that's fine. But when an IT, a soft something leaves the domain to another place, it might be altered. But that is left for INEC to decide. So at the end of the day, they have to go back to send the information at the beavers to the back end so that they can upload for gubernatorial election. And that will take them 1 week, right, to do that, so that they can do the election. That's okay. One man. Hello?
Oh, sorry, I'd muted myself and I was talking. I was inviting that INEC being able to move the data from the BVAS. Does that in itself provide that window of opportunity to corrupt the information there? Because
no. Unless INEC want to corrupt it, no, it shouldn't. It shouldn't be now. They have what they. I don't know if somebody who is conversant with this IT stuff, they have what they call audit tray. Even if they touch it, the guys should get their IT expert to check whether in the audit tray anything happened. So they shouldn't. Why would they?
My sister, can I contribute?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, you're totally right, right? There's nothing that goes on the hardware that cannot be. It's recovery tools. There are many recovery tools depending on how. If you give it to the FBI, they will bring all the data that were previously on that hard drive before. But even the larger point is this, right? All of this is propaganda that, if they transfer the thing on the beavers to the server, they will corrupt it. Corrupt what? Who is interested to corrupt beavers? Look, the last time one man I was in Dr. Damages, right? If they had given me time to talk, maybe it would have been, it was free opinion. They would have got it. What is happening this week now, right? I was going to talk, and what I want to talk about actually is happening right now this week. So Beavers is just an accreditation machine, right? It has no value after that. There is no vote there. Why do you want to corrupt it? Corrupt it for what? What's the point to corrupt it? Corrupt what? You want to increase the number of accredited voters, or you want to reduce it? What's the point to corrupt? What's the point? All of this is just for a show. Oh, Beavers.
Yeah,
Beavers is not the
actually,
point.
sorry to come in. Actually, our voting is not done electronically.
Exactly.
So
what's
the
the point?
hard
They want to
copy
corrupt
is
Beavers.
even more important than what is going on the Beaver, because on the Beaver, it will only tell you the number of people who are accredited.
Thank you. That's the point I'm making. So what's the point for somebody to corrupt it? It's all propaganda.
It's all what it is. One man, next question.
No, all right. So Atiku loads up 19 SAN to battle for that space, but a lot of people seem to forget that Atiku is in this mix. Do you see from hold on? Do you see from the body language that Atiku is really pushing to recover anything, or is it just keeping up with the Joneses and fulfilling all righteousness, just waiting for Peter Obi to surrender so he can throw his hands up as well? Do you think Atiku is really contending anything, or is just saving face?
I don't even know why all this problem. From the one they told them to come together, they refused. You were won. You didn't win anything. You lost. You divided yourself into 4 places. Of course, your vote will be shared into 4 places. Atiku would have just won this election clean. I'm telling you, but they divided themselves into 4 places and shared their vote into 4 places. So what is all this politics all about? I don't understand, honestly. He should go to court now. All of them should go to court. In fact, 18 of them should go to court.
Do you think all these lawsuits, do you think it's tainting both the electoral process itself? Because a lot of 355 billion naira was expended on this exercise, and the way people are trying to nitpick at it, you would think that it was a total travesty. But the Nigerian Bar Association, they've congratulated the electoral process. They've given it an 80% pass rate. And the international observers are saying it's a marked improvement from what has previously obtained. But the way the obedient space are trying to rubbish the whole exercise off the back that something was not uploaded in due time, do you think they are going to diminish the integrity of this heavily fought for and highly expensive process?
One man, when I talk sometimes, people will say I'm hard. They start throwing rocks at me. But that is me. From the one, when this election was conducted, I told you people, this is the closest we have come to democracy. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if it is not free and fair the way people claim, why are they gingering what next they can do in a gubernatorial election? So they still believe they have power. So if you think your power was taken away 2 weeks ago, how did you get it again? I mean, I don't understand. Honestly, sincerely speaking, this is the closest Nigeria has come to democracy, where power is being given to people. Yes, it's not 100% correct. It's not 100% effective. There are some problems here and there, but at least we have taken one step. It's better than what we used to have before. And as I said it yesterday, and I'm saying it again, everybody gingering, we can do this, we can do this. Yes, we kick this way. Hey, we got 36 senators. Hey, we got 400 senators. People will get 10 senators. Hey, these people will be kicked out. Why are we saying that? It's just because of the electoral law. The power is back to the people. But normally, when you don't win, nobody praises the process that failed him. It's a normal thing. But saying that this election is the worst Nigeria has ever had, I don't know which one was better than this, honestly. Even Obasanjo, that would have been maybe a little bit fair in his words, who told us we do or die affair and did whatever, to the extent that the person that won came out to fault the process that brought him. I mean, I don't get it, but it is what it is now. Buhari has done his own part. Let them go to court. The important thing is that the election can never be cancelled. There is no way Supreme Court will say election is cancelled. No. They will look at the holes, pick out the ones they want to pick, add the ones they want to add, and off they go. It's as simple as ABC. But I think this is the closest Nigeria has come to democracy. And everybody knows that. We all know that. That's why everybody is still
this is
gubernatorial election. Huh?
And I was just going to say, this is certainly the most transparent we've yet had an election. The election played out in open glare. Everybody saw what happened. So I'm not sure that we've ever had it this
I'm
transparent.
not saying it's perfect.
Yeah.
Before they start throwing rocks at me, I'm not saying it is perfect. I don't even care about their rocks anyway. But I'm not saying it is perfect. I'm not even saying it is 80%. But what I am saying is that this is the closest we have gotten to democracy. And we all...
No, let her have her space.
We all in this platform, we know that is true. That is why we are still gingering up. They are afraid of obedience. We have shown them. We got that. They're afraid of us. They're panicking because the power is still in your hands. If the power is not in your hands, you won't be saying that. That is the truth. But let's stop contradicting everything. I'm not saying it's 100%, but we still have the power. The electorate still have the power. And they know it. And that's why they're talking tough. They're even saying that some people are panicking because they have the power. So why don't you give credit to who credit is due? And let's move on. I'm not saying it's fantastic or it's fantabulous, but I'm not stopping anybody from saying anything you want to say because you lost. You have the right to feel that way. Oh, it's normal. But I still say this is the closest we have come to democracy.
I think so too. But Zita, one of our subscribers has sent in a clip that he would like you to respond to. So I'll play you that clip in a moment. But before I play you that clip, Zita, what do you think the political space is afraid of regarding the obedient space? Because there's a sense of walking on eggshells as far as the obedient space is concerned by the political space. And my thoughts, my consideration is that they don't want the violence that space can ignite. And that is why they're threading carefully. It's not that they cannot contain the violence, but they would just rather it did not happen because it would tarnish this election. So I mean, what do you theorize, or do you even concede that the political space is walking on eggshells somewhat around Obi and his posse?
One man. Let me say what I said before. Obedient or no obedient, I'm telling you that the politicians are scared because they have seen that the power is in the hand of the voters now. That's just the truth. Even people supporting APC, if they see any APC candidate that has something wrong with him, they might not vote him. The same thing with obedience. You see what Aisha, that lady, tweeted this morning or yesterday. She was saying, God forbid, that they need competency. I think she was trying to campaign something for one other guy in Enugu State or something, that they are not out to vote because you are a party. They are voting competence, something like that. So it is what it is. The power is in the hands of the voters, not only obedient, all the voters in Nigeria. The power is in their hands. So the politicians are scared. That's why I said this is the closest we come to democracy. Why we are politicians are scared of the voters. It has never happened before. It has never happened before.
Madam, can I just interject 1 second? By the way, Madam, you remember that day I agreed with you about like this is the closest to a free and fair election, right? Not that it's perfect, but at least in the minimum, I am very sure it's better than the election that brought Umaru Yar'Adua in. So in that regard, it's not the worst. But regarding this question, one man that you asked, I don't understand where this fear, this narrative always is coming from, like the violence. If you remember that day, one man on the day of the election, I was saying, don't worry about it. Look, Nigeria is on the path to becoming a super police state. Nobody is afraid of violence anybody will unleash. What they are afraid of is the marketing. The obedience are very good at the marketing. Even if you see the American ambassador or American embassy, when they congratulated Tinubu, they had to shut off their comment section. They have to shut it off. The politicians are afraid of the demarketing from that space. They are not afraid of the violence. Nigeria has gone more than that. Anybody that tries violence, don't try violence. So Nigeria is no longer Nigeria before.
No, I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about power to vote.
No,
now,
I was responding to one man, not you.
Voters, not that the voters will go into the street. What I'm saying is that the voters can vote them out. That's what I'm saying. But the important thing is that some people are seeing it that is them. No, somebody handed over that electoral process into your hands and said, let the citizens decide who rule them.
I agree.
And that's the level we are now. So you see politicians, what happened 2 weeks ago was like, that is true. So this thing is working. These people are throwing us out left and right. It's not that they're afraid of them. Go to the street. Now, Buhari will use army and shoot you. That one, does he hear? He doesn't even have ears. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about power to vote and to be voted out. That's all I'm saying. It's in their hands.
Yes, I agree with that, by the way. This seems to be one of the, I think we are entering into a phase where votes actually count. I think this is the beginning of true elections in Nigeria. Of course, a lot of gremlins still in the works, but the directional travel of the Nigeria is a maturing democracy and it's maturing nicely, you know. Yes.
Can I interject one more?
Okay, go ahead.
The thing is that if this, first of all, democracy is democracy. We can't have half democracy and expect it to hold. And also, if you say this is the best election, I think that is mostly objective. I'll be bold to say 80 or let's even say 60% of people that voted in this election are first-time voters, or they just got their PVC, or they most of the time they were, they didn't care about what happened in the previous election, so they don't really know what election is all about until this time around. So if you tell them that this is the fairest, they're gonna tell you, what are you talking about? They are seeing their election being rigged. They might just disagree with you. It's true what you're saying, but to some people that voted this time around, is really not for them. That's just what I wanted to say.
I don't see, hello, I don't see where somebody will vote somebody and the person loses and you'll be happy. I have never seen anybody who went all out to go and vote for somebody and at the end of the day, the person loses. and you
Madam
be happy,
Zita, it's not
and
about
you
the
accept
it's not about the
the
loss, Madam
process.
Zita. It's not
Even
about the loss.
wait, let me
It's
finish now, my brother.
yeah.
Even in the Western culture, where they reach too, in Chicago, we know anyway.
Is
But
Trump's not still in court? Is Trump not still in court fighting that it was rigged out?
so all over the world, there are issues here and there. Even at that they want to claim their own is even better. When the politicians come out, the person that lost the election will talk about his campaign, talk about the people, talk about the result. He's going to avoid the process because nobody praises the process that made him lose or made his principle lose anyway. So it is what it is, my dear. It is. Nobody, as long as your principle did not win, the process is wrong. But what I'm saying is that this is the closest we have gotten to democracy. We are working on it. They will improve. At least now, wherever I am, I can go to Inec portal and see things. That day I was seeing result. The pest on, my brother was showing me video of the result they put on a polling unit in Owerri. So it is what it is. We are getting there. And we will get there one day. One man, next question.
All right. Like I said, a subscriber sent in a clip that he wanted you to react to. So I've not seen it myself. So let's watch it together and then you react to it, Azita.
Reporting live here at Omonan Sulu, official Langwa North local government here in Abia State. The current elected House of Representative candidate, has arrived here a little bit late today here in St. Joseph Catholic Church field, where they are scheduled to hold a gathering ahead of the governorship election that is commencing here in Abia State on Saturday. The Labour Party candidates for Abia State is I think the Labour Party governorship candidate is Alex Oti, and the House of Assembly candidate Ambassador Innocent, preparing ahead of to come defeat and make sure that the Labour Party defeat leg here in Abia State. You can see currently the large gathering of just a polling unit here in Isialangwa North local government of Omosun Sulu. And very, very clear, the people of Isialangwa North, the people of Abia State has decided to make sure the state goes to Labour Party. Just like Lagos State is non-negotiable. Remember, our top priority remains Lagos must not be negotiated by any cost. We must defeat Lagos. Labour Party must take over Lagos at all costs. Otherwise, there's cause for alarm because we know very well that Lagos is the key state among the 36 plus FCT. So Lagos is non-negotiable state. I encourage all stakeholders of Lagos State, the Igbos, the support groups, the Marxists in Lagos, the all regions and conflicted and make up Lagos State. They must do everything at all costs to make sure that Labour Party take over Lagos State. So I am reporting. My name is Honorable Vincent Antonio Bani, the global head of the support groups of Obidati Support. And I want to let you know that everything is under control. Labour Party is non-negotiable. Labour Party is taking over this state, Abia. And I swear, we are not going to negotiate Lagos State. Instead of this Honorable Ginger Mutebu just stepping out from the center where this program just held. And as you can know, we are not going to negotiate.
All right, so that was it. I'm not quite sure what the guy was wanting you to make of that, but what do you make of it?
You know, this actually when you called me up to talk, I wanted to ask somebody a question on this platform. I will stay ask the person because I heard what he said. I wanted him to clarify me on that. People say I'm hard on my people. They don't understand that I'm suffering from something I call, let me call it PTS. My cousin was shot last year. I lost my father's cousin or my father's nephew in South Africa. In 2021, in my compound, they brought 3 people from the north. When I say my people should tune down their rhetoric, they think I'm hard on them. I'm saying that because I'm scared. yesterday, they burned their market, right? Why them? And I ask, why them? It's because of this kind of video. It might be one person's opinion. It might not be the whole of the Igbos. But one person has sit down one corner, make this video, and it's circulating in the internet. And the people that know him will not tell him this thing you are doing is wrong. There is a way you talk. People will think you are coming for a war. You might not. You might be expressing yourself, but they think you are coming forcefully. I said this yesterday. Our language, Igbo, is strong. The language Igbo is strong. Most times when we talk, people think we are forceful. No, it's not. Even sometimes, some of us all over the world, even the people that try to change their accent, when I hear them talk, I can be able to tell whether they are Igbos. Because of our language. Most people don't. That was what I was explaining to Uptime yesterday. I said, when you do something, you're right in your own corner for doing it. I don't have issues with that. But always think, what is the concern another person is having for what you did? You cannot tell somebody, don't have concern because of what I did. No, you can't. You don't even have right to say that. You do some certain things, you give people concern. And yesterday, their market was burned. They lost their goods. And I'm scared.
Madam Zita, I'm sorry, let me interject. This is the problem I have with you especially. I don't know if all Igbos should just shut up and sit down and I'm pretty I don't know at this point.
No,
Because
no,
I've
no,
seen
no,
no,
no.
let me
That's
finish.
not
Let
what
me
I'm
finish,
saying.
Madam Zita. Let me
Why
finish
is it
first.
that,
You
excuse
haven't
me,
really gotten to
wait,
my point
let me
first. Let
finish.
me make a point before you
Okay.
finish. Now, what I saw in that video, yeah, I'm just seeing politics, right? They're saying they want to take Lagos and they want to take Abia. That's what I saw. I don't know what you saw, but again, when you say we
Why
have
is
to
he
tone,
mentioning Igbos? Why is he mentioning? Why can't you say,
Madam
wait,
Zita,
let
let
me
me finish.
finish. Let me finish because
Okay,
I don't like the killings. If you people are happy, and I must say it, I don't care who
Madam
say
Zita,
I'm happy and hard on the Igbos.
Madam Zita,
I don't
let
like
me.
the killings. I don't like it. I want my people to go out, do their business safely without being attacked. I have said that several times on this platform. I am scared. And I keep saying I'm scared. There is nothing wrong with that boy coming to say, Labour Party must take Lagos, Labour Party must take Abia, Labour Party must go Lagos, go take it. Why is he mentioning Igbo? Why?
Madam Zita, why he
Is
said
Labour Party
Igbo?
an Igbo party? Why is
Wait
he calling my
first,
tribe?
wait. He said all the people, the Igbos, the support group. He mentioned a lot of people.
Why
It's
Igbo
just,
now? Why Igbo? Is the Labour Party an Igbo party?
it's not. Listen, it's obvious that there are majority of Igbos in Lagos. Let's understand this, yeah. You made a statement that they should stop what they're all the rhetorics and all that stuff.
I said
And
tone
we've seen
down. I
tone
didn't say
down.
stop. I
Okay,
said
tone
tone
down.
down.
Okay, tone down. We've seen a lot of violent videos that I'm not just trying to be tribal here. That maybe some people come and say they're going to if this they're going to chase people out of a certain place, or you know you shouldn't vote here, or some certain people, and the video spread, or an Hausa person be making some kind of a statement that shouldn't be made, and nobody comments on it. And this young man just made a very I don't even see it as something that he should
Oh,
even
oh,
tone down.
oh,
And
oh,
you're
oh,
saying,
oh,
See,
okay,
uptown,
oh,
Des.
all right. So this going forward. Let Zeta have and own her opinion. You don't have to come in whenever she says something that. But carry on,
See,
Zeta.
Des, you are not understanding me. When you are a target, onye chereche wozu, even dike echereche wozu, you people are not understanding me. Una na hemem understand at all. Onye chereche wozu. When you are a target, you become careful. That's all I have been saying. And people think I'm hard on you guys. Why would I be hard on my people? When I have lost a lot of family members out of aggression to my tribe for no just reason. Some of them don't even know what is happening. They come out to open their store and some people will come and attack them and kill them just because they're Igbos. I said, tone down the rhetoric. You have the right to go to the polling unit, vote whosoever you want to vote. That's your civil rights. Nobody is going to take that away from you. But tone down the rhetoric so that nobody will make you a target. That's just what I'm saying. Yeah, I tire. One man, I beg, next topic.
All right. So a lot of the topics wrap around the challenge by the Labour Party and PDP and Tinubu wanting to interrogate the Inec server as well. But the topic outside of that, though, is the contention, which we try to talk about, is the contention now for who becomes the Senate president. And so a lot of what we're actually hearing is that, you know, that they've moved to Tinubu, they've moved him to the defense guest house, because it's now government property, so that for security reasons. But what we're hearing now is that a lot of people are visiting him now to present their CVs for portfolios. But one of the most fervently contested portfolios in Nigeria, of course, is the Senate president. And this piece now is permutating to tell us that the Senate presidency should go to Kano North. So do you see that as an argument that Kano North should get the Senate presidency?
On what grounds?
Well, it's really vaunting the CV of this particular senator, and he's saying that there are three geopolitical zones that are eligible for that. He said the South. He said that the Northeast, the North Central, and the Southeast, they've all had a taste of the Senate presidency, which leaves the Northwest, the South, as places that have not yet had the chance. So Kano, of course, comes within the Northwest, and he's presenting the argument then that the Senate presidency should go to the Northwest, which has never really held that seat, and he's promoting this particular guy. But do you see that happening for reasons of balancing of power?
I think there is a law guiding who becomes the Senate president. As it is now, first of all, you must have been there's one word they use, that means you've been in the Senate for some years, like back to back, right? I think so. From what it looks like now, in the Southeast, do they have any APC? Because the person must be APC, right?
Yes.
Do they have any APC member that is back to back in the Senate?
No, they have Orji Uzor-Kalu, and that's the only name that seems to pop up.
Then in the South,
I cannot think of one. The only name I can think of is Adams Oshiomhole, who is a neophyte to
No, Akpabio is twice now.
Yes, Akpabio as well, yeah.
How long has Orji Uzor-Kalu been a senator?
I think he has been there for a long time.
Then why Kanu in the first place? Why Kanu? Why must he be Kanu?
No, well, I think it's a sponsored piece anyway. Like I said, people are jostling for positions, and what you find is a lot of our organizations that purport to be non-aligned and pro-people, they will be doing write-ups to promote one candidate or the other. But this piece was to promote this candidate, but to present an argument to the space that the Northwest has never been the Senate president. So the jostling for the Senate seat is begun in earnest.
You know, that, as I said before on this platform, when people are throwing rocks at me, the Senate position is a very sensitive position for the president. So when Buhari allowed Saraki to be there, we saw what happened. When Atiku was in line with the Senate president, they almost unseat Obasanjo. I'm just making reference now. So that position is a very sensitive position. If it all depends on how the president is going to play his card. Because if you put somebody in this as a Senate president that doesn't like you, you can get on seat. It's easy. Because he will do all the mago with all the other people and they say, yeah. And you're out. It's a very sensitive position. So I believe that the Senate president should work hand in hand with the president. So they should get somebody who can work with him. Not actually whether the person is, but Kanu, why Kanu? I mean, there is already ginger. I think they should put that position for, I don't really care about Christian religion or Muslim religion, but they should teach it a little to the south or middle belt. Not that place.
Madam, can I contribute?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the Senate president position actually is not complete. Is not the most difficult. I think the more difficult one is the House of Rep, the Speaker of the House of Rep, because I think the president and the Speaker of House of Rep, but I stand to be corrected. I think they must come from the same region. Look, this thing, the way this thing is structured is on rotation. So the Senate president, naturally, I think the most qualified person is Ojuzo Kalu. But I think the problem with Ojuzo Kalu is the APC, the votes APC got from the southeast. I think it's the only hindrance it's going to have, right? Because it's like, if you remember when Tinubu went to Enugu and he said, if people don't give, you get a slap on the wrist or whatever that was coming. Because politics does play a part in all of these situations, right? If I don't get a vote from you, why should I give you the most plum job in the world? I mean, in the space, right? So I think it's the only problem Ojuzo Kalu has in this gig. So this is how it goes. So the president is from the south, the vice president from the north. The next position, Senate president, is going to go to the south. Then the next one, the other complication is the judiciary, the chief justice, because he's from the south and he's also not only just from the south, he's also Yoruba. So that is what complicates the Speaker of House of Rep. So you can't have these three things. There are like 6. I think Bode George explained this thing at some point.
Fatai, sorry, yeah. Fatai, I think you are looking at the American way. This thing in Nigeria, I think the Senate is a bit stronger. I think they're doing the other way around. In the US, I think the people initiate initiate something before it goes to Senate finally. But I think in Nigeria, I think the Senate is stronger. I don't know.
Yeah, I said the Senate president is the next position after the vice president that they will consider. So,
but in the US, it's the House of is the House of Rep. US.
You mean for the US? No, I don't think that is by power. That is by who is going to be president. Like who is going to succeed the president. Like in the US, if the president is out, right, the next person to succeed is the vice president, and after that is the Speaker of House of Rep. No, I'm not. Yeah, that's the. But in terms of strength, it's not that way because the Senate controls some portfolio. The House Speaker controls the purse, the money.
In Nigeria, who takes after the vice president in power?
Oh God, I don't remember now. But I think in Nigeria, I think it's the Senate. I think it's the Senate.
That's what I'm saying.
That one. There's a difference there, right?
I think it's the same thing for US too. If the president is not there, I think the Speaker or the House of the Senate president.
No, the US is Speaker, not the Senate.
The Speaker, right? Okay. The number 3.
Yeah, the Speaker. Yeah, the number 3. Yeah. So, but in terms of these, like in terms of the how they put them
Is
in
it the Speaker
position.
or Secretary of Defense?
What?
I
Secretary
thought
of
it's the
Defense is the
Secretary of
military.
Defense now, as the third man.
No,
This guy, there's it.
No,
There's
I'm
it.
just asking now. I don't
Only
know.
you. Only you.
It has to
This
be
is
an
the
elected
problem, one
position.
man.
It
It's
has
the
to be an
problem that
elected
you're
position.
having. The problem that you're having is that I asked a question based on I don't know, and you're saying
Yeah.
only me. I don't know everything.
Yeah,
Do you
I'm only
understand
joking
me?
now. I'm only
Yeah.
pulling your legs. Carry on.
Okay.
No, the military does not even come into play because they are military. We are in democracy civilian, so
Yeah, it
everything
has
is
to be an
civilian.
elected position.
Yeah. So it's rotation. So the rotation in the federal character in the Nigerian whatever constitution, whatever. It's an observation. It's not like it's not a law, but there is I think the law is about to respect the federal character. So that's where the sense of rotation almost being like a law comes
So why are
from.
they saying Kanu? Why are they saying Kanu?
No, Kanu
Nobody
is not
from
going to
Kanu
be
has
Kanu.
ever been the Senate president. Is that what you're saying?
It doesn't matter.
Let me speak to that Kanu's stuff. First of all, let me go ahead to congratulate Des. Des, you are hearing me, right? Des.
What do you want to say?
Yeah. So let me first of all congratulate you on your victory for the wager. So it was a 4-1 for me. I took like 4 other ones. So I lost one to you, which was a very good one. It was a very good fight. I believe in your faith, and then it was a very good faith that you had in your candidate. Very good result that came through. One that he wasn't going to win eventually. I took that. I took Rivers State. I took Oyo State, and I took Osun State, and Benue State. Sorry. So you took Edo State, which is good. So now the election is gone and won. We have a president-elect. Now we are looking forward to who is going to be the Senate president. The Senate presidency, by natural projection, was going to the Southeast. But because of the dismal performance of the Southeast by their contribution to APC's, electoral largesse, now there are some consideration within the APC family that you cannot reward failure. And then Orji Zokalu was the major person they were considering, but Orji Zokalu, he has so many hurdles now. So there are so many encumbrances that he probably have to find a way to ward off. One, there are issues of anti-party issues on his head. He is not supporting the APC candidate currently in Abia State. He failed to show up and to come out and to mobilize for the presidential campaign and rally in Abia State. He's having some other issues with Southeast APC caucus. So they are not supporting Orji Zokalu. And then now the attention is shifting to South-South. Now, South-South now is having a very big fight with folks from the North Central. So the North Central guy is conceding to Akpabio. There's a very big possibility that Akpabio will probably win the fight if Orji Zokalu fails to shake hand and they resolve his issue within the Southeast caucus of APC. So,
Can I ask you a question? I thought Akpabio is just there 2 times. Orji Zokalu is his senior in the Senate. I think there is 2 times is not enough for you to be a Senate president, is it?
No, this is Orji Zokalu is going to be. I think this will be his 2nd term in the Senate now.
Is it 2nd or 4th term? I don't know.
No, it's going to be his 2nd term in the Senate. Akpabio is coming for the 2nd term, but not consecutive 2nd term. But Akpabio had something that was going for him in the 1st term. Good. One thing that is going for all of them now is that there's nothing act out in the Constitution that says you have to attain a certain level before you can aspire for.
Okay.
So Akpabio was able to to manage to do that in his first term. He won even against a successive a veteran of the Senate by winning one of the top seats in his first term as I think the minority leader of the House of the Senate. So Akpabio is in the good books of APC generally, not even APC South South. First of all, APC South South, they are all behind him. That is what is lacking now for Orji Zokalu. Then APC National, they love him, they like him, and they are behind him too. So then there's a big fight between him and the guy from Niger State, Sonny Musa. So Sonny Musa is playing a game of second fiddle. So if eventually he's unable to topple Akpabio, he has considered himself to be the number 2, which is good. So now the game is if Orji Zokalu, because it's Ashwaju is kind of open to Southeast because of of course, what is going on in the country. He wants to find a way to pull them back. But if they actually have to go by performance, Southeast is already out of the way.
But they said they suspended Ojozo.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know yet if he's been suspended, but I know he's having a lot of trouble from the state, from even his local government. They are having issues from ground up to the national now. So that's why they are looking at him somehow.
Hold on. Sorry, you said there is no number of times you have to be in the Senate. The no citizen source should take it.
Okay, if you are talking of Osita Izunaso, you have to look at the successive plan too. It's not going to favor Izunaso, right? For certain reason. Don't forget that for you to be a Senate president, you must have the clout and you must have the buy-in of most of the top political echelon of the party, right? So the person that could have actually had it from day one is Orji Zokalu, but because of his treasury politics that he played during the primary he had a different candidate. But
I think that's the main problem.
Yeah, so when he merged the coalition together behind him because he has had a long way with Ashwaju, but Ashwaju cannot decide everything. We are talking about a party. You have a governor, you have a gubernatorial candidate in Abia State, you are supporting somebody else. You did not mobilize, you never contributed anything. And these are coming from prominent member of APC from the South South. Umai Ozodima, the national, the number one party man, that's the leader of South South APC. So all of them, they are not behind you. So and Akpabio is pumping money already. This has to go with money too. So of course, Orji Zokalu has the money to throw around. But it depends on who they actually want to work with, and it's not looking good for. I wish it could go to Southeast because of to balance the political equation, regardless of what they did during the primary.
But hold on. Why should you wish that I should go to the Southeast? The Southeast is not deserving of it by any stretch of any permutation. They are hostile to the government in situation. They contributed nothing to bringing it about, and they are doing everything they can to ensure that it doesn't even get to kick off.
Yeah,
sorry, Enigmatic. Because my understanding is that as soon as he got that certificate of return, that is when the campaigning starts for his re-election 2027. So it cannot. The Southeast serves him no purpose. Why should he even look in that direction at all?
Of course, one man. 2027, 2039, 2077, 2090, whatever it is. Southeast, we never vote for. There's no possibility that they'll be voting for APC. And then it's very clear to APC now and to all Nigerians that APC do not need Southeast to win elections, to win presidential elections.
They've done that in 2 cycles now.
This is the 3rd cycle now. So, and this is one of the flashlights of this electoral cycle. Apart from the fact that there are so many things that have been exposed. It's been exposed now that for you to be Nigeria's president, you don't need Christian votes to be president. You don't need the Southeast to be president. So but at the end of the day, when you are taking proper audit of this, you will see a region that have boxed themselves into probably a political, political oblivion at the end of the day. But regardless of looking at that, right? But because when you look at, okay, let's go by the votes that people are.
Hold on, Martin. Let me come in there. Mm-hmm. You see, yes, we do play politics. People do play politics. It's politics that brought a president. It's democracy. But whosoever, the president-elect is not going to be the president of people who voted for him. He's going to be the president of the whole Nigeria. The ones that voted for him and the ones that did not vote for him. The only thing I'm saying is that Atiku'S Okalo wasn't like steady, but if he can find any Southeasterner that is firm, who can do the job, well, it doesn't matter whether they vote for him or they didn't vote for him. That's just what I want to say.
Yeah,
and also let me add this. Let me add this before you go carry on, enigmatic. The people who did bring Tinubu into power, are they going to be pressuring him for positions? Because of course they are not doing it as an act of charity. Are they going to be pressuring for positions for their region? And how is he able to push them back?
Let me tell you this, one man. First of all, he's a very strong-willed person, and it's not the person you can push around, and that's what most of these guys saying it. First of all, these positions are already allocated. They are already on the Senate. The Speaker of the House should have been going to Ado Doguwa, but unfortunately, he lost his election from Northwest. President is from Southwest. Shetima, Northeast. Speaker should be going to Northwest. SGF, they are targeting somebody from the North Central for the SGF. Minister of Petroleum is probably going to Wike. Then Senior President has been exclusive preserve of the Southeast. They've left it for Southeast people, Senior President. And that's why they've been telling them, don't bottle this opportunity. But unfortunately now, with the turnout, right? Because what the North Central...
Hold on, Martin, please, let me come in. Sometimes when things happen, that's why hate me or love me, that's who I am. Now, let's look at it the other side. If Southeast they don't usually vote APC. I quite agree with you. But APC still gets some pockets of votes from them. But it wasn't like that now. If they did not give that vote to Obi, it would have gone to Atiku. So somehow too, they voted for Tinubu. Why don't you look at it that way?
No, I don't think they will look at it that way. Because just factor this in as well, enigmatic. The Hausa Fulanis, they'll be completely out of the paradigm all the way through. A Yoruba man president, a Kanuri man vice president, an Igbo man senate. Who gets the rep? But Jabia Mila will want to hold on to that, and then
no, he won't.
No, one man. Let me say this again. The Hausa Fulanis, they will have prominent roles in portfolio assignments. You will see them having major positions as ministers. Then what you will see at the end of the day, if a very big if the Southeast and because everything now is left for how Ashwaji himself can convince APC that look, we understand that the Southeast, this is the first time, even in 2015 and 2019, they were able to have at least 25% in some of the states. This is the first time they had less. I don't even think they had 10% in any state. I stand to be corrected. Now, when you know that you have a Senate president seat already, and the numbers are so woeful and are so abysmal like that, and then the North Central are telling you we deserve this, because the North Central, they are saying, look, even in Plateau State that we lost, look at our numbers. We gave you Benue State, we gave you Niger State, They gave at Kogi State, so they have a big claim to the Senate presidency. But the language now is that we need to give the Senate president to the Southeast regardless. So what we need to do is they will substitute the ministerial positions. So what you'll be seeing probably when the cabinet is formed, you will see more of top-notch, the one they quote unquote, they call juicy positions now, going to some certain region, while the Southeast probably will be Minister of State, or junior ministers as they call it, or some positions or some ministerial positions that will be considered not too juicy or irrelevant. So that is what you will see if eventually they retain the Senate presidency. And then maybe in the next 4 years, they will have to understand that, okay, this is how we have to, if we don't need to vote APC. You cannot hate a presidential candidate to the point that you vote less than 10% for the party, and then you bring nothing to the table to compete. Hold on a second. Hold on. You have to bring something to the. There's a basket, and everybody is putting their own largesse into the basket. What are you bringing to stake a claim for the position for the number 3? Is it number 3 or number 4 of the country, Senate president?
No, that's number 3. Oh, by the way, yeah, that's number 3.
Okay, number 3, Senate. Do you know by virtue of Senate presidency, one man, the Senate president will have stake in everything that goes on in the country. If they are saying, okay, we want to have, we want people going to the military, to the army, to the anything, they give slots to the Senate president. When the president takes his slot, the vice president does, the Senate president will take his slot. Okay, we want to make some certain, because this government is a very big departure from Buhari's government now. And I still think at the end of the day, they will work it out one way or the other to retain Senate presidency in the Southeast. And I wish they do that. But by virtue of that, they can rotate the ministerial positions. So you may not see standard ministerial portfolios for the Southeast in this cabinet if they are able to retain the Senate presidency. So that probably
no. So sorry, Enigmatic. I have to disagree with you. I don't think that they're going to give the Senate presidency to the Southeast, and I don't think they have, because they will have to justify it. It will be a complete gift away if they do that, and you cannot gift away in politics. And I'm only looking at it. The Southeast contributed 0 to Tinubu emerging as president. So that's one. And the second, well, yeah, I know the Peter Obi narrative, but really in actual votes count, they didn't really vote. There was no vote for him in the Southeast, even though yes, the Peter Obi narrative, but in actual vote count,
number. Can you tell me APC's number in Ebonyi State and Imo State where they have governors? Are they able to pull anything substantial?
I can't tell you, but I can tell you that they probably didn't get 5% of the votes in any of the southeastern states. It was in the low thousands. They didn't hit anything, not like 20,000 anywhere. So that tells you they contributed nothing to his presidency. And going forward in 2027. If he gives them the Senate presidency or not, they will never vote for him. He knows that. That. But that Senate presidency is a very powerful political negotiation space. So the spaces that you know that you have a chance, they need persuading or need rewarding, you would lend it more to that space. And then maybe you do an extra bit of projects in the Southeast to assuage them, and then give them Nnamdi Kanu. But you can't give them the Senate presidency. Why?
Let me say something here. I think enigmatic. Wait. Let me interject. I feel like there's a mistake a lot of people are making in this notion that you're trying to make it in the sense you're doing the Southeasterners a favor by doing. The truth is that Southeasterners don't care what happens. Let me finish.
Oh, okay, carry on.
They don't care whether you give it to Ojus or Carlo. They even hate Ojus or Carlo as a person. So they don't really care what happens to him. And also, Ekweremadu has been there for how many years? He hasn't done anything for the Enugu people.
No, that is not.
That is an aim.
That's what I'm. saying
when you are talking
Southeasterners
politics,
don't. When you make a statement that if you do it, the Southeasterners will be shouting, "Hey, yeah, you do." No,
okay,
you guys are
why
really
are they in
mistaking
politics then?
Southeasterners. They
Why are they in
don't
politics?
care.
Why are they in politics if they don't care?
They're in
Why are
politics
they in
because of
politics?
P2B. Finish.
Oh, really?
The
Yes, now
sooner
wow,
you
they've
get
always
this.
been in politics now. It's
No,
South
Before Peter
I'm
Obi, they
talking
been
about
in.
the people. I'm talking
So
When,
about the
when,
everything
when,
people.
when I say
even the
People.
people now they
you
vote.
think I'm mocking you?
The
so
vast
everything
Yes.
now
amount
revolves,
of people.
everything starts and ends with Peter Obi now,
With
right? They are
Peter
all
Obi.
This. You say your most pungent comments on this platform when you are silent. That's when you make the most sense. When you are
Well,
silent.
that is
But
for you.
but
I
one
kind
man,
of,
One man, can I
I hit it
interject?
for you, whether you like
yes.
it or not.
Eh?
One man, can I
I can
The
interject?
tell
Southeast
you,
came into
one
politics
man.
because of Peter
I can
Obi.
tell
What
you
did
that
they
I'm not the
do?
only one that feels this
just a
way.
second.
I hope
As
you
a
are because
Southeasterners, I can tell you this: the
But
One man,
Southeasterners don't
can I
care.
interject?
It's the
Death
truth,
is on a special diet.
whether you want to believe it or not.
But
They don't care.
what Des is saying, right? I understand what Des is saying, but he's basically saying it. To me, it is a very that's a very lousy excuse and very pedestrian to me. So if they
No,
don't care about
enigmatic,
anything,
that's not an excuse now. What they said, he didn't define what he meant by they. He said they don't care. Who are the they? The
well,
obedience are not the only Southeasterners. The power brokers in Southeast, they care, they want.
What
I
matters
mean,
now is
it's
the
who.
obedience. Haven't it been obvious to you in this election? So what are you talking
Yeah, but the
about?
that what
obedience are not the only Southeasterners.
This
Philippe
There are
Obi
election
people
is
who
not
proves
the
care
only
about the
this
Southeasterners.
election
Southeastern.
proves a fact to you. So I don't know what you're saying. The
No,
fact
No,
that
what I'm saying is you
the fact
didn't
that 90
define
something
who they
percent
is.
voted for Obi, that shows that your argument doesn't hold.
Okay,
okay.
I say who is the they? Who is the
Who,
they?
who,
The people
who are
that
they?
voted.
You
Can
just
I finish?
answered
Can I
yourself
just
now,
land?
Fatai.
No. I said the people that voted, fine, they voted all for Obi.
Yes.
What is their population? They are
So,
not the only people who are in
so in
the
the
Igbo land.
Southeast, the election was correct.
I don't know where we are now.
We don't even want to
What
go
do you
there.
mean?
Even Mizita, if you have to be talking about what is correct or not, we know they all
They
rigged.
will
So
throw stones
it's
at
like
you.
The whole election was a charade. The Southeast
it's
doesn't
So
like
you
even.
said the result in the Southeast is showing that
It should be.
Southeasterners love Obi. That means the result is correct in the Southeast.
It should be more than that. To be honest with you.
All right. Sorry.
Correct now.
Hold on, guys. Let's get back to Enigmatic. It was taking us on a journey where But let's Fatai have an interjection and then take us back on that journey, Enigmatic.
Yeah. I just wanted to respond to what you were saying, one man. Look, yeah, it is indeed a big concern, a big problem for all Jews of Kalu, the vote that came from Southeast. But at the end of the day, and also Enigmatic was right, all of those issues all Jews of Kalu has, we know. I think his brother or his son is contesting as governor on another party. Is having a problem with the governor candidate of APC. But I think Ojus Okalu is strong enough for those things at the end of the day not to really matter. It's very strong guy. I think his only big problem is that APC people are going to complain that we got zero vote, almost essentially zero vote from Southeast, and why would Ojus Okalu be Senate president? But I think at the end of the day, the rotational situation, because the rotation is not really about rewarding where you got votes, right? The North has the vice president, the Senate president will go to the South. So it's just a matter of who has more clout, Southeast. And if you remember when Obasanjo was president, usually the Senate president was coming from the Southeast, right? I think I think Uzo Kalu would take it in the end by virtue of the rotational situation. It will not go to the North for sure. It will, and if Uzo Kalu doesn't take it, where is it going? Where is the Southeast going to fit in among the big six? Because the complication, actually, they are very serious situation. This appointment, this situation for Tinubu, they are all tough calls, right? Now, where is Southeast going to fit into in this whole thing? Because one of these that are complicated is that Ariwola is already Chief Justice. So you have a Yoruba president and a Yoruba chief justice, because these 6 positions, they are like the big decision makers, and every 6 zone has to have one somewhere in all the 6. So if Southeast does not become Senate president, where is it going to be secretary of what is
if they can persuade they can get the rep now. Can they not get the House of Rep?
No. There cannot be who is going to be Senate president. So if is it going to let's say you assume Akpabio is Senate president. The South can also have
no. The Senate presidency goes to the Northwest.
No, it can't, because North already has vice president. It can't. It won't go to the North. It will go to the South.
If the South is eventually, if they are unable to get this Senate presidency, then it's going to South. And when it goes to South, that's why Akpabio is really working very hard to have.
But where are you going to put Southeast in the big? So you have the president, the vice president, the Senate president, the Speaker of the House, the Chief Justice, and the Secretary. What do they call it? This position that this guy. SGF. So is Southeast going to be SGF? I think El-Rufai will be SGF. That's where they will compensate the Northwest.
El-Rufai is not SGF. No. The SGF is
or you will play a part to nominate who. My point is that Northwest will probably be SGF. These are all very tough for Tinubu, because you have a president in which this big thing that will not be Yoruba people there, because the Yoruba already occupies the Chief Justice. He can be impeached at any time, because there's not going to be a Yoruba president.
It's not tough. Let me tell you why it's not tough.
It is tough. Tinubu is going to make a tough decision. I think he's going to have to make the tough decision to give the Senate president to Orji Uzor.
No, that's not a tough decision.
It is a tough decision.
No, hold on. Led for him, right? He wouldn't mind. It's not the kind of person that is hard on grudges or stuff like that. No matter what, they can always talk things out. But the issue,
and they were friends at any rate. Orji Uzor and Tinubu are friends long time.
But he has to maintain he has to take a position of neutrality for now, and then because Orji Uzor, like I said, you have to understand where.
We are on the same line, enigmatic. We are on the same line. I'm saying what one month.
But what will be the consequences? What will be the consequences if the Southeast is not in the top 6 positions in the country? It's not a constitutional matter. It's a political decision. So what will be?
There will be one man.
But what will be the consequences if they are not?
I disagree with you totally. One man, my answer, there will be no consequences, but the body language and then the kind of let me say peace, that unity that this guy has been preaching, and then the type of person he is, he would defeat the purpose of his kind of politics.
One man,
right?
Enigmatic. The consequences is Atiku'S situation. Give power, you have it, give the chairman to the South. And he said no. If they don't be that is the consequences equivalent to Atiku'S consequences.
No, it's not equivalent.
You have to respect the rotation.
Hold on. Fatai, the people will see. Let me tell you what will happen, right? If that's a big if, because now him, which is Asiwaju now, he will have to at a point he will have to fall in. He will have to step in and say, look, I understand that Orji Uzor is having issues. You guys are having issues with him, but look, for the optics, for the unity, and then for Nigeria to absorb and then to make Southeast our brother, regardless of what is happening over there with our numbers or whatever, I insist that the Senate president should come from the Southeast. One, if that does not happen, if eventually he's unable to do that, or he toes the line as APC folks to say we cannot reward failure. Okay, this is a proportion of the Nigerian society generally. They will see it as, well, it's okay because when you go to the numbers, they do not deserve it, right? One, and other folks will say, okay, maybe they did not play the right politics. Two, then the other voices will say this is not a good one for the optics.
Yeah, enigmatic. I understand. The point I am making is all of those at the end of the day will not matter. What carries the day, the overriding consideration is rotation, right? Okay, those things, yeah, it's not about optics. The overriding rotation is the overriding consideration is the rotation, right?
But
That's just the point I'm making.
people ask this question, this salient question, were they not thinking about the rotation before they put all their eggs in one basket? Because we are talking about politics here.
I know, no, I don't disagree with you on that. I don't disagree.
But like I told you, Fatai, like I told you, what I know very well, I sure you will not allow that to happen.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear from Joel. Who wants to come in? Joel, yeah.
Enigmatic. Good evening. Nice to see you after the election. At least we did not win. Our mandate is still but at least we surpassed your expectations. So I think you should just like say congratulations to the obedient. At least we did something.
No, of course, you see how I started, right? With Des. So
he lost the battle. He lost the battle, but won the war.
No, I did not. No, you are getting it wrong. When I say 4-1, it was 4-1 for me. So if I lost, I did not lose the war, but I dropped one. So if I had to go to a 10 round of a boxing bout and I lost a round and I still knocked the thing out and I take my belt.
That's what I said now. You lost the battle, but won the war.
So enigmatic. This is what I wanted to say to this. I mean, you and Fatai spoke well. I mean, there is no let me use Thomas' word, equivocation about it. But let me just say this. That's Thomas. But let me just say this quickly. The Southeast, if you notice, we weren't in the first 6 in Buhari administration. And nobody died. The issue there is
but that was anomaly. Buhari is anomaly. Don't think about Buhari.
I understand. But the thing there is that we also know
before you continue, look, we are done and dusted with Buhari's. But everything was wrong with that. Even nothing was good. Look at the security architecture. It's like they are doing northern elite forum.
That's the point. So
and that's why I say, to me, before you continue, hold on. If politically they say, okay, we're going we are giving appointment by virtue of numbers, right? But as for me, I want that Senate presidency at least to go, because take it or leave it. I don't know what Asiwaju has done to the people from the Southeast. They hate him so much. But regardless of that, I want him to give them that Senate presidency to say, okay, this man that you hate, at least he has given you this. And then I want him to give them a very solid, if not one flagship, quote and unquote, flagship ministry. Then he can probably spread it out with other ministries and stuff like that. But that's in the presidency, and with the kind of person I see in him, he's not going to allow that to pass them, no matter what. He's going to, it might not be Ojizo Kalu at the end of the day, but somebody from the Southeast is probably going to get it at the end of the day, because naturally they should have it, regardless of the numbers.
So I think because the reason why I'm saying this, right? The reason why I'm saying this is this. Remember when Buhari got into power and he made the 97.5 statement. That statement, whether you like it or not, really played a role in how the Southeasterners voted, both in 2019 and in 2023. So in the past, if I can take you guys a little bit back, I'm not going to waste much time. We have voted for every region in Nigeria. We have voted for the Yorubas en masse. If you go back and look at OBJ's numbers, it was also almost similar. We voted for Yaradua in the past. Almost the same thing. Jonathan, almost the same thing. So the issue there is that we did that under a party which Ekwueme was like the founder, because from the GH, he was the head of the GH that formed PDP. And we also remember that Ekwueme stepped down for OBJ so that we can, as it were, dampen the pressure or the ill feeling coming from the Abiola saga. So we have voted for everybody, north, south, southwest. The issue there is that Buhari came in with a different kind of politics. And that is where we are today. That is why we are so divided. So if Tinubu comes in today and toe the line of Buhari, it's still okay. If we were out of these 6 positions for 8 years, we can also do 16. We can also do 12. We can also do 30.
Joel, it's not. It's Joel. Listen. Look, let me tell you one thing you don't know. What you don't know is you may be thinking like this, but I can tell you why you see the agitation in the southeast, why you see the instability in the southeast is largely because of political power. Take it or leave it. What heralded Nnamdi Kanu, and by extension, an offshoot of that, you are seeing Simon Ekpa, and the agitation you are seeing in Lagos now is because of political power. When, regardless of how wealthy you are, how rich you are, there are so many people that are rich. There are so many people that are wealthy. There are so many Yoruba Hausa people that are so wealthy. But there's a reason why people even sometimes want to kill for political power. It will be an aberration. You may be saying it out of don't let me use a mischievous political language that you guys have been out of power for 8 years and you don't care. No, if you have interest in the southeast and you have stuff going on in the southeast, you will understand that political, even for Tinubu himself, to have a smooth administration, a smooth idea, a smooth implementation of his political ideas, there is a must that political power should return to the southeast. Forget the idea of what you are saying. Tinubu will not allow that. What's his name? Buhari is a different breed entirely, and that's why we are very happy that regardless of what has happened, we are basically winning Nigeria out of military, anything that has to do with military toga now in our political conversation. So Southeast, don't say this, Joel. Southeast, there's a reason why top-notch political leaders in the Southeast. Don't forget, it's not about APC now. Governors in the Southeast, Soludo and APDP governors, they are already meeting to say that Senate president, they have to have it. They have to have a stake in the political ideal. Obi has come. He has thrown his weight around. He has shown his political power, right? He has done a good job in this political cycle. But moving forward, Southeast, they need to stamp their authority in the political structure of Nigeria. And in the next 4 years, we've seen now that there are so many things that has gone wrong in this election. Joel, either you like it or not, we've seen clearly religion cannot make you president. We've seen clearly regional and ethnic sentiment will never make you president. It is very, very clear right now, very, very clear that for you to be anything close to Aso Rock, it's not about pride. It's not about self-glorious or self-glorification now. You have to just find a way to work with the North. And this government, the political guys, the top one in APC, and I'm very aware that he wants to work at least with even some PDP people in the in the southeast, and even Abga. I'm telling you for a fact, if you guys do not know now, he's talking to some people out of APC, top leaders in APC, in PDP, in Labour Party. I don't want to mention names, but you should know what I'm talking about. They have to stabilize the southeast. If Nigeria must continue, because they want unity in Nigeria, Buhari has come as he has divided Nigeria to the point of a precipice, and then now going forward, that's why I'm saying, you know what I was saying before, and I tell you, for political reason, the southeast, the Senate presidency shouldn't be going to the southeast for any reason, for whatever reason, but for the purposes of uniting Nigeria and setting a different tone, the southeast must have the Senate president. Do you understand what I'm saying? So don't say you don't need power. Political power is different from your wealthy power or your money power. It's different.
And Matthew, you're not getting me right. What I'm just saying is this, right? That if Tinubu toes the line of Buhari, what would he do?
He cannot. He would not. He would do.
That is what I'm saying.
No. You cannot say he cannot, because I think what Joel is saying might be legitimate. So there's already a precedent set by Buhari that's thrown the national balance out of skew. And then we've had an election that was very hostile towards Tinubu from the southeast. So he has a window of not having them in positions of power. But how does it counterbalance? If he doesn't have them, he has to counterbalance somehow.
One man.
This is what you don't know. Martin, please, let me just add this. I want to support your stance. Look, one man, irrespective of how you view Buhari is not somebody should even be referencing in Nigerian political space based on the way he has polarized that country.
No, they can reference him as a contrast.
Type of politics to define Nigeria. It can if we have a two type of Buhari type of politics, I'm telling you, Nigeria may not survive.
No. If Buhari can be referenced as a contrast, it's not that. It's not going to be forgotten as a contrast. I don't think Joel's point, and also as one man is saying, I don't think it's totally lost. Everyone is not going to fall. It's not a constitutional requirement, specifically. Wait, let me just land.
Right. Hold on.
I'm getting it. Hold on. Let him land. Yeah. Go on for that.
I get the point everybody is making. Heaven is not going to fall. But the problem is we are going to have Atiku'S situation, Atiku'S consequences. The overriding thing is not even every other thing, is rotation. There are six decision-making positions, and the 6 geopolitical zones will be featured. And that Buhari, whatever Buhari did is seen in the like a photo and it's negative. It will be you don't want to have that Buhari situation. Tinubu doesn't have that clout of Buhari to do like that. Buhari do his full, and at the end of the day, we will only shout and we will leave it. But if Tinubu does like that, it's going to have a outcry. It's not going to just go like that Buhari stuff. It's going to have the outcry will be louder for a Tinubu than it was for a Buhari. So in that regard, I don't think Tinubu will do that. But if let's say he wants to be Buhari, everyone will not fall. So in that regard, Joel is right.
How can he be a Buhari?
I'm not saying he will. Will. I think rotation is the overriding thing, and I think it will. Ojikalu will be the Senate. I think in my own, if I have to say, I would say Ojikalu at the end of the day will be Senate president. But I'm saying that I'm not discounting.
There's no southern leader that can try what Buhari tried. Let's be sincere with ourselves. We're all from the south.
I didn't say he would try. I said we are saying the same thing. I'm saying a Tinubu does not have that kind of Buhari to do as Buhari did. He will not do as Buhari did. You understand? But I'm saying Joel's point is not totally lost because there's no constitutional I say, the Southeast must be Senate president or this. They are respecting what is called the federal character, and they will respect it. They will not let it end the way Atiku'S situation end. So it will be. We are just doing academic discussion. That's why Joel came in and said, if he did like Buhari, what will happen? And he's right. Everyone will not fall, but there will be more outcry than it was for Buhari. So he will not do it.
It's right. Everyone is not going to fall. But what I was trying to tell Joel is, look, we are now we are not talking about who is rich or who is not rich now, right? We are talking of political power. As far as Nigeria is concerned now, right? Every region must be represented. Buhari messed up the national what do they call that thing that we guarantee everybody
federal character.
Federal character in every definition of it, he messed that thing up. And then when you look at
enigmatic, let me quickly add. When they removed the Adeosun, he did not even bring another minister from Ogun State.
From Ogun State, he went straight to to the
Wrong
north.
boy.
Bring that lady, you know, and then look at the IG of police. The whole of IG of police that Buhari, that work with Buhari, they came from the north. Even when it was very
Fulani to be precise.
that the South person was supposed to be DSS chief. So
They
look,
retired him.
we are gone with Onogen was supposed to be the CJN. What did he do? They find a way to ease him out and bring that Daurama wherever he was coming from. So look, that thing is gone now. So now you like this man or you don't like him. His politics is different from Buhari's politics. Do you think Buhari? I mean, do you think Tinubu will make this costly mistake of this currency issue in the middle of an election, and at the end of the day, it came out to nothing? And basically, you just wasted Nigerians' time, you wasted people's time, you suffered Nigerians for nothing. And at the end of the day, there was a ruling against you, as we predicted on this platform. So look, political power is
people's businesses. Ola means want to bankrupt policy for life.
A lot of people's business are affected now. So, but what we are saying is, look, you may say, okay, these are because I saw a result from somewhere in the south where Obi had 97%. If you look at those results, you want to be infuriated. But there's a reason why you are a leader. A leader, once you are a leader, you have to act like a leader. The 5% vote that you gave me, you're going to get equivalent of appointment by that 5%, dot in the cycle or stuff like that. Do you think Tinubu will be making that kind of rhetorics of statements? He won't do that. He's not going to ever do that. At the end of the day, look at even his personality. Today, I think I saw a video of him with Tony Elumelu today where they were hugging. He's already meeting so many people behind the scene.
Let me play you that video because I have it. And then I want to, you see, on that video, enigmatic, there is something that, let me play the video first, and then I'll say.
Last man standing. Still standing. It's still standing. Last one standing. Jay, how come you are wearing the same thing? Is that a uniform? Last one standing. This man, 10 lies. Your dad, you're proud of him. You was not proud of him as he's proud of you too. A good man. Last man standing. You will come and greet.
All right, so that was Tinubu going to visit Tony Elumelu. But where I had issues was that he went to visit Tony rather than Tony coming to visit him. Is that right?
Sorry, let me quickly speak on that enigmatic. I'll give you the floor. I want to believe one man still have all this so school type of barship, don't left everybody mentality. This or you allow. Look, we are indebted now. We want a president that will be walking on the street like Emmanuel Macron, Prime Minister of England. That's what we want in Nigeria now. We don't want all this. You see a president, you cannot even move forward to him. All this presidential attitude, Agbada 1,000, right hand 2 million. No, we don't want that.
When he went on that visit, I had the sense that he was still campaigning for legitimacy, and because he's president-elect now, people should come to him rather than him going to.
It is giving those positions in Africa, unfortunately.
One man, you are right.
Yes, I think I'm right. Yes,
one man. Actually, you are right. The other is for uptake.
Fatai, you are not. Fatai, let me tell you what happened. Right? What you are saying. A lot of people, unfortunately, they have a different perspective about who Asiwaju is. There was a guy who spoke maybe some minutes ago, and every conversation was surrounding Tinubu this, Tinubu this, Tinubu that. There is the social media. They've done a lot of this information and a lot of propaganda, right? And most of them are trying to come back neutral now, because there is something that you see in life. When Joe Biden won his election, he visited some top folks in America here. I could remember vividly when he went to Colorado to meet some folks. When he came to New York, he went around the country to meet so many people. As a president,
Yeah, Joe Biden also was suffering from legitimacy. Trump was challenging the election, so he had to go around.
Okay, if that's your own understanding of that, I take your point.
Enigmatic. Can you give me 1 minute?
What I think is that it's for optic. What they wanted to get out of that is that last man standing line. That's why they did it.
No.
Naturally, one man is right, but they wanted to say that.
Yeah, hold on, Enigmatic. But just to Fatai, because I think you may align with what I'm thinking somewhat. I think Tinubu is still battling for that presidency, even though he has won it, for reasons of all of this pushback that you are getting from Peter Obi and Atiku, or more so Peter Obi and then Atiku. And I think he's trying to form a name association. I think Ola actually called it co-branding some time ago. I think he's trying to form name associations with powerful bases within the Nigerian space to give his election even more legitimacy. So that is why I think he made that visit for the optics of that association with Elumelu. Which I think is the other way around. He should meet Elumelu, but he should come and see him rather than him going to see him.
The reason you also do that, the reason you do that is that.
Seconds.
Oh, hold on. Let Fatai land and then you come in.
Yeah.
So you have to do that to knock down your opponent, right? Right, from every angle. You have all the power, bro. Like your opponent have to know that they have no, like everywhere you look at power, I have them with me in my pocket. So you see all these big players already saying last man standing. It gives him more gravitas. It's a down for the people who are still fighting. It's like saying, hey, stop fighting. So he is doing all this for all these optic reasons. And as one man said, it's not, I wouldn't really call it still campaigning. I would call it more of knocking down the opponent. It's like, hey, stop fighting, stop struggling. It's kind of a situation. But I think I agree with one. Naturally, they should go. And even if you wanted to visit them, there's no need to show us on video. So why are they showing us on video? But they want to get that line in. That's where I say it.
Okay. Thomas, you want to come in, right, before I proceed?
Yes. So thank you so much. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say thank you, everybody, for the birthday wishes.
Happy birthday, bro.
Thank you so much. Joel of Naview, I kick you out just to say happy birthday and thank just to appreciate people for the birthday. So I will bring you back. One man. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
All right. Happy birthday, Thomas. So that's Thomas. He's 18 at last and loving it. Look at that. I got today. And now you can smoke cigarettes and drink beer. But back to your enigmatic, yeah.
One man, you know what? Fatai, I take your point, and I believe is a very good point. But I've seen this before, and because it was a personal experience. There was a time, I'm not going to mention the governor's name in my state. He visited, when we saw him at our house, we were surprised. And he visited a couple of places like that too. He's very liberal, and he was a very, humble guy. But what you are seeing now is probably what you don't see or what you don't know about this guy already. Of course, you will not see probably somebody like Buhari visiting people like that. Even when you go visit Buhari will be his face will still be rumpled, and
I don't think no northern politician will even do it. I look big power
So like this Tony Elumelu, there are so many, and that's why I always caution people that look, if you want to die your own, if you want to die on your own, do not die on the terms of any political activists or politicians generally, because you don't know how these people roll, quote unquote, behind the scene. What you are saying, he is in Lagos. He's going to be in Lagos for the next maybe 2 weeks or some few times. The first 3 days in Lagos, he met some people in his place. He met some people that he had to go to their places. He has had meetings with top-notch Christians in the state. He was not even talking about politics of whatever. He was just telling them, remember the fact that look, my own politics is gone. Whatever you guys are doing, we cannot continue in this manner or whatever. So this Tony Elumelu that you are looking at, I said it one time on this platform that there are some young billionaires that you see in Nigeria that they are fronting for a lot of top politicians. Tony Elumelu was, I think he became one of the youngest CEO at the time in Nigeria. And we know, if you know the history of Tony Elumelu, you will know who he's been fronting for a long time. So it may be strange to you that you are seeing him at Tony Elumelu's house. You may see him again tomorrow I know he has met Otedola, Dangote, and a couple of them. So that is just his own policy, and that's his nature, and that is why.
We don't. But I think enigmatic. The point is that the video is so well choreographed, so well rehearsed. It is meant to make a statement.
That's meant to make a statement. Can I say something real quick, please?
I don't.
Enigmatic. What Tinubu did there was a masterclass. Now, elections are over. We have to be more objective. What Tinubu did there was a masterclass. He's trying to show everyone that he is someone that is relatable, someone that is down to earth, someone that is reachable. So going to see Elumelu, even me here as an obedient, I was shocked. That are the impressions. Whether you say it is for optics or whatever, it was a right move. If you beat a child and the child cries and you say sorry, you are doing the right thing.
Yeah, we agree, brother.
You get where I'm coming from. So what Tinubu did there, I was shocked by myself. Going to see Elumelu. Remember, even when P2B was campaigning, there are some programs that Elumelu had out there that P2B said he was going to make sure that these are the areas that he was going to fund to make sure more people benefited from those programs. And Elumelu, I don't know, probably, who knows, he could even be the next finance minister. So but going to see him, I think was a right move, no matter how you want to look at it. Thank you.
Yeah, Tony Elumelu is not. I think he's not going to be in the cabinet, but I know he will recommend folks. And then Tony Elumelu has a very, very active and a global,
reach.
Reach.
Yeah, no, it's beyond politics now. Tony Elumelu is a dollar man, isn't he?
He's a world brand. He's a world brand.
Then he has this foundation, I think Tony Elumelu Foundation, that is even
exactly
recognized.
Exactly.
So look, these guys already. Don't be surprised that when May 29 comes, you will probably see, within a week you'll probably see him have his cabinet ready. Unlike Buhari, that stayed 6 months or 7 months before he was able to even constitute his cabinet.
Aaron
Baba. And at the end of the day, can you believe one man 5,600 or 5,550 parastatals and agencies were not fully represented, occupied, over 5,000. Can you imagine that? There are so many things that were wrong. And look, what you are seeing now is okay. Let's switch the gear now. Do you think if Obi were to be the person that has been the president-elect, if you see Obi do this, will you be surprised? Obi went to shrine to Sheung, what's his Sheung's brother now, the older one,
Femi
Kuti. He went to Femi Kuti when there were some issues between Obedience and Femi Kuti. Those are the things that people see in Obi and they say, "Oh, this guy is humble. This guy is this guy."
But enigmatic. The difference is Obi has been doing this for a long time. I mean, he has a track record of seeing people that are on a lower level. He just has that.
You don't know what you don't know. That's what I'm saying. You don't know what these guys have been doing. You don't know what he has been doing to that people are not. Do you know most of the people, right? Do you know Ashwaju's relationship with Sultan of Sokoto? Let me tell you one story about Sultan, right? Sultan, he knew that each time he wants to travel, he wouldn't know. He knows that He never told anybody about his itinerary. He never told anyone. But the only thing that he will get to the airport, he will be flown with a private jet. 3 years before he found out that it was Ashwaju that was doing that for him. And a lot of people like that. When Ashwaju had issue with Akeredolu, the same Akeredolu that is gonna kill anybody for Ashwaju now, right? I knew how he resolved the matter. I knew how he resolved the matter between himself and Fayemi. Is the person that he will look at you regardless of how low or whatever you are to him politically. He will find a way to, and that's why I say, look what will happen in the Southeast Senate presidency, how he will resolve it, how eventually, if it's not going to be Orji Uzor Kalu, it's going to be somebody from the Southeast. For you to be a leader, once God has given you what you want, what else do you want again? Right? What else do you want again? You just have to find a way to bring people around you, to bring people along. And this is what he's probably trying to do. This guy is different from your common politician or whatever, and that's why he's been able to.
I really hope, Enigmatic, that when stuff start going wrong, we should be able to come here and not defend it. I just hope
that's the point.
Hold on, Enigmatic. Des, do you hope that stuff do go wrong? Is that what you hope?
No, God forbid.
Do you want him to fail? Is that what you want?
No, God forbid. I don't want him to fail. It's just that there's something that we call, if you see the sign, I mean, you won't be surprised if it does, but I don't want it to happen, But I'm just saying, if something start going wrong, I don't want to hear, but this is or that is. I don't want to hear excuses. That would just be the one that will piss me off.
Don't be a pessimist. What you need to look at, right? What you need, first of all, we have to look at the stability of Nigeria. We have to look at what, the way. Personally, if I will start having issues with him, if the constitution combination, and then the type of person he will be from day one. If I see him not having his cabinet within a month, I'll be having issues already. It took Buhari 6 months. Do you know even
he promised 3 weeks? He promised 3 weeks.
Okay, in America over here, immediately Biden won, it was clear that he was the president-elect. Everything was already going. The day he became the president, he was inaugurated in office. You already know where you're going. Everybody knows now that there's a possibility that Fashola is going to be the chief of staff. We're already talking about people who are going to be somebody who's going to be the Senate president. Even Buhari in his own government, he was on everything. Even APC, he couldn't even get his political party together. Saraki, the person they did not want as the Senate president, became the Senate president as against the party's choice. So everything was from day one. And then it took this guy 6 months to come up with ministerial list. He came back with ministerial list, which we had a willful, shambolic vagabond in Attorney General in Malami. Look at the embarrassment Malami has caused Nigeria. Malami actually he started embarrassing Buhari, and he has
don't call him name.
Who?
He said he was. Don't call him name.
Look at what he did. He started by embarrassing Buhari, and then he is going now to have given Buhari the biggest embarrassment of his life. Go and read
Enigmatic.
Go and read the content
Enigmatic.
of the Supreme Court judgment.
In all fairness, Enigmatic.
Yeah.
In all fairness, there's no Attorney General that has been appointed since 1999 that has never for once been disgraced out of office. Is it Adeojo or Andoaka? They are all, the politics always take,
This is different, Baba. Have you seen the language, the tone of the Supreme Court? 7-0, no difference. All of them, unanimous decision against Buhari. Go and look at what they wrote now. Go and look at the judgment. So they were so pissed off with Buhari. So what can be so disgraceful to a lame duck president? You see, Buhari, they can't even say nothing. They don't bond Emefiele and his cohorts well to say they are disregarding this because they told him you are going to jail this time around. So they are not playing with Buhari going, and it's because of the Attorney General. Your Attorney General, though we have a different legal constitution or legal apparatus in Nigeria, because in the US they have the Attorney General is different from the White House. They have their own in-house counsel that basically advise and then give the president the right information, when it comes to legal matters. But we don't have that in Nigeria. We don't know if this is going to be different, but we just know that something is not going to be different if either of them, Kwakwanso, Obi, Atiku, and Asiwaju, would not toe the path of a ruinage that we've seen in Buhari's administration. Because this Naira currency that we thought, look at the Naira currency now, it was a big mess. At the end of the day, you couldn't get anything out of it. You just basically, get Nigeria into so many mess because of this crazy stuff. You are listening to an attorney general that doesn't know even the law. So when you are looking at all these kind of things, and then
for sure he knows the law now. It's the weakness of Buhari that the Naira stuff, because he doesn't have a clue.
Gentlemen, let's bring Princess Rosie into the conversation. I think she wanted to chime in. Rosie, you've changed your name.
Yeah, I just did that for
reasons of showing off.
No, for security reasons. Yeah.
All right.
Good evening, everyone in the platform.
Good evening.
Yes, please. I have a question concerning Tinubu. I mean, one of the speakers, said so many good things about him. If he's this smart and organized and very intelligent, then why did he have all these negative attributes to him, to his name? I'm just kind of surprised, because it's like the picture that is painted of him is like it's not coordinated. He's like having dementia. He's not in his right mind. So I'm just kind of amazed at.
But all of those are coming from the opponents now. But they are not coming from a characterization of Tinubu by his ability. If you are a strong person, you will have as strong a situation as your strength. Your enemy will put up as strong a fight as much as your strength, because also they are all fighting for this presidency. All of these people, all of these politicians in this era, this is their last chance.
Yeah,
none of them will come again. So they have to.
But I mean,
Ms.
with
Rosie, let me answer you real quick. What you see, right? As I mentioned, it's been a long time coming, right? And that's why I say, for instance, politics is gone, but we still have to say certain things. There's a narrative that they are trying to hang, or a narrative that they are trying to probably leverage to hang Sanwo-Olu in Lagos now. If they want to say anything, they will say he killed Nigerian youths, who made the call, NSAS or whatever. There's one video that I'll probably forward to one man if I still have it. The same thing that he said, and he's been saying so many times, Obi said it, right? That I do not have the control of the police. I do not have the control of the military. I'm a chief executive and a chief security officer of my state. Whatever happened in Ezu River by Anabarians dying by the activities of Okuzu or FSAS, right? I could have known about it, but I do not have power. So when you look at this narrative, right, people who are probably rationalizing towards him will go towards him and say, oh, yeah, he does not have the police power. He does not have the military power. It's not the CNC.
Enigmatic.
Hold on, please. Hold on.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Hold on. There's a reason why there is that C in C. So when you flip that to somebody like Sanwo-Olu, they will ask him, who made the call? And when Sanwo-Olu tells them, I do not have the military power, I do not have the police power, I do not have this, I do not have that. And he gave them a tangent example of what happened in the eyes of the world when he went to Magodo, when they were having some issues with some landlords or landowners in Magodo. And he was given a frontal instruction to one of the police chiefs, and the police chiefs basically replied to Sanwo-Olu that you do. Maybe I'm trying to paraphrase him, like, you do not have an authority to tell me what to do. The authority comes from the above, from the IG. So when you want to look at this,
Enigmatic, can I ask you a question?
Hold on. When you ask question about what is it that you are saying, so the question you ask yourself is, why is it that he's the only one being thrown bricks? Are you aware of the fact that this electionary period, this is not a rumor, this is not a fallacy, this is no speculation? There are coordinated bloggers and influencers that were mobilized financially to basically wake up and sleep, throwing mudslinging and campaign of calumny against this guy. And have you always noticed that he wouldn't say a word? He would just focus on what he's doing. And he said it himself during his acceptance speech. Focus on, it's like you are a military man, right? You are trying to face a target. You are just focused on the trophy, on the goal. Why they are putting pressure, why they are throwing pebbles and rocks at you. It's like in Yoruba language, they say, so that has been his attitude. He has done it in Lagos State. He has done it at the national level, and he's always having an edge over there because he's not distracted. They want him to be distracted, but
let me ask you a question.
So
do you know what his response was? I'm talking about Sanwo-Olu now after the answers.
Is that what you want to ask me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, brother. Can I just enigmatic?
Okay.
But it's the same thing. Enigmatic is saying now. Everybody wants to ask Sanwo-Olu for answers, but enigmatic is saying now that why don't you apply the same consistency that was applied to when Peter Obi was governor of Anambra? If you don't control,
we're not saying the same thing.
If you don't control everything, why are you hanging this guy on something he doesn't have control over?
God bless you, Fatah. In addition to that, let me answer your question now. Des,
Can I just chip in this little thing?
Yes, ma'am.
I learned that, it's been a while that Tinubu has been planning to become a president, and that one of the reasons what happened at NSAT and Lekki was just a way to mar his chances of becoming the president. That actually it was something beyond Sanwo-Olu's control. Others came from above. This happened just to paint his government black.
Thank you.
There's no denying that fact. Do you understand? It's not him that made the order. I understand that.
Ms. Rosie.
All right. Sorry.
I'm listening.
Yeah.
I just want to answer that.
Yes, enigmatic. Just give me 1 microsecond. So, gentlemen and lady, let me shuffle myself for Thomas as the conversation carries on. So carry on.
Okay. So, Ms. Rosie, to answer your question, if there are so many things that in order to call a dog a bad name, you want to, or how do they say it? You call it a bad name in order to hang the dog or whatever they say. There are so many narratives out there, and I'll paint a picture after I answer your question. When they ask Obi about the Okuzu issue and the Ezu River, Ms. Rosie, listen to this, over 140 Anambran youths died in that Ezu River issue. When they asked him, right, and then when he said he does not have the military power, he does not have the police power, and then when Des was asking me, what did Sanwo-Olu say? Can you tell me what Peter Obi said when they asked him, okay, what happened? Do you know what he said? Do you know what he did? Do you know what he did? First of all, he did not, up until now, the case is still in court. First of all, most of the petitioners, the victims' family that petitioned his office, because what he was talking about first was that he was not aware of that, and that caused a very big uproar. How would you be the chief security officer of a state and over 140 people died by supposedly killed by the operatives of FSAS, and then there are information that you actually order them to maybe to shoot or sight or kill a site or whatever, and then there's a certain James Unwafo who is hold on there's a certain James Uwafo, right? Who at a time, anybody can Google the man, at the time became a functionary of ABGA when you were the governor. Then you shielded this man. You did not respond to any of the petition. Instead of that, you went to court to request and to apply for injunction. Sanwo-Olu did not do that. Sanwo-Olu constituted an investigative panel. He did what he could do as a governor. So when this guy says, I do not know about this, Sanwo-Olu did not say he did not know about this. He admitted that he was the chief security officer of the state. There is no way an individual will die under your watch in the state. You have vicarious liability under the law to know what is happening. So when you guys want to play this kind of stuff,
can I respond to that? Enigmatic, let me respond to you.
People can actually do it. And then I was not actually, hold on. Des, let me land. Miss Rosie asked a question and you joined the question with it. So when the youths actually want to go to Lagos and then want to appropriate the power of the presidency to control the military and to control the police, and then when you come to other part of the country where they run the same constitution, and then you want to expect something different to happen, then it puts to question, the question of double standard, if not to say of hypocrisy in this kind of scenario. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, enigmatic. First of all, what you're saying is totally you're out of order.
I know that's what you
you're totally out of order. And second of all, this is not P2B's matter. We're talking about Sanwo-Olu here.
No, hold on.
And let me finish.
They were all governors.
Let me finish. Now I'm going to give you an example based on real life experience. Enigmatic.
When you file a lawsuit,
let me say something.
When you file a lawsuit in a court of law, right? You drive your case by precedent. So when you do that, we can use precedent of a state that happened. Similarly, then you can use it to actually buttress your point in another state. So they are all state governors run under the same constitution. So they do.
First of all, enigmatic. P2B condemned. One, he said he didn't know, which it's objective. Yeah, it's not everything. Calm down now. Let me give you a life experience. When I was in Futo,
stick on this. How would you not
know?
No,
but please,
let me give you a life experience.
Do you believe that
it's not,
he did not know, or he's just?
It's very very possible.
As the chief security.
Why no, it's not possible.
Let me tell you. Calm down now.
Do you know?
Do you know how police people work?
No, don't tell me how police.
Have you been arrested? Have you been put in cell?
Do you know what it means to be?
This is over 100 people dying. Of course, you will know now. Over 100 people died.
Calm down now. Just let me tell you. Calm down. Just last Christmas. Yeah.
Enigmatic, allow him to finish now so that we can make progress. Allow him to finish so we can make progress. I have something to say. Just allow this so we can make progress.
Yeah.
Last Christmas, this is what they do. Police people and what's it called? Hope Uzodinma doesn't even know what's going on. They have to tell him this is what police people do. The police people, they just frame like they're trying to arrest you. This is what they do. They basically kidnap you. This is happening in December last year. Kidnap you, like where's your particulars? Enter car. Kidnap you, start driving you back towards Asia, like going towards Anambra, entering bush. They're telling you they're going to the station, and with the fact there are like 4 people they already arrested in the car. You'd be like, where are you guys taking me to? You'd be like, okay, you guys should give us money or we'll just kill you here and dump you or whatever. They'll drive your car. And this is what they did so many times. The governor didn't even know they were doing this kind of bad, criminal act until he got a lot about it and stopped it. I hope he stopped it anyway. And my own personal experience here, when I was in Futo, I was arrested, put in jail, spent 2 days there. So with something that was not like I didn't even do anything, and What those people were telling me, they're gonna kill me here and dump me at the back house, and nobody will know and nobody will care about it. And it was totally true. If they killed me there, dump me at the back house, nobody would know except my family. Nobody would care. That is just the fact. Not everything that happens in the state, the police people act that goes through the governor. It's just how it is. It's not everything that he will know.
Yes,
My,
I'm
But
telling you this
he
one.
my
has come
brother,
out.
Enigmatic, sorry, can I just take 1 second?
This is
My
different.
brother,
I think
the narrative you gave is
very
apples to
different.
oranges.
No, it's
Of
not. It's
course,
not.
the
Let me tell you
police.
why it's not.
Let me
I'm
just
not the
finish.
only
Let me
person
just
that
finish.
probably. These
Let me
people
just
probably
finish.
has murdered people. I don't know.
Let me
They
just
probably.
finish.
what you are saying is
Let me
like
just
individual
individual
people being
situation. Something happened.
arrested. But
Of
this is a
course,
different. There was a protest. Thousands
Okay.
of people were there. It's
yeah.
something that the media covered.
No,
So I
this. Are
mean,
you talking about NSAS?
yeah.
Or cause no, NSAS is different. Of course, it was just the same thing I'm talking about now.
Okay, was it individuals that were kidnapped
Yes.
and killed?
Excuse. Can I just? Can I just finish and leave it? And leave it? Can I finish and hand
Please.
over?
No,
Look, brother, you are talking
Fatai,
about a brother.
Fatai,
Can I just finish 1 second?
Fatai. Let me make this point so that you add it to what you want to say, please.
Okay.
Please, let me make this point. I will make it very short.
Okay.
Look, guys, and President Rousey. I hope you're not Ronda Rousey. But anyway,
No.
this is the issue here. This is the issue that we have a problem in Nigeria, and I wish I know Tinubu has a stolen mandate, but he's the president. If he gets into power, please hold on, enigmatic, hold on, See, let him try and reconfigure the security apparatus in Nigeria. Guys, it is very dangerous. Enigmatic, I did not know if you noticed 2 weeks ago, there was this lady, this police station. And I will tell you this from you because you say you go to the east. You must know Okuzu. There is a police station in Okuzu. That particular police station is a death trap. They
Excuse
arrest
me.
you.
Is it the one that Gist Lover covered?
That one.
Okay.
You saw the beautiful lady, right? That lady was donating on social media. There was this influencer. He would say, "Oh, this madam, our police madam don't come here." She said we should donate. She donated like 50,000, 100,000. People were like, "Policewoman, how did they donate some 3-4 times your salary on social media?" That was when they started looking. That lady you see there has built like 4 3-story building in Anambra State. She had built like 4-story building. When they now said, people started saying, what is going on? It happened to be that they arrest you, they take you to your bank, to your ATM, you withdraw that money. Immediately you withdraw that money. If you cannot get, and if you have enough money in your account, they will ask you to go to the bank. When you withdraw that money, or sorry, you use transfer. When you transfer that money into their account, they will kill you. It has been going on. This thing has been going on for years. Please, hold on, please. I believe Sowolu today. I watched the Sowolu's case today, and the Sowolu's on Arise today. Frankly speaking, that guy did not know. He did not. Or that's all I saw today. Did not order anybody to shoot anybody. The problem Sowolu, that guy that spoke first here and said that the problem Sowolu is having today is Tinubu. It's plain and simple. Because people still have that belief that because that thing happened at the toll gate which Tinubu runs, and the shooting was close to where Tinubu has his hotel, that is where people started saying that Sowolu has a hand in it. Then we also know the role Detective Fashola played. 2 days after the whole thing, Fashola just came to look at the environment. And it was only Fashola that picked up a camera. And he used her wet handkerchief and picked up the camera. The camera was not like the camera that he picked up wasn't like it was like on a 2-story or 3-story building. It was like something that was there, so anybody could have seen it. And it was Fashola. The day Fashola just came, he just went straight, went there and picked it up. There was some issues with the answers. The Okoso one that happened, there were some issues. But I'm trying to make you guys understand that the police themselves, sometimes we put so much pressure on these governors. Let them change these laws so that the governors will be in charge of the security apparatus in their states. We have seen it happen in the past. We saw it happen under OBJ. OBJ removed, they kidnapped a sleeping governor in Anambra State, in Kusigige. They removed all his orderlies. Who ordered that? It's some from above. So this Tinubu that is coming in by the grace of God, whether he's stolen or not stolen, one thing he has to do is that he has to decentralize the security so that people, we can really hold, it is easier for us to go to a Sowolu and protest. It will be easier for us to go to a Lagos State Commissioner of Police to protest, knowing full well that the box stopped on his table. Because what happens this time is that if you go to protest in Anambra, they'll tell you Abuja. If you go to protest in Lagos, go to Abuja. If you go to protest in Kano, Abuja. Why do we have this centralized mentality in Nigeria? So I believe Sowolu, and he spoke well today, but unfortunately, a market was burned down this morning. We cannot allow people that threatens us, threatens our existence, to remain in power because they try to make us they try to put fear in us. No, that is not the Nigerian spirit. The Nigerian spirit that we have, it is not an Igbo thing, it's not a Yoruba thing, it is a Nigerian spirit. Everywhere we go, boldness is something that every Nigerian has in them. And that boldness is what most African countries don't have. It is not an Igbo thing. But what one Uganda has said is that in our own country, because enigmatic, I wanted you to talk. Is enigmatic gone? Enigmatic.
I think it's not here now, brother. Just before we change the space,
okay, go ahead.
Just before we change the space, let me just also make the comment. I think the point. No, you make a very good point, bro. I think the point is the point that is being made is this: like the conversation was not about attacking Peter Obi, right? The conversation was just saying like to be consistent, right? So the example that Des was giving is it's not the same thing. Some individual police, of course, the governor does not know every time a policeman is eating biscuit or drinking Coca-Cola. Of course, they don't know everything happening in the state. But when you have a crisis, a major crisis in the state, if you are trying to say it's possible Peter Obi doesn't know, you come across like you are trying to be too defensive, like you are trying too hard to give excuse for Peter Obi. Meanwhile, you will not even try a little bit to give excuse to Sanwo-Olu, even when Sanwo-Olu is telling you that it's not in my control.
No, I said Sanwo-Olu doesn't know, Fatai.
But you
I
are
said
trying
Sanwo-Olu
so
doesn't
hard
know.
to defend. No, just let me learn. But you are trying so hard to defend Peter Obi, even citing very isolated cases that police doesn't know everything. Of course, we know police doesn't know everything. And as Joel said, the whole thing is too centralized, right? It's a good case to say that, look, the whole thing is too centralized. But what do they call it? A vote of confidence is not being given to Sanwo-Olu. Meanwhile, it is readily offered on a platter of gold to Peter Obi. Not that trying to criticize Peter Obi, just bringing in that comparison. Like, if you are going to claim on the one hand that a state crisis, we are talking about over 100 people dying, right? Even there were speculation that there was a shoot and kill order. Whether that is right or not, I mean, shoot on Saturday. Whether that is wrong or right or wrong, we don't know. But we are saying this is a major state crisis. But you are trying to say, yeah, for sure, Peter Obi doesn't know. Yeah, it's very possible. But you will not even give this other guy a little bit of vote of confidence when he's telling you that, look, it is out of my hand. And that's where the conversation was. Continue. I don't know who's talking. Sorry.
Fatai, I believe them. Sorolo. I believed him. Look, I listened to him. I listened to him today, right? He is not that person. In America, we say he's not about that life, right? He's not about that life, So like I told you, you see, the issue that we have in Nigeria today was basically caused by Buhari. Buhari did not lead well, and you saw the resentment in the amount of vote or the way the vote all went all over the place. It was because of Buhari. Even if he did not get the vote from Southeast, even if Buhari did what he did without even making that statement, you see, words has power. If he did not make that statement and make it like, 75%, how would I? Even if he just said, they are my people, but still went ahead and did what he did.
He didn't need to talk at all. He didn't even just leave.
He didn't need to talk about it at all. But that arrogance we normally have in Nigeria, that comes especially from northern Nigeria. I heard somebody today saying that what Buhari did, that Tinubu cannot do it. It's true. No person from the south, it's not just Tinubu, no person from the south can do what Buhari did and go away with it.
Yeah, that's the point I was making.
You cannot do it. You cannot do it. So the thing there is this. Tinubu has destiny. He has a date with destiny. And I'm going to speak as an obedient. I support my candidate. We went for a kill and we got a tail. So it's okay. In fact, we got even more than a tail in the election. So I do not feel like we failed. I mean, this is an
Joa, look, no matter the situation, this is a southern victory. Whether your candidate win or lose, this is a southern victory. There's no way a southwesterner will be in a position and neglect southeast. There's no way, even if southeast does not vote for him, there's no way he would neglect southeast. I know that for a fact. Just take that as a victory for the south.
No. I get it. What I'm just telling you is this, like, right? Before all this while, because I made that statement earlier on, the Southeast have voted for everybody. But the same vote people are complaining today, the Southeast gave it to Obasanjo and stood by it. You understand what I'm saying? So we have voted for everybody. So if someone is coming for an election season,
I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Why?
it doesn't show in the Southeasterner vote. In my opinion, I will say the Hausas and the Yorubas, they are the most democratic election voters this time around, because we saw how the Southeasterner votes en masse. They don't even care about other candidates. But Yoruba and Hausa voted for everybody on the ballot. So Southeasterner didn't demonstrate that in this cycle of election.
Okay, but okay. What happens to the 4 other cycle of election?
That's what I'm saying. I said this cycle of election, you guys did
this
not
one. That is what I'm saying. But the point I'm trying to make is this: somebody has been giving you food and did not give you food this one time. So all those one time he did was bad. That is the point. They voted a man. This time vote you guys are complaining today. They gave it to OBJ in block.
I'm not complaining.
Jonathan, okay, hold on now. Jonathan, they gave it to Jonathan in block. Is Jonathan from the southeast? No. If OBJ from the southeast? No. Yeradua, they gave it to him in block. They belong to the PDP. They believe that PDP is theirs. Other regions have their way of voting. The southeast has their own way of voting. Right? So the issue there is this. Since you know that these people have a platform where they are so proud of, why would you come and thank them because they did not vote for you in one election circle? Then you now made the 97.5% remark.
Let me tell you, even that 97.5 remark, right? It wasn't only the Southeast that was resentful. There was also sympathy from every region in Nigeria. What the hell is this man talking about? And it's like the Southeast was talking. You see, whenever you create a beast, when that beast come back, that beast does not look at the person who created him. You, the person that created him, he will eat you first. That is that is the problem.
Do you expect Asiwaju to treat the Southeasterner as Buhari?
No. You mean as Buhari?
Yes.
I cannot tell Tinubu what to do, and I stand by it. It's his choice. If you want to go, the Southeast has been without has not been in the top 6 in the past 8 years. I said it earlier on. It will not change. Nothing will happen. If he says now, if Thomas, like I asked one man, if people say, I want to do it like Buhari, what will you do? Are you going to kill yourself? So it is up to him to write his own story away from what Buhari did. Look, let me tell you, I do not believe that the Southeasterners are just like who always vote in one way. The reason why the Southeasterners voted Obi in this time, like I said to everyone, was that one, there has been Igbo candidates. Ojukwu contested with I think OBJ. He's a core Igbo man, a man that we revere in the East, like Awolowo. But OBJ defeated Ojukwu in Southeast. So what are we talking? I think with a landslide, with millions of votes, thousands of votes. So what are we talking about? So if these people now say this time around that we believe in Obi and vote on Obi, everybody now says it's an Igbo thing. How is it an Igbo thing? The other vote that will be voting, how far? And the thing there is that with the coming of Obi, the South is naturally, after most of this thing is going on, what they normally tell us is after the vote, they'll be like, okay, when I don't go vote, okay, no, see what will happen. That was what gave, and at the end of the day, it's like what they say or what the predictions of these people is what is coming to pass. You finish voting, at the end of the day, the person that goes into power messes up. Every government that has come into power is worse than the one that they met. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you are making a case to your people and say, oh, you guys should go and vote, and they're telling you, okay, let's see, now this one we're not going to vote, make we see what will happen. And true to what they said, this is not working, these are not working. What do you think that person will do? You will look stupid. At the same time, you will start, that voter will start licking their wounds. That is the issue. The issue there is that when Obi came out, Obi was someone in the Southeast that did a very good job. He did a very good job. So when Obi came out, we now said, oh, you know what? This one is a good candidate, not just for the Igbo man, but for Nigeria as a whole, because we need a change. Then the NSAT thing now happened. Then all these things started happening. So that is why people embraced Obi. Obi was not embraced because he's from Igbo. Obi was embraced because of his track records. So I hope that Tinubu, when Tinubu goes in there, before we get our mandate, that he will act right. He will not toe the line of the Northerners.
Joel,
he will not toe the line of Buhari.
Joel, are you still on this, your mandate?
No, because we are in court. Even your man Tinubu, also, hold on now. Even your man Tinubu went to court to also inspect. So before you were all out there saying why it will be inspected. Including Tinubu is inspecting.
When are you going to let the sleeping dog, be lying dog and sleeping dog lies?
No, the sleeping dog has refused to sleep now. So everybody has to. It's until we go to the court. Until we go to the court, that is when the dog will sleep. But until we don't go to the court, until we finish our processes with the court, like it's done everywhere, we did not call for any violent protest.
But Joel, right? Is it not better not to lose twice? You will lose.
No. It's better. No. It's better you lose twice, and if you lose and it is legitimate, then that's fine. We are not afraid to lose.
And that
We are
would
not
be two
afraid to lose. That's the
blows.
thing. No.
That would be two
It's not.
blows.
It's not two blows. No. It's not two blows. There's nothing like two blows to anything. There's nothing like two blows. We are doing good the way we are. If we lose at the tribunal, that will be fine. We now know that okay, we did what we had to do. As long as nobody lost their lives. As long as nobody lost their lives, we are okay.
Yeah, please, can I say something?
Go ahead, brother. Yes, sister.
Rosie,
Yeah, that's like I asked earlier before, like Tinubu with all I mean, it's the picture that was painted wasn't a good picture. And to me, in my own opinion, it seems like of all the presidential candidates that has ever come out to contest, it's been like is the one that's been the most he was attacked more than any other person, because he was really attacked, his age, his intelligence, everything. So I'm just kind of wondering, is it because of the technology now with social media, that's why we are seeing all this, or has it always been that
And
all
Princess
presidential
Rosie,
candidates? Yes.
Princess Rosie, this is what happened. Like I told you, right? His persistence and Buhari that is handing over to him did not do a good job. Most of these things you're seeing is accumulation
Yeah, but in the time of
bad
Buhari,
governance.
everybody, most people are like, oh, change, 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 change. They didn't throw stones at him as much as they did with Tinubu. That's what
He
I'm
said they
saying.
didn't do what?
They didn't throw so many stones at Buhari when he was
No,
contesting as much as Bola has been attacked.
no. If you want to know who the most attacked president is, president is Goodluck Jonathan. In fact, it was the attack they had on Goodluck Jonathan that brought in Buhari. They finished that man. They finished him. They cursed the hell out of that man. They built a coffin for that man. They even
Yeah, but before he came in, he didn't have all this attack. It was after,
Yes,
yeah, but Tinubu hasn't
exactly.
even come in now. They're attacking him. So
Yeah. So
is it going to be worse
what
for
actually
him?
happened?
Is it going to
No,
be
no, no,
really
no.
worse for Tinubu when he comes? Because for Jonathan, before he
Go
came
ahead.
in, people accepted him. But after they started calling him that he was drunk, always getting drunk and passed out. But now
Okay.
Tinubu has not even come in, just contesting alone. Look at all the attack. So is he going to? Are they
Yes.
going to? Yeah, that's why I'm just wondering that.
No. That's what we were saying earlier on. Like Tinubu's tenure is as good as Tinubu wants it to be. Let me put it that way. If he told the line of Buhari, then he's going to get it hot. There's no two ways about it. You get the point now?
I get the point, but if he's as
yes,
smart as I'm getting to know now that he's organized, he's intelligent, he can do this, then I'm sure he's not going to follow. He won't follow Buhari's footprints,
that's
because
why I said
Buhari messed up the whole nation.
yeah. So that's why I said that it is up to him. But it is not something that me now, because I don't like now for me, I don't have any legitimacy to ask for one from him. You get where I'm coming from? Because I did not campaign for him. You understand? And I made sure that he did not get the required votes from my own state. I did my own little part.
Okay.
Right? It was all politics. And I have my own candidate. Everybody had their own candidates. However, whenever you win a political position, you must be seen to be the president of all. Because it was a game. Right? I mean, it happens in the United States. So we do not see
it's a game.
It's a game that so there must be a winner at the end of the day. That is the point. But if he toes Buhari's line, my sister, it's going to be worse for Tinubu. Because you know what? Many people, Buhari was able to go to get away with most of the things he was doing because he's from the north. And that is the plain truth.
But Joel, I'll push you back. You can't hit from where you don't work for.
No,
That no. That is not the issue here. The issue here is this. At least you got one vote.
But Joel, what we are human now.
Hold on now.
Can behave like a human.
See. We have Nigeria is a peculiar country.
We have you are voting for your clansman. Nigeria is not a peculiar country.
Hold on. OBJ did not win. His polling unit. Did they stop him from making Bola Ige the chief of the Minister of Justice? That is the point. Bola Ige, if you remember, was from AD, right? Yeah. He made him this thing. There is a reason for all those things. And you find out that when OBJ did what he did better in 2003. If you remember vividly, he did better. Why? Because when he came into power, there are people that will have a perception about you, no matter what you do, right? And it is now up to you to now, when they now see the way you are doing your thing, some people will be like, man, this guy is not like that. Or we thought that he was like this. It's not like that. Or when you do stuff like that, you change the narrative. But if you want to get stuck the Buhari way and trying to make it this 97 versus 5%, Thomas, Buhari got away with it because he's from the north and he was in the military. Tinubu will not survive it.
So how do you know Tinubu will not get away with it?
It's a what now?
How do you know Tinubu will not get away with it?
Because from the history of our country.
Let me finish, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Because Tinubu and Buhari, they have the same power. The same power Buhari had now, Tinubu also have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But to me, I think Buhari has a military background, but Tinubu is he's a civilian. So I don't think he's going to rule the country like Buhari was ruling Nigeria like we were in a military regime.
Princess. Go ahead. Sorry.
To me, Buhari ruled Nigeria like it was a military regime, whereas Tinubu is a civilian. He doesn't have any military background. So why is he going to follow that track?
But it can be like a human. We are all human.
Hello. Are you listening?
Yes,
go ahead. Let me get something. Go ahead. Someone says go ahead.
I think
go ahead, Joe.
I think Tinubu will want to unify the country. I don't think he will gonna because he didn't vote for me, you're gonna be marginalized, nothing for you. And then I think he will want to have a smooth government. He will want to bring the country together. That's my feel, though.
But that's what you think, but it may not go in the way you think, isn't it? Yeah. So Joel, go on, Joel. Do we have Joel? Don't think we have Joel. I still can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can. Yes. This video, one man just glanced through it. There are many things on that video we haven't even explored. So I'll play the video again then, and I want us to react to it in due taste. If anybody have any knowledge about what is going on there, yeah, just give me 1 sec. Yeah.
Last man standing. It's still standing. It's still standing. Last man standing. See? How come to be aware this thing? Is that you, Bob? Last man standing. How come you say that? This man there, 10 lives. Hey, your dad, you're proud of him. You was very proud of him, as he's proud of you too. A good man. Last man standing. You will come and greet.
So for me, I can pick two things there. They purposely did that video and said it out there to send some message to some people. In my opinion, I don't think what you guys thinking, yeah, because there are many things on that video. We just played the first time. People just glance through it. There are many things to take from that video, Joel, do you have any comments? Yeah, because I can digest that video in I don't in 5 ways, 10 ways. They are trying to send a message out there. I don't know if
So
anybody has any
is that the
information.
video with Tinubu and the other
Elumelu,
guy?
yes, yeah, Tony
Oh,
Elumelu.
okay.
Yes, do you have anything to say?
No, I don't have anything to say. I just think to me, I just think Ashwaju is just so excited. He's very happy because this has been like his lifetime dream that has come to pass. So I think he's just going around trying to.
Rosie, let me push you. Don't you think these guys may be behind Tinubu's emergence for him, for a president elect to you know what I mean now,
Yeah,
to
it's
take
possible because
himself out of
it's.
his comfort zone and go and visit that man, and they even video it, they clip the video and throw it out there.
I mean, it's possible because they said a tree doesn't make a forest, right? And then
Yeah.
Tinubu himself is a businessman. He knows what. I think he might be thinking, oh, this guy is business oriented. So maybe if I have I'm in alliance with him, he's going to bring up some business ideas that will bring up the economy. So whatever he will do to bring up the economy, I think he'll look into it.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Then what do you think about the comment that he made? He said last man standing.
I really
Don't you
don't.
think he's poking to the business space?
I think he's just like passing a message to them, a subtle message to them to stop fighting because it's like the battle is won, it's over. So for everybody could come together and see how to move forward. That's the way I say it though. It's not like he's laughing at them, but it's like trying to let
He
them
was
know.
laughing, isn't it?
No. Laughing in the sense that it's not making fun of them that, oh,
One
you're
of
such
them.
a
Yes.
loser. I won. So, I think he's just letting them know that this battle is over. It's time for us to come together and build this nation.
Joel, do you have any comments? I think you are
You mean
busy.
you mean about the Elumelu space?
Yes, on the video, yes, because there are
Yeah,
many things to.
I said it earlier on. I said it earlier on that
Yeah.
it was a master class. It was a master class. Him going to visit him, I think was a good idea. I am not going to, sugarcoat it. What he did there was good. He's going to meet more people. We already know that his government lacks legitimacy. So the more people he meets, the more people that tend to identify with his government will go a long way to see that to see his acceptance, as widely widely accepted. So let me just use that word. So
But
I don't want to
don't you think they are trying to poke at Peter Obi?
poke at
That this is your brother. Elumelu is from which state?
Delta State, but he's Delta Igbo. But
Yeah, it's
it
a
has
Delta Igbo. That's what I mean. Yes, I know
it has
you
nothing
have
to
some.
do. Yeah,
Yes.
it has nothing to do with Obi.
Are
The
you
elections are
sure?
over. No, no, brother. It has nothing to do with Obi. The elections are over. If Obi were to be president too, you'd be surprised if you go and meet Oba Akiolu. If Oba Akiolu meets him, does it mean that he's taking over Tinubu's voice? I think we should get past that kind of politics. Elumelu is a respected banker, former banker, and he has a foundation, and he has been doing a great job. You
It's
cannot
an
just
enigma. That I love that guy. I love that guy.
you can just reduce his achievements, to the kind of politics we are playing. If you know how Elumelu started, what's his bank again? What's that name of his bank again? I think is it GTB? No, it's not GTB. Elumelu
It's the
GTB.
Standard Bank, Transfer Trust Bank.
Standard Trust Bank that now turned to what
Trust
now?
Bank. Yeah.
Okay,
Elumelu
Standard
is the
Trust Bank.
419.
Oh, okay. So I see him He's a Nigerian. He's a great Nigerian. And
why is he a 419? For goodness sake.
I will take time to analyze that later, but I will tell you.
Wow.
Okay. The issue there is this, right? Whoever that is saying he's 419, I mean, that is bullshit. Because the issue there
Joe,
is
it's
this.
me. It's me. It's
Who?
Adewale saying it. Yes.
Hey, oh God, I will.
It's me, Joe.
I think that I thought was the talk of that.
No, it's not Thomas. It's me.
He has a
It's
way
me.
of saying putting some words.
No, it's me.
I mean, none of them. Look, none of these guys that are rich, all their ways are not clean. They didn't all come out clean, you know. And you have to dip in your hand into one or two things, you know. So
you have to dip your hand in the cookie jar.
You have to. You understand what I'm saying? Because
is that why Yoruba says there's this adage in Yoruba that says Isaloro Onegmi, or is that why?
Yes, yes. That means the riches that I don't even know how to say it in English. Adewale can help me with that.
I think that's
what is this? Can you repeat the proverb again?
I think that's what the Bible says. I think that's what the
Oh
Bible
yeah,
also says, that
the
it's very difficult for a rich man to
wealth,
pass
the
through
depth
the eye
of
of a
wealth
needle.
is really stinking. It's full of a
Sinking.
lot of
Yes, yes, yeah.
Wow.
Even in Igbo land, we say something like agwadike ihe ogeji wee were ọgaranya. Ọsịnido bụ eka ya mma. And what it means is that what it means is that when they tell you what it took for someone to get rich, you will say, no, I rather remain poor. You know, so it's a proverb, and it's something that isn't everywhere.
Okay, that makes sense. I think that's what the Bible also says, that it's easier for a needle to pass through the eye of a camel, to pass through the eye of an angel than for a rich man. I think that's the Bible way of saying it too.
Let me ask my sister one question.
Hello, Megan.
A little bit. Joel, mute your phone. My sister, I want to ask you one question.
Yeah,
you are familiar with most of these commercial banks, right?
Yeah.
So in the 90s, you are familiar with the Standard Trust and all those mushrooms banks, right?
It's different from Guarantee Trust.
No, guarantees were in a big league. You know,
okay.
They were all in a big league. But I want to draw your attention to, the financial sectors in the 90s. I mean, we all know UBA, right? And some of other banks, all those older banks like Wema banks and National banks and the rest of National Bank, where were
Union
distressed.
Bank.
But how on earth a bank, unknown bank, will take over a bigger bank and become the majority owner of the bank? I'm talking about the Standard Trust / UBA. How is that possible?
Wow. A smaller bank taking over a bigger bank. That's strange.
It takes a lot of question marks, Abby. Now, that was the reason why I called Tony Elumelu Ekwawana.
Okay.
Till tomorrow, all the older UBA shareholders will have no praise for that guy. They will be cursing him till they die. He deceived them. They relinquished the majority of the share in that bank. Tony Melumelu, as you know it, during 1999, that was when the corporate Nigeria began to take notice of government, and they were full in support of Obasanjo. You remember, Madam, what do you call her? The security guard, lady. I forgot this woman. The name just came to my mind now. Oh, she was Indi Okereke. God bless you. Indi Okereke, National Security and Commission, whatever.
Or is it the one that the husband was killed?
No. That is our auntie NAFDAC.
Okay, not that
Now,
one.
Indio Kireke was the chairman, National Security and Commission, whatever they call him, SEC,
Okay.
Security Exchange Commission. And she was able to rally around these younger guys, the bank executives, all the financial executives to rally around. And then the PDP-led government then used them, the Obasanjo administration. They were in full support, including the Otedolas and the likes. You see, all the wealth they are flaunting now does not belong to them only. The same way with that. What did you call this guy? The cement guy, Aliko Dangote.
Dangote.
Dangote. Yeah,
You
yeah,
see all this where they are flaunting. Just say
yeah.
you hear from me, but take this as a hearsay, but take it seriously.
Mm.
They are fronting for politicians. Something beg for answer. How come Tony Elumelu is the chairman of this Abuja hotel, Nikon Hotel in Abuja,
Wow,
Hilton?
Nikon Noga.
How come is the chairman of that hotel? How come he bought the shares of that bank? Of that hotel. You see, when you see them flying in a private jet, you begin to wonder. A young guy at 30 something when he became the chief executive of a bank, and fast forward to 2023. So that wealth has grown in a very astronomical way that is able to, and he became a billionaire. What about the Tayo Adeniran Kunz and the Fola Adeola of the GTB? Even though the money in the GTB belongs to the politician as well. Politicians are the government people or the owners of the Nigeria. How come the likes of those folks do not parade themselves as a billionaire? These were the pioneer. They were in their 30s when they became chief executive. So today now, people like Tony Elumelu parade around. The younger generations would not understand who this man was and still is. So his past will remain a mystery because
Okay.
it's shrouded in all these, paddy with government officials. Don't say
Secrecy.
you hear from me. No, I won't call it secrecy because it's an open secret, except people don't just pay attention to it. Now, today we celebrate them as a billionaire. You know, they are pioneering a different economic, theory. Africanism, Afrocapitalism, whatever it is, the money being plowed back into the system to develop the system. Owo Abula Finshi Abula Lead. That means Abu's money is what we could take
That's
entertain
true.
Abu. But
Yeah.
they are celebrated today simply because they have no idea how things started. How come a bank like UBA, as at the time UBA merged with the Standard Trust and the other banks, UBA has asset that UBA has was enough for them to become the majority in that alliance, in that merger. But then the Standard Trust Bank, a mushroom bank, a bank with no name, no recognition, became the largest shareholder. Then that begs for an answer, isn't it? So that was the reason why I said Tony Elumelu is a
Okay.
419.
Okay. Thank you for your explanation.
But you don't have a fact to that. That is your own subjective view, isn't it?
In 2005, go and look for the publications. Punch, Vanguard, all those publications at that time, you will see interviews upon interviews on the national dailies where the shareholders were lamenting how they are being cajoled. 2005, yes. 2005, go look for it.
Yeah, Rosie, Princess, you want to come in?
Yeah. So anyway, thank you for answering my question. That's why I'm thinking that, like you said, that I don't think Ashwaju was trying to mock Obi for becoming the elected president. I think he just wants to get all these guys on board so that maybe to help the economy because Nigeria, the situation is in a big mess right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Adewale, what
Thomas,
do you think of that view?
I didn't watch the video. That's why I sent a message in the comment section to replay it
on
back.
the comment
Maybe I'll
section.
watch it.
There are many things to digest on that video. I think
Please play.
people are
Please.
just
I heard
let me
you
play it
say,
again.
Madam Rose saying that Tony visited Tinubu, but I just want to see the video.
No, Tinubu visited Tony Elumelu. Yeah.
Last man standing. It's still standing. It's still standing. Last man standing. Jay, how come to be wearing the same thing? Is that you, Bob? Last man standing. How come you say that? This man, 10 lives. Hey, your dad, you're proud of him. He was very proud of him as he's proud of you too. A good man. Last man standing. You will come and greet.
So, Adewale, what are you digesting that video?
You know, the funniest thing, Thomas. Ndudi, I hope I pronounced the name right. Ndudi is in the PDP, and he even lost the election.
Who is that?
His brother, Tony's brother.
Tony's brother, yes, indeed.
He lost the election, and he's in PDP. He was in APC, and he moved to the PDP. Why is he visiting Tony Elumelu?
Yes.
Not like Tony Elumelu is the big boss. He knows, except if we are trying to delude ourselves. Tony Elumelu is not the big one here. But sometimes all these folks, all these guys, they are, they are the go-to people that, Tony belongs to that group, that caucus that, these are the people that are behind the, Yoruba will say, right?
Yes,
Even making that statement tells you that he knows a little bit about Tinubu, and I don't think he will ever do anything against the interest of Tinubu. You could see the handshake. That handshake wasn't like a strangers, handshaking each other for the first time. So, having said that, tells you that sometimes what you read on the dailies, what you see in the media, probably are not the what is going on. There are a lot of body press behind the scene that you and I would never, for once in our lifetime, be privy to. So, without reading much meaning to it, it tells you that these people always have a place that they always see each other or meet each other.
Definitely.
Tinubu didn't greet him. Tinubu didn't greet him as if he's greeting a god. He's greeting a godfather. He greeted him as if, this is my G. This is my paddy. That's the way I say that. That handshake. Last man Sunday. This man. That tells you these are the movers and shake. I mean, they know this. I mean, Nigeria is for sale. Forget it. Let's just, all these people protesting and killing each other and burning each other's property down. I just pity them. Is it Tony Elumelu from, is it Agbo or where is it from? I mean,
it's from the Delta, the Igbo side.
I know it's from Delta. It's from Delta. Whether it's from Agbo is what I'm not so sure. But it tells you about who these people are.
I think it's Agbo.
Agbo, okay. I'm suspecting, but it maybe not. But that tells you about, well, look, that confirms what I just said about Tony Elumelu. These are the people that are close to government. They've been in the proximity of power since 1999, and they never left. The same thing with the cement guy. He visited Tinubu, even holding his, was holding his return ticket. This man built the largest.
Sorry, if I may say, that cement guy, is it not Nigeria's money that is flaunting as his own? It's not his private, it's not his personal money.
Yeah, but he's the driver. He's the he's the one in the front. He's the point man. So anything that goes today, he's the first chief marketer. So and that is the face of Dangote Group. But that tells you, that confirms what I just talked about. Most of these power brokers, they have the wealth. And majority of this, the money they are also, parading belongs to the politicians as well. All these smaller politicians are just getting into the, corridor of power now. They are the one doing this clubhouse and all those, trying to wash off the money and make it clean and all that into property. These folks do not need to have a estate or real estate or whatever. They steal government money and they give, and these people help them to, you know, invest it for them, and it's right there in the plain sight. It's just anybody can touch them. So the Lumina as of today is an established individual, right, in the society. So who will pay attention to that? I watched the clip on Netflix where an individual, a single man, was building a pyramid scheme in New York, and people never pay attention. And it was, as at one time, was the chair of the Security Exchange, in Wall Street. And before you know it, when the first allegation came,
Was
nobody
it
really paid.
Benny Mac, the one that killed
Yeah,
himself?
yeah, nobody pay attention because these are the people that are, very. They are close to politicians. They are the one making the decision and telling politicians what to do, how to make law around their scheming and all that. So at the end of the day, you realize that, these folks are close to government and they have some command of power as well. You know, who would have thought a senior brother to a PDP stalwart? Ndidi Elumelu has been in government. This is his fifth election since 1999. Fifth, and he lost. But yet, he's
What
celebrating with the APC man.
is he LP that pushed him out or what?
Before, he's the hurricane. We didn't call them LP no more. He's the hurricane. If I said we should be is obese hurricane, and that hurricane is coming to Lagos. He's about to visit Lagos.
No, I don't
Ooh,
think. I don't think. I think someone will take his position back.
I haven't watched that video, the interview that he granted Arise. I wonder why even Arise is
No,
LP media now.
no. I think what happened before, like in Lagos, any government in power feels they don't even need to campaign. But with this LP coming in, it's like shaking someone who is like campaigning all over. Before it was like automatic. If one leaves, Tinubu puts in another
Exactly.
one, another that leaves,
Exactly.
Tinubu puts in, but now it's now known Tinubu
It's
cannot
complicated
control.
now. It's
Yeah, so
complicated
that's why
now.
it's like campaigning all over. So that's what's going on.
I think the Lagosian are torn. On one side, they loved Sanwo-Olu. On the other hand, they felt like Sanwo-Olu is the extension of Tinubu, so they are weighing their options. But I think at the end of the day, they will take a stand, and I think Sanwo-Olu will be fine.
Yeah, he will stay. He will stay. But it's just that he's really shaking because I
Of
heard
course,
that
who won't be shaking?
he
We
went to
hear Hurricane,
places.
Hurricane will be coming. You won't be
I heard that he
shaking.
went to places like Ajegule, the really
Wait,
ghetto areas. That's
Yes,
I
where
mean,
now
he
he
went.
went. He went. He went.
he
He went to the
commissioned the
market.
rail line
Yeah,
to
yeah.
those areas. I think it's the red line. So I mean,
I
it's not
think they
just
should
that.
let him stay.
Adewale,
I
Adewale,
th-
Yeah.
something we can't take away from the obedient movement, and I've said this countless of time. They really they shook the ground. They shook the ground.
What,
I
Thomas?
Yes.
What if the power that be the incumbent let them shake the ground just to not to draw attention to themselves? What if?
I don't think so. It's the
Look,
will of the people that is
look,
working. I
look,
don't think so.
Thomas. So, well, do you think they were drunk when they passed the bill and the government and the president signed it? Do you think they were drunk or blindfolded? This is a
But I
chess
think I
game.
think Buhari. I think something I'm getting from Buhari. Buhari has bastardized that country. I think that is the only consolation. I mean,
So
is that good English?
if Buhari was that, how come those people that passed the law in the upper chamber and the lower chamber were they blindfolded? Were they that stupid too?
Adewale, let me tell you
Mm.
something. Let me tell you. How these people that we send to House of Rep and Senate, they don't read those bills. They don't read those bills. They didn't even know what was in the bill. Have you forgotten?
They have principal officer that works for them that read those things and draw their attention on what needed to be drawn to. They do have staff.
But they were like, those their staff too don't know anything.
No.
That is the point.
You'll be surprised. Hold on one
Because this
second.
is why I say,
Do you
go
want to
ahead.
hear something, Joe? Do you want to hear
Go ahead.
something? I have a nephew. Hmm? I have a nephew. He's in his 30. He just finished his PhD. Guess where he works at? National Assembly.
Okay.
And he's in economic, what do you call them? Economic research, whatever, for them. And if at the volume of what they come up with from time to time, they are the one advising some of this, the house themselves. They do work, but it's just that.
So
But I wouldn't
would
even.
he be?
But
Why would he be
it's
there?
possible that
Why
I'm
would he
working for you and I will withhold information from you so that I can, it makes Nigeria better now. It's possible now,
No, because
But I just wonder. I mean, at first, the body was reluctant to pass this electoral law, right? I
It's
mean,
by fire by force they passed it, isn't it?
but they have a choice not to pass it.
For
Who
me,
will hold
I
them?
have a
Who will hold them
question.
accountable?
it has been
Is
on.
it?
No, it has been
Do
on. No,
you
it has been
think?
on for like that electoral law. It has been on since I think since Jonathan's time. They keep postponing it, but just like the PIB bill, they keep postponing that and postponing. So it was after Buhari won. So he felt like, okay, I am good. I am so sure that Buhari does not know if what was even in the electoral act. But the thing there
No,
is that they keep.
they might see. Look, this is when you are fighting with somebody who has nothing to lose, Joe. Please never fight with somebody who has nothing to lose. You're about to fight somebody in the village square and the person strip himself naked. Are you going to wait or fight the person? Buhari has nothing. Look, he's indebted to nobody no more.
So please, can I ask a question? Do you think Buhari, uh, um, really didn't want to let Tinubu win this election? That's
I want
why.
to believe 100%.
Oh, he didn't want him to.
I
Oh
want to believe
yes,
100%.
100%. It was
But
there now.
but
It was
Tinubu
there.
was the one that helped him into this into.
Madam, see, power is intoxicant. Power is, I don't know what I would call power. Power is power. And when you are in the position of power, Yoruba has a way of saying when you put the power ring in the finger on the finger of the babalawos,
Yeah.
there's no other person that can remove it because you've vested that power in the hand of that person, and that is in the position of the CNC. I want to believe that was torn between reneging the promises he made to Tinubu and at the same time doing the right thing. And
Okay.
then this is a man that has never been a practicing politician. Buhari is not a Democrat, he's not a politician.
Yeah.
This is a man that was brought from retirement and has been trying to catch out and he found the opportunity. And Tinubu himself also was the one that, I would say Tinubu was the one that makes the first love move towards Tinubu, not Tinubu approaching. Because if Buhari has been foresight and is very, very sound politician, he will have been able to identify people like
Oh,
Tinubu that will be able to help him.
okay. From the beginning, instead of waiting
Exactly.
till.
But he kept doing it, and like Tinubu said, "Oh Lule," and look, you cannot. There's an extent that you can expend your political capital. After some time, you will run out of that money. And it got to a point. Buhari was crying on the national television. That
Yeah.
tells you that when your luck ran out, you have no other place. That's why you see Atiku
Yeah.
carrying a placard. A former, hey, yeah, yeah. You see a former vice president in the sun in a
This
black dress. Black always.
But Adewale, when I saw that video, I said, is it that desperate for
is it
these
real
guys?
or it was doctored? Is it really real?
It's a
So,
real video
somebody
with
in his
Dino.
70,
Wow.
almost 80. and you are saying that you should not be desperate. Look, the same way you are striving to make ends meet to take care of your family, the same way
Oh
these
my
people,
God, but come
they are
on. Adewale
egocentric
is not a poor man.
But
He's
they
not a
have
one
poor
all
man.
this
man.
money.
You remember the
No,
Abraham Maslow?
it's personal ambition. It's just personal
Look,
ambition.
look. What is Abraham Maslow's theory? When a man is looking for shelter and looking for food, what is the next one? Power. Abi?
Power.
You always have something, I want adventure to embark upon. That is what is
To
driving
look up
these
to.
people.
You're right. You're right.
Every politician, if you are not rich, you can't vie for a presidency. You must be well to do. You must be.
But
So,
Buhari wasn't rich, according to what he said.
says who?
That was what he said. He said he had how many cows? He had
Who?
he gave us.
Buhari?
He told us
Buhari?
what his assets before he.
Buhari?
That's what he told us.
You don't not listen to
He
the,
said he
he
has
came.
2504,
And he has
2504,
Come
maybe
on.
100 cows or 80
Look,
cows.
this is a man that spent 2 years in government and was hedged out. He didn't have enough time to then he was doing it was a patriotic Nigerian. Then he was believe in Nigerian system. He realized, oh boy, I'm living in a penury. I wait for government to give me money before I leave. So what did he do? He put his hand in the ring. He said, let's go. Because he need to catch out. The likes of Babangida lives in a mansion. And look at it.
But
His own daughter was getting married and they were giving her iPhone that was just newly minted. He was giving it out. Tell me,
But
please.
Adewale, but you know that he also served as PTF, the head of PTF under Abacha.
Uh,
Have you forgotten?
but even
Talking
with
about
that, he's
Buhari.
still subjected to Abacha's directive. He can't be embezzle money. What if Abacha locked him up, even though they are friends? This is a man that look when it's different from when you are in charge of power. When you are the one in power. As at the time that he was the what do you call it? The one you just mentioned now, petroleum resources stuff. He was still reporting to Abacha, even though as a former head of state. He did good then, though. He did excellently well. But now you can't compare to Buhari of today. He cashed out, even if he doesn't. If you don't see that vote visibly, his family cashed out big time.
No, even from PTF, I believe that the family cashed out from PTF. But one thing Buhari did was that when OBJ was looking for someone to clean up NAFDAC, right? In his book, one of those, he said that he called Buhari and asked him if he had anybody in mind. So then, and Dora Kunyili was working under him in PTF, at PTF. So Dora Kunyili had an issue, so she had to travel abroad. That was when they diagnosed her with cancer. The first cancer they diagnosed her was diagnosed in Nigeria. So she wanted to go get a second opinion. So they then said, okay, let them fly her abroad. So when she now came to abroad, they now told her, no, they did not see any cancer. Right? So, and Dora Kunyili now came back and was like, oh, they did not see any cancer. Oh. Now took the money, the extra code and everything that was remaining and gave back to to their organization. So Buhari was shocked that how can that this kind of thing never happened for civil service? So they give you money, you go abroad for treatment, you come back, carry the money, give them back. It had never happened. So that was how she now recommended Dora Kunyili to OBJ. And you can see the job at Dora Kunyili. She did a fantastic job with NAFDAC. So I think Buhari, I don't know. I want to think that Buhari was disappointed. I think they backstabbed him, right? Because even when he came in as a military head of state, everybody knew that it was Ideabo. And if you recall, there was a time Buhari wanted to run with Ideabo.
That was, I think, in 2007, before Idebo was assassinated, because Idebo was having
Idiagbon
this
was
kind
not
of.
assassinated, though.
I mean, I thought he was the one that slept
It
in the
was
hotel. I
no,
didn't know what. I didn't know what.
Idiagbon was
No,
poisoned.
they were toppled, but they were not
No,
assassinated.
but later on he was poisoned. Later on.
No, that's what I'm saying. Now, when he died, now, because they wanted him to be Buhari's vice. I think
Yes.
sometime in 2007 or so. So he then went. I think, Princess Rose, if I'm not mistaken, he died in a hotel.
Yes,
If I'm not
yes,
mistaken, yeah, he
yes,
died in a
yes. He
hotel.
didn't. Yeah, he
Where
didn't
he
die
just sleep
immediately. It was a long time before he died.
before he died. But they poisoned him
Yes, they
because the people,
poisoned
the
him.
power that be didn't know that if Buhari and Idebo came back, and with what Nigeria was going on at then, Nigeria needed two of them. They needed that
They
queen.
won't do nothing.
You
Look,
say?
democratic system is different from catechism. It's completely different.
But this is the thing, right? This is the thing, right? The people will always have their perception, right? Then when the people get into power now, they can now do whatever they want. But the people, what the
That's
people were
true.
feeling,
That's
what the
true.
people were feeling is that, hey, these two is the people we want. Now, what they do when they get into power is not up to them. That's the point.
Sure. You know what? In some way, I will agree with you, but let's look at it this way. You know, under the military administration, this Kakime make a decree, and what they say is the final. They have a provisional ruling council comprises all the armed forces and some form of civilians that say that into yes or yes sir. And they say this is what we're going to do, and nobody can. This is what it is. There's no the law of the law. They make the law. They are the law. Under democratic system, they have three different arms of government. You have to depend on people, and as of now, that was what affected Buhari. Look, it's difficult for someone who is not a Democrat to act like a Democrat. What do I mean? If you believe in democracy, democracy involves striking a deal, even with your hardened enemy. You have to find a way to overplay, play that person out, and make sure that you kick them out, but in such a way that it would not be too obvious. That's what democracy is all about. It's about power. Now, Buhari coming in does not know how to. This man does not even attend function. He doesn't even go out. And for a politician, that is their what do you call it? Like their playground, because this is where they strike deal. American governor president will go and play golf, even with the opposing party, even with their opponent. What does that mean? Is they will find a way to like a be that is less formal, but relaxed atmosphere. Why doesn't do that? This man stay in Nassau wrong with his toothpick. You know, sometimes you might need to even come down
Oh,
from
you
your
mean
high horses.
he wasn't a sociable person? Like,
No,
wow.
no. How many times have you seen Buhari attend the Owambe or party or all
No,
those
no,
things?
no, no, no. That is a mean motherfucker. Buhari is
Woman,
mean.
I mean, Joel, please tell me where you found Buhari if it's not official function. Tell me.
See,
Tell
Never,
me.
honestly, to
never for
smile na
once.
wahala. To smile, to
We are
smile.
not talking.
Na self na
Look,
wahala.
you see, you saw Jagaban handshaking Tony Elumelu as if they are homeboy. They've been together for a long time. I mean, that handshake doesn't look like somebody who is just meeting somebody for the first time. What are we talking? Buhari was never a democratic person. He's just learning, on the job. And sometimes they would defer to you as the head of the party, not just a president, to make decisions, to steer them into the direction that the party will make decision. The body language. How on earth Fayoshe confirmed on national television that the Naira redesign was the handwork of PDP, but Buhari play along, told that lie because he was trying to find a way to make sure Tinubu does not win. And the party stood up against it, and the party won. Whether we like it or not, they won. So what we are saying is that someone who has administrative skill and is also very vast when it comes to politicking will go very far. It's about deal. You make a deal to let you have your way because a lot of things has to give. So many interests will stand against you, but you have to find a way to placate them. Even if Obi comes there, he's still going to strike this with his hardened enemy. That is what politicking and democracy is all about. Look at Biden. Biden, to even pass spending bill, they has to negotiate with the Republican. You can't be in your cocoon and expect them to be. Nobody just let it fall. And nobody cares. But Buhari wasn't like that. Of course, when he was coming in that toga of, oh, he's going to be a messiah. And everybody missed it. Which leader will let his house burn
Adewale,
down towards the election?
Adewale, I
Yes,
want to
sir.
bring new voices into the conversation.
Please, please.
Can you quickly just give us new just quick response on the postponement of the election, of the governorship election? What do you think is going on there? I don't know.
I think it's the right. I think it's the
Sorry?
right thing to do.
Yeah.
I think because if you look at the excuse given by the INEC that the court just granted or allowed them to, give them the go ahead to recalibrate the beavers in order to be able to, at that time frame, we're talking about 107, 1,000. I mean, how many polling booth? 1,700 something. That's going to be a lot of equipment to recalibrate, and some will not even respond. So to be able to absorb those lapses, they will need more time, and then the logistics and all that, because they wouldn't want to mess up again. So
Yes,
2 weeks,
I think they will want to correct all their previous
yes, yes.
yeah.
And for those that are not so fair that data will be erased, I don't think so. This is about electronics. You can download that data and begins to analyze it later on. I don't think you'll be able to manipulate. There's no fear because that's what the Labour Party wanted. Election postponed. But then people that are having the fear that they will mess up with the data being collected, I don't think that is what is going to happen. But regardless, it's a welcome idea. This thing should have been done in a staggered way, in way that ANEC will be able to plan ahead and, even possible, do it uh, state by state, if possible. But the electoral law does not,
Allow that. Yeah.
allow that. Yeah, but notwithstanding, it's a welcome idea. And then at least we give the likes of Sanwo-Olu to be able to, table his
Recalibrate.
cost. Yeah, because as it is now, we have Hurricane LUP.
Hurricane.
And
Hurricane, the
but
landslide is going on in Lagos.
I will. Yes.
So you listen to Oshikomole.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
So I watched the interview, but look, Joel, I watched the interview. I'm from a state. We are from the same state. It's not my kind of governor, but I watched his interview, and this is someone that is loud, naturally obnoxious. But this is the type of person that doesn't know how to mince word. He will tell you the way it is, and he actually spoke the truth because now, before he was being quiet because he couldn't talk because what if PDP won? But now that the PDP lost, it was bold enough to come out and say, look, let's call a spade a spade. But notwithstanding, I'm still not Fauci's fan. But he spoke the truth. That's the way I see it. And then um, I would love to speak more about the future of Labour Party and Obi campaign. But let me yield the floor so that we can have new voices so that I won't be the only person.
Adewale, before you go, what do you think Peter Obi should have done better to win this election? Because I know he has the chances to win this election. What do you think he should have done better?
Now you want me to go there? I was trying to see if I can give one, but if you want me, I will really want to.
Just give it. I know you so on the
A
radio.
week
Just give
ago,
us.
I delved into that and I gave my little opinion about it. Look, in Nigeria, it's a known fact that you cannot ride on ethnic or religion base to win election. One, two,
So that has been established now.
you don't. Yes, you cannot whip. Even though he's a populist, you can't whip sentiment. I'm talking about what is prevalent. Everybody knows APC messed up, right? You cannot use that to campaign because it can only take you a distance. It won't take you far. Because whether you like it or not, there will still some sympathizers. Now, if Tinubu win election, I mean, if Tinubu perform within his policy within 2 years will determine if he's going to be fit for re-election. People are always quick to forgive and move on, and people have been suffering
Most
for
especially Nigerians.
4 years. If people now that people have been suffering for a long time, let somebody bring relief to them. They will forget about all the hardship they've been going through. Now, what I expect Obi to do is this: Obi should not go back to PDP, like Fayoshe said. Obi should not go back to PDP. All he should do is this: even if the outcome of the court says he does not win, come back. Make sure you remain on the same. Make sure that you never leave the stage, because the moment you leave, watch out for every single individual that is going to be coming to the media, making sure they are featured every now and then, because they are trying to get familiar with the people so that people will know them. We are beware of those people, because those are the people that will come back to contest for presidency again. Now, that is what I expect to be doing, because the moment you leave the stage, somebody else will upstage you, somebody else will hijack that stage away from you. Not in a sentimental way, but continue to champion a cause and make sure that people always have your name on their lips. I bet you 2027, 2023 will be a child play if he does that, because people only remember, we live in an urban town, urban cities. What about people?
Adewale, sorry for cutting you. I beg your pardon.
Mm.
I've said it on this platform. Obi winning, I will not object to it. The person I object to in this election is Atiku. And I think going forward, if the obedience can change their ways, I may follow them 2027. But if they continue this, I don't want to go there. You know what I mean. They should
Yeah.
just temper it down. They should just temper it down. For
You
me,
know,
to God would made me. I don't want Tinubu. I don't want Tinubu. I will never object to Obi in another way, but I don't want Tinubu. But I think going forward, 2027, if they can do better, he has the chances to win this election. Yes,
my,
conclude
my
your.
brother, my brother, I tell you this: if today in Nigeria, whether Tinubu is crawling or jumping or is bedridden, today under an administration, there is stable electricity. Hmm? The naira gain value and prices come down, and then people are able to at least have access to loan or finances, right? And then family parents can put food on the table and send their kids to school without paying through their nose. You will not be saying the same thing, my brother. Under his administration, if there's a stable electricity in Nigeria today, and Nigeria and the naira gains value, and people are able to put food on the table without sweating much, you would not be saying the same thing you are saying right now. Nigeria does not want. They don't ask too much. Just the basics. Look at where we are. We're in a foreign land, right? When you switch on the light is on 24/7. If it's the only thing that
Adewale,
they could provide.
let me something funny. We just moved to a new house, and fortunately for us in the house, there was almost 20 solar panel in the house. Ask me how much do we pay in 3 months?
Hmm.
We pay $25 in 3 months electricity,
Wow.
24/7. So it's just basic life Nigeria wants now. Good
Yep.
road, electricity, security, good
You,
economy.
you
That
know,
is all.
if that happens,
More.
if that happens, nobody will even remember about tribal, about
Nothing.
ethnics,
We
about
will
states.
never.
Nobody.
Good
But you
road.
know one thing. You know one thing. If that
That's it.
doesn't happen, He promised to make electricity available within 4 years. That if it doesn't have it, people should vote him out. That's politician talking. But if he's able to, because every other previous administration have tried their best, it never works out. And this thing is not rocket science. It's about,
My
generating
brother,
this.
my brother, can I interject?
Go
Oh
ahead,
yes,
please.
yeah. Moses coming. I even thought you were not there. I'm about to do some housekeeping to know who is there, who
Okay.
is not there, so that I can kick them
No
out.
mind them. They let me continue talking.
Talk is cheap. You can talk whatever you want to talk. It's good. We can hear from it. But let me let you know. You can maybe say Tinubu will do this, Tinubu will do that. Yes, for your mind, it's good for him to do such a thing. But let me let you know, APC have evil structure. There's nothing. If you contest for APC, you may have a good mind, but if you enter office, you will not achieve anything. I'm telling you the fact. That is the fact. If you have good plans, use APC platform or PDP platform, you are not going to achieve anything.
My brother, can I ask you a question? Why do you think so? Why do you think so?
Because of the evil structure they have. You have evil structure.
Okay.
You can't have.
Do you
You end
remember
up.
that this is the? Do you remember Buhari was the first and the only president ever elected under this party? Right? You agree with me, right?
Go on.
And I said something earlier that Buhari was not a
Democrat.
politician per se or a Democrat.
And it's not a Democrat. Yeah.
Because look, to make things happen in Nigeria, just like if you are a king in your community, my brother, right? You are a king. Under your authority, you will have so many people, Abby, with different views, different background, different religion, different everything, right? So now that you are a king, are you going to take side with one person, or you bring everybody under your authority and make sure everybody thrive? Now, can you imagine you being a governor, you being a president? You're in a country where if you take one decision, somebody who is all in his life, he has always been taken from government, but never give. We tell you, please, my brother, don't do that. Oh, we did the same party. Oh, you can't do that. You can't let the people have this. But if you have political will, political leverage, political currency, there's a way you negotiate. You make things happen. Something has to give. If I'm building road, I'm not building road for nothing. I'm building road. If there's a way we can privatize it, private comes in, build that road, and then collect tolls. That's in leverage. That's negotiation. These same people that are opposing your view will turn around to be the one that will be the one to put money down and build that toll, collecting toll. If that is the case,
You see,
people will pay.
You see this
Right?
Buhari administration.
Mm.
You know, APC sometimes they claim say Buhari infrastructure do this. If you look
He
it,
did build infrastructure though. He built infrastructure.
I'm coming now. If you look it in the other way around, you take that Buhari, everything Buhari did is all about borrowing. He end up borrowing. Not if Buhari self, if you check everything, Buhari did zero because he put all Nigeria to hardship, put all Nigeria to even the kind of I don't know if the next administration self will suffer because it will not going to be easy to the person to drive.
That is true.
You understand? So
That is true.
the next man that during that seat will be very very it will not be easy for the person. So it's in life. Why I would say this person maybe you try in your office, maybe do something not too much borrowing, but this one is borrowing. Check how much your Nigeria is
You
owing.
know, when you have the when majority of people that form your administrations are obsolete, uh, they have obsolete mindset. You know,
Exactly.
they will advise you wrongly. You know, look, I will employ area boy than to go and look for one professor that will be giving me one theory that doesn't match with what the street are saying. Look, Buhari try in some ways, but every effort that he has made, one thing that makes his administration, that painted his administration red, was that insecurity. Because he came in with the promises that it will make the country safer. But you know the funniest thing, every single uh, terrorist threat, every kidnapping that happens in that country, I'm talking about the one that were perpetrated by the terrorists, are all politically connected. Since they've been doing election now, how many times have you seen bombing? Even though the election was going on, did you see any bomb, my brother?
But I think it's because of this cashless policy. Because since they implement
No,
it, every
damn cashless policy. Look, in Nigeria, somebody make a statement one time. I don't know who made that statement. He said, whenever you see an unrest or anything that has to do with protests or know that government has a hand in it, government knows it. You see all these politicians, they will go at any length to achieve their aims. They don't care how much it will cost them. Even if it will cost the entire country to be on their knees for days, they will do that to achieve their aims. You
I
see
want
all
to
those
let you know.
kidnapping.
My brother, wait. I want to let you know something. Where many people is afraid of Tinubu become president of Nigeria. If
Nah.
Tinubu, if I want to let you know, let me come now. If you say maybe Tinubu is like maybe have maybe vibrant like as Tinubu before Jagaban of Africa and that normal time, but now Tinubu is weak. Tinubu health is not giving. You understand everything. Tinubu is like somebody like packaging. You know, you see somebody packaging him.
Please,
Moses,
speculation.
Moses, how did you arrive at that?
I'm coming now. I'm coming now.
Let me
Wait
just
now. I'm
interject you.
coming.
I've not spoken
I'm
since,
com-
so
do
let
you
me
know?
just
Do you know? Do you know?
I'm only begging you. I'm only begging.
Wait
See,
now.
you will
Wait, I'm
respond. I'm
coming.
only
Wait.
begging you. Let me just interject. See,
Wait now.
this guy, the way he presented.
Moses, hold on. Let Ola come in. Ola, yes, go on.
So, towards the last days of that election, the way this man responded to questions asked him, which at the end of the day made him the best person to have responded to those questions, and what he has been saying recently, in all honesty, is that man looking like someone that is too old, that has lost his senses. Now, look at the move this guy is making already, meeting Elumelu, meeting those industry captains, already positioning them for so that they can support his administration. Similar to what Jonathan did when he engaged Jonathan, when he added Dangote in his economic committee or whatever. So see this man already, he has already moving around trying to form synergy. Someone that is doing that, does it look like someone that is old? Even assuming they are writing the script for him to behave that way, for him to listen already and to be doing all those things, he has displayed some kind of leadership quality that you listen to your followers to do the right thing. Yes, sir.
Ola, this is the issue. Just like we earlier on, we were talking about, the same excuse given for P2B as a governor. Why don't we extend the same excuse to Sowolu? The issue here is simple. If the fact is there, Tinubu is frail. Now, he might have had some gaffes during the campaign, but we also know the pressure, the stress that comes with the campaign. Now, I'm just playing the devil's advocate right now. I'm an obedient.
Joel, I'm sorry for
But the
cutting
issue
you.
there.
Joel, did you listen
Go
to
ahead.
the 37 minutes welcoming after he won the election. What did you normally call it?
His
I don't
acceptance
even know the
speech.
English. Oh yes,
His acceptance
yes.
speech. I
Did you
saw that.
see anybody that is frail or
Hold on now, hold
that
on.
speech was amazing.
Hold on, Thomas.
People
The
who has
issue
not
there
even
is that
spoken that long since this electioneering started. 37
Thomas.
minutes straight.
So 37, you are
Thomas,
giving him credit.
37
You are
minutes
giving him
is
credit.
nothing. What I'm just saying is this. Hold on, let me say something, please. What I'm saying is this, right? Joe Biden is the president of the United States. Is he frail? Yes. Is he doing the job? Yes. I mean, I think he's doing a bad job. It's not my candidate. I think he's a mess. He shouldn't
That's
have been
my
the president of the
president. Don't
United
abuse
States.
them, okay?
No, he's your president, but he's a mess. He's my president as well, but
He's
he's a
doing
mess.
a good job.
No, he's not doing no good job. But anyways, because I don't want to hurt the feelings of people like Kulata. No
No,
matter what.
Loretta is not a Democrat. I am the Democrat. I'm a
So no.
Democrat.
Okay, you're a Democrat. I used to be a Democrat, so I switched. And the reason why I switched is because of the lettered campaign. You know what I mean? So that's the reason why I switched. Because one day, someone so close to me, a young girl of about 8 years old, went to school and came back and was saying, asking questions like, why, if a boy can be a girl and a girl can be a boy. So you get where I'm coming from. I don't want to, because of the show, I don't want to, go deep into those. But I think most of you understand what I'm talking about. So the issue there is that if we want to look at Tinubu as a person, Tinubu is frail. He's frail, no doubt. But can he do the job? I think he can. And looking at Buhari, I always take time to look at people that are around them. One of the reasons why I was against the Tinubu and the PDP was that I said the people around them, if you look at the people around them, these are career politicians. How would they live that lifestyle they are living to work for the people? You see, so that is where my thing is. But I believe that they can still, make whatever money they want to make. Create wealth.
Joel, I'm sure you've always, or you understand my position about our politicians. I'm a person that don't believe politicians whenever they talk anti-corruption. Honestly, even if that politician call himself a saint, once you talk anti-corruption, I don't believe you. I will always say, go and perform. That's all I want. No, I have my point. See,
I'm not giving Tinubu the goal to fight corruption, because he's already corrupt. Exactly. All I want Tinubu to do is this: give us that road that we need. Electricity, give us electricity. If Tinubu can see, I do not even care if Tinubu can give us even 10,000 constant, 10,000. Make sure that whatever excess that we have, even if we have another 2,000, 3,000, channel towards industrial development areas. I think he has done good.
Now, Joel,
I'm not expecting him to do any magic.
You are now coming to the territory I want you to discuss about. You see one thing, the difference between, I know that Buhari has caused that country serious backwardness that will make us suspect anybody that will be coming there. If you look at Tinubu, this electricity you are talking about now today, it started the activism, it started the protest around that electricity you are talking about. I can give it to him and Donald Trump, right? But let me say Tinubu was the one that started power electricity reform in Nigeria as of today. Whether we like it or not, then I think Donald Trump did a little bit of it when he was doing this Tinapa or whatever, that Obudukatu ranch.
You said Donald Duke.
Yeah, no, I'm yeah, because of the way he no, okay, let me.
Donald Duke. So I was like Donald Trump in Calabar.
I know what you are trying to. I feel I know what you are trying to talk about. So the thing is this. Now, as of today, Lagos State is generating this electricity to light the street light and to supply the parastatal. So, and this guy Tinubu started this through Enron. Now, you know, Tinubu and APC, they have this idea that, okay, we know there's a problem with our transmission line. Instead of focusing on transmission line, our short gap will be to create industrial cluster. And those industrial clusters, we are going to feed them off the grid. So what that means to me is the same law on exclusivity of federal government that Tinubu challenged as a governor. Now he is the president now. I will be looking forward to the situation whereby that particular act, that particular thing under that exclusivity of the federal government, that is going to strike it out. Even though if it doesn't want to strike it out, they can do what the federal government and the state are doing, in the sense that the state are taking over federal roads to repair and over time to find a way to get their money back. So if you can create industrial cluster and you license so many power investors, those people that will invest, okay, you give Agbara to someone, you give Apapa to someone, you give Kikaya to someone to supply all the grid. If you can do those things simultaneously, do I believe that 20,000 megawatts or 30,000 is possible under 4 to 8 years? More than possible, because this is not a situation now where you ask federal government that want to do everything, but you are giving investors power, just like the kind of creativity you can see in this guy Fashola, where you give tax credit to Dangote to be constructing road. You give MTN some kind of tax credit to construct road. So if you do that and you bring many investors into the power sector, within the 4 years, we are going to see totally, we are going to see some great turnaround in the event. This guy has done it with waste management. He has done it with power in Lagos, and he has done it with even the road, this road repair, this manner, because I have a friend that has 2 tipper that used to supply Lagos State, these people that do construction, and the guy is making money from those 2 tippers. So to me, I believe that this ideas we are talking about, Tinubu and his gang are not short of this idea. So either, even I've always believed that even whether Atiku, whether Obi or Tinubu, any of the 3 will still perform better than Buhari. So
no, definitely.
So I'm so optimistic that Tinubu will not disappoint. If it disappoints us, honestly, it will be so bad.
Yes, because the reason why I'm saying this is this, right? I mean, he still lacks legitimacy in his in the way he won the election. However, you know, we are all humans, and we know that these things, shit happens. Tinubu on his own must have done what he did in Lagos. Me, I do not think that Lagos should be an example. But you know, to the Nigerian standard, as it were, it is too big for everybody. Oh, Lagos. I just want to see him give us. I don't want to expect too much from him in his 8 years. Why am I saying this? Because I know the kind of economy Obasanjo handed over to Yaradua. I know the kind of economy Jonathan handed to Buhari. What Buhari is handing over to Tinubu is total kakas. So what Tinubu is going to do now is see if he can resuscitate those kakas I mean, I don't mean it literally. I'm just saying figuratively.
No,
If he
I
can
got your point.
resuscitate that carcass, so to resuscitate that carcass, then start, nourishing the carcass to be good before you start building. It's going to take time. So if we are expecting him to perform magic, it's not going to happen. What we want from Tinubu is a plan, a direction. A direction. This is where we are headed. We know that this is where we are headed. If they say that power is coming, we know power is coming. If we're going to have a stable exchange rate, look, let me tell you, the Igbo man says, the Igbo man does not even need much. Give him power, give him steady power, give him steady exchange rate. What does the Igbo man want? What do they want? Just these two things: power, exchange rate, stability in our exchange rates. That's all they were asking for. So what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this, right, Ola? What I'm saying is this. I'm not expecting Tinubu to do too much, but I expect him under this stolen mandate to do the barest minimum. I want you to do the barest minimum.
Well, this is a stolen mandate, bro.
But you get where I'm coming from. Let us have a plan. Let our people eat. That is what brought up this whole obedient thing, right?
No, let me quickly respond to Joel.
So that is what fueled the obedient movement.
You can see that Tinubu is already at work. Look at it this way. He told you that come June 2023, this guy is going to remove subsidy. Do you know the implication of that? The implication simply means that Nigeria is going to save close to 3 trillion, right, in subsidy. Now, that alone, and this guy already told you what he's going to do. He's going to recruit more security personnel, and he's going to focus on agriculture because it's going to raise the price floor. Now, that's like a short term. Why did I say it's a short term? Look at it this way. If you recruit personnel, because he did it in Lagos that time, when he carry area boys, put them in Kai, and put Agbero in last man. Now, the money saved from that fuel subsidy, because of course, yes, people will cry that things will go expensive for those stuff. Yeah, good.
Exactly.
People will feel it pain. But look at it this way. There will be more money to pay workers. That means that more potential criminals will be taken off the street, right? You will have many people in the security outfit, at least to tackle the insurgency or whatever we call it. Then raising the price floor for agricultural products. If you provide security along the line and you raise price floor, that simply means that even some people that don't want to go into farming, they go into farming. Now, I will classify agricultural response, the response from the agricultural alone. I will classify that as short term because you can plant corn within 3-4 months and you start reaping. You can plant tomato. You can plant some other kind of those agricultural produce. And if you enhance the value chain very well, you can fix some things there. So you reduce importation. So anything that takes our forex away, you've already solved some of those problems already.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
exactly.
Now, so the when you have money to spend, you start helping some business. Because I used to make example, like some of us that work in a bank, I used to say because we used to get something they call cola. That cola then was the kind of entertainment, when you do entertainment, you do some kind of thing. I used to go to a joint and I spend money. I buy beer for people. I buy all this gizzard for people then, because it wasn't even everything I would spend in the month that I would not even be up to 20K. Would not even be up to 20K. So by so doing, we were even helping all those restaurants to create job for some people. That is the type of shared impact that you are going to have. So you expect people to have more money by saving from that subsidy. So how they are going to subsidize for the transporters, that's what I don't know. And so if you can subsidize for the transporter, it simply means that even the cost of goods, the inflation within the food items may not even be as significant I will think about as long as we have more people buying and as long as we have more people producing. So within a year to 1.5 years, I expect a change, some significant change around that places, around those items. Then when it comes to power, I'll be stupid to expect power issues to be solved within a year. So I will set minimum of 2 years to 3 years to start having those impacts. But if you license many investors, I will give an example. Manitoba Power, Manitoba Hydro. There was a time they wanted to come to Nigeria. I think the kind of corruption within Nigeria, and because look at this, is it not funny? You want me to bring my money to come and invest in your power in Nigeria? And the federal government that is known for corruption, that chased Richard Branson, this airline away from Nigeria, the same federal government will now be selling on your behalf. No, I would be stupid to do that as an investor. You allow me to bring all this my investment, just like MTN, Econet, and let me decide and let me sell myself so that I will recoup whatever money I'm bringing into that country. If you do all those things, it's going to be like all those telecommunications because you've already demarcated. You said these people are going to supply all the grid. That means if you are taking a Ikeja, you should be able to do your generation, transmission, and everything without interference. You allow those people to supply the electricity. So if you do all those things concurrently, I expect significant change in that power sector within 4 years. Then you can have, let's say, 25 years long-term plan of integrating them into the national grid, if that even is reasonable. Because I don't see why you cannot limit this into the geopolitical zone. Then whatever integration you want to do, whether you want to do that integration so that you can be supplying the Republic of Benin and other African country, yeah, that's the only reasonable thing I can see with a national integration. And sometimes you don't even need that, because if Southwest is sharing border with some kind of West African countries, and you have the northern part sharing that boundary too with someone, so the regions too can find a way of supplying the neighboring countries. You don't force everything to this kind of central. And you know those people that are doing this exclusive list are some people that want to keep benefiting when they cannot create on their own. So some people, they can create on their own before they can even introduce corruption. So Alpha Beta assumption is an example. Before Tinubu even become corrupt, as people are saying he's corrupt, he still created Alpha Beta. He still managed to create revenue that is using to enrich himself, in quotes, because it's an allegation. So now, if you have corrupt people that can put infrastructure in place, I prefer those corrupt people to an honest person that will not create anything, that the people will become poorer and the people will have no job. You can see why I'm biased toward any of Obi or Atiku or Tinubu.
Can I interject? Can I interject?
Yes, sir.
This Alpha Beta something.
Oh yes, yeah.
This Alpha Beta, what is their job?
They are the one that put infrastructure in place for revenue collection.
They are revenue generating.
Before you can task citizens, make sure that you have put a level environment that they can be able to making money before you can begin to plug the.
Do you know what was happening?
So negotiators are not making money.
No, let me even tell Moses. Moses has a valid point.
There's overtaxation. No.
Joel, come on.
Lagos.
Thomas, you cannot say
overtaxation. Ola, wait. Hold on, Ola, wait. At least I can. I'm not for myself. At least I can tell of 4 or 5 people that live in Lagos here on the screen here that have lived in Lagos for decades. At least I live in Lagos for over 10 years. Even that I wasn't born in over 10. So we can't say there is overtaxation in Lagos.
There is double taxation.
Thomas.
When I was working for Intercontinental Bank, my tax was not up to 33%. but immediately Access Bank came. I don't know how they managed to do it. Maybe I got it wrong, but my tax was around 33%. I don't know how they did that. But see, Moses, what you are saying, look at it this way. The problem is before Tinubu became the Lagos State governor, people were paying taxes. People were paying, but the difference was that they were paying to individual pockets. They will okay. Let's just make a scenario. We had like at least thousands of thieves that will tax you, but the money will never go into the treasury, into the state treasury. Will go to individual pockets. So what Tinubu did was that he put a structure in place. He put infrastructure in place to make sure that if you are paying your tax, it's coming to the treasury instead of
You
individual.
don't believe me.
So,
But I don't like how Tinubu run Lagos. To tell the truth, for you to put
Okay,
things
like you
in
see,
place, you use Aburo and everything. You look at what is happening in Lagos. Common voting, common election. Everywhere Aburo attacking people. The state look like we are tapped. Eh?
Hold on. Everybody hold on. That is, Ola, why is people condemning Lagos? They don't like keep on going back to Lagos. They can't even leave the Lagos.
Thomas, don't worry. Tinubu said.
No, Thomas, you have to understand the psychology of our people. See, the psychology of our people is this: when even they see corrupt people, it's not as if that corruption is what they are attacking, but what they are attacking is because the money is going to someone's purse and it's not coming to us. And it takes someone that with good oratory skill to convince people and to dilute people's mind before you know they will turn against that person. Yeah, I'm not saying Tinubu is not corrupt. It's the Tinubu corruption is what all of us we can see. Why will you? Okay, look at Bodilon, for example. Used to belong to the Lagos state government. Now, how will you call that when Tinubu cornered that one to himself? Now, how will you call a situation whereby look at the benefits that Tinubu?
But he has been staying in Bodilon even before he became governor. Now.
You said what?
He had been staying in the Bodilon even before he became governor.
No, but the state government house he bought, did I miss anything?
Bro, I'm talking about resident in Bodilon.
No, but I heard that he bought Lagos state property, right?
Yeah, but the one in Bodilon was his private residence even way before he became governor.
Okay, then my bad.
He never even lived in the state house. He's always living in his house.
Okay. So the problem here is this: we focus more on numbers. So when you want to finish any government, Tinubu is taking 20% of Alpha Beta. The question I will ask you is this: I also work for a service provider. When we used to sell our product, then we used to get like on our SLA every year, 12%. It depends on the type of product, some 20%. Depending. So now, if the service you are providing is, like, say, your revenue there is 1 billion, people will quickly calculate it for you. Oh, this guy is taking 20%. To them, 200 million. This money is too much. But they forget you are paying your staff. They forget you are incurring some kind of administrative charges there. What people will look at, this guy is taking this percentage, right? But the percentage is
Ola, can you please finish your sentence in 3 minutes? We haven't heard from Rotimi and Adale Koko. Thank you.
Okay, 3 minutes. This is 10:03 from me. So by 10:06, I should finish my statement. Okay, now people won't look at that cost of even generating all those revenue. If you are talking of Alpha Beta, do you know how much Oracle is charging per the volume of transaction that you do? Because I remember then when we process, bank will say, why are bank charging customer for withdrawing on ATM? The question is this: you don't even know how much the bank incur by even using FA. We call it a postillion from the interswitch. You don't even know how much they charge for every transaction they even process. You don't even know how much value card, Visa card, MasterCard. You don't even know how much they charge the bank. All those things incur costs. Then the same bank they will put they will put inverter at the locations. They will put link. You don't even know the cost. All those things. Because customer deposit money. Yeah, customer deposit money. But do you know that some of these banks too, they incur on building power farm for the data center, they incur of link bandwidth, they
And they still, is anybody there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
We
yeah,
lost
and they still, I think
we
we lost
lost
Ola.
Ola.
And in spite of all these overhead costs, they still declare billions. Well, anyway, and please, guys, I will be taking my leave. It was a thoughtful one. Moses, Soli, Princess, Adewale, Fash, RD, Ajele Coco, please. I'll be taking my leave. It's nice talking to you guys. Let's do it again tomorrow. Thomas,
Oh, yeah.
continue now. Though.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Ola,
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, yes. John.
Yeah, Thomas, you moved me to the back.
Thomas,
to the
Thomas,
back
there's something I want to say.
You moved me to the background.
No, I didn't.
No,
We
I
just
still
lost
moved me
you.
to the background. Maybe I
No,
said
I
except
didn't.
one man is just sleeping. So those are
Mama
the
is
things.
not here.
So those I found myself in the background now. So the thing is this. So those costs that we are talking about, we only look at it because we don't know the details. So I'm not saying Tinubu is not corrupt, but when you say 20% of what Alpha Beta is generating, you ask yourself questions. What are the costs of even collecting those revenues? What are the costs? So to me, we should not always focus on the money alone. Yes, we have to eradicate corruption, but Yoruba will say, if a fly lands on someone's courtroom, you have to be very careful how you smash it. Otherwise, you can cause yourself some kind of collateral damages or irreversible damages when you are trying to injury, when you are trying to solve a problem. So that's the way I see it. Yeah, but to me, I focus more on productivity.
Do we have
thank
you, Ola.
So thank you.
Yeah. Do we have Rotimi in the house?
Yeah,
RG Rotimi.
Yes, I am.
Sorry, my brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing good.
Yes. I did not the video we played earlier on.
Yeah.
Tinubu visiting Elumelu.
Mm-hmm.
I have some because I'm the one hosting. I can't really comment, but there are many things to deduct from that video. Can you give us your thought, please?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think from my my first perception is I mean, beyond any of the business interaction that he's going to be doing, I think it's just more of a thank you to your donors. We saw a picture a little while ago of Obi with Elumelu, Dangote, Otedola in a while. So what these big people do is that they donate into campaigns, and whomever wins will make policies that will favor them. So it's only natural that when you're done winning, you go say thank you to them. But even beyond that, the thank you, the body language, the way Tinubu was relaxed on the chair, the way Elumelu was, introducing some of the people in the staff to Ashiwaju, the familiarization with even, his son, the exclamation of, last man standing. And there was some sort of surprise, like this guy, against all those odds. So the same thing that we also observed, the kind of difficulties that Tinubu had to face, it's also been discussed amongst those, elites. I mean, among even with all these difficulties, you still found a way to still be the last man standing. I mean, those things matter, and I think it was, of course, it was deliberate for it to go online. For those who are versed with Twitter, Tony Elumelu was trending. In fact, he's still currently trending. Probably like even the top trending topic in Lagos, Nigeria Twitter space. to different people are speaking around it. Trust the very young millennials and the obedient to say they will boycott Tony Elumelu, or they will, they will close their UBA accounts. But of course, they're just making gaffes. And then, but some people also understand why, because Tony Elumelu has invested.
Did they actually say that?
Yeah, no, people are tweeting different things. So I'll close my UBA
Oh,
account.
really?
Oh yes. But of course, some of them don't even have UBA accounts, but they will just say it just because it's trending. But the gentleman is trending. It's a normal thing. We've seen him with Dangote. We've seen him with Otedola. We've definitely seen him with Dangote. Those people are always keen. For those who remember, I think Dangote was probably one of the first person that donated the largest amount to Obasanjo when Obasanjo was running. I think in the second time, 150 million naira back then. Imagine how much it was. So these men will have dropped in some billions to everybody's campaign, and whomever wins, you can rest assured that the policies that they will implement will favor you. It happens here in the US, it happens in UK, it happens everywhere where there's a capitalist economy. So I think that's my bit to it. Yes, it was deliberate. It's a way of showing his outreach, that even though he's just president-elect, he's already working with establishments. Because those are the people that you trickle down like economy. You make sure that the people who are at the top have good policies for the capitalism, and then it trickles down into employment, into policies, into giving loans. Tinubu has been talking about one of the big things he talks about is giving student loans to students. Tony Elumelu has a foundation that can be a plunge for such to start. And if you watch that video, there's some lady that Tony recommended. So this person is your fan, though. She's always arguing about you.
Rotimi, I'm sorry, we got the half video. We don't have the full video. So all what you are saying, I'm lost.
Oh,
we got the half video.
There's a full video. There's a full video. There was some part where he introduced like 3 ladies to Tinubu. In fact, if you saw the way Tinubu was relaxed on Tony's couch, he felt like 2 friends bonding. He had his legs crossed. He was very, very like, if you would even think that was Tinubu's house. And it was deliberate. Yeah.
You see? My brother, can I target?
Yeah, sure.
This is the problem Nigeria is having. See where you are looking at it as maybe it's exciting something. For me, I take it as something like we are not going anywhere with that kind of. Let me let you know.
Okay, but should you remember
Tony Elumelu have already established. Everybody know that one for sure. But for you to, you have to come down low to the average for the poor masses. We cannot we cannot continue to do the same thing every time, thinking that we achieve what we want. No. We are not going anywhere.
Moses, wait. Yeah. So do you want Asiwaju to be going to the clinic in the...
Yeah.
No. You are looking at it. You are looking at it. For your own view. For your own view, you are looking at it as Tinubu have done a marvelous thing because of him. It's totally for me. I see it as for me to meet like it does not mean anything for me.
Okay.
It does not mean anything.
Okay.
Meeting Tony Elumelu is not just maybe you just meet your friend.
No. Moses.
You understand?
There was something. Yeah. Hold on, Moses. There was something that I said. When I was speaking earlier on. There's an economic bit called trickle down economics. For those who live in America, we know that Republicans do it a lot. When you're making policies, you don't start from bottom up. You start from top down. So let me give an example. Let's assume you arrange wine cups. Yeah.
Rotimi, Adewale and Rotimi, you guys can have conversation. Give me like 5 minutes, please.
All right. Yeah. All right, sure. Yeah. So I was gonna say that if you just imagine you arrange wine cups, you put like some at the bottom, you put some at the top, you keep arranging them till you get to one. When you pour wine or champagne or the top one, it begins to flow to the bottom. So when you make policies for these very wealthy people, it helps them to grow because they already have the foundation and they have the base, and then they can empower more people. So you find out that someone like a Tony Elumelu would impact more younger people and more lives because he has a bank. Those banks have thousands of staff. It's easy for them to implement policies that will trickle down to those common men. So it's easier for those people. So you give them. So you just imagine this now. I give you money. I'm paying you, Moses. I'm paying you maybe like 1 million naira every month, as an example. That 1 million I'm paying you, you pay your wife, you pay your children. Your wife will go to the market. She will spend that money in the market. The market woman has money to buy more goods. She will also pay for her children. That is trickling down. So that is how very big establishments do. You work with people who have outreach, and then you give them policies that will trickle down. So that's exactly what what happened. And again, even though you hold on, final point, even though you disagree against it, I remember I said to you, even Peter Obi also met with these same people. So there's a picture of Peter Obi during this campaign. He had a meeting with Tony Elumelu. He had a meeting with Dangote, Otedola, I think maybe Donald Duck. So 4 of them in the same picture. They took picture, and he will always share them their policies. That is how people do it. It's not something that
it's not a bad thing. No, it's not a bad. But I see a view. What I'm trying to make you understand is that Tony Elumelu have already established, have have everything that is going with him, kind of good. But what I'm for you now, you look at Nigeria now. Let's look at Nigeria map. See what is going on in Nigeria. We have like 133 Nigerian million people living in poverty. We have almost 20 million out of school children. You check angle everywhere is, it's not going to be easy for the next administration. I have already said it before. It's not going to be easy job to the next administration because you are going to do a lot. Number one, insecurity. You have to unite Nigeria, because without uniting Nigeria, you are not going to achieve anything, because you have obstacle, people are going to pull your administration down. You understand? So the most important thing, we will fight and make sure you unite Nigeria, make Nigeria one.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at one of the very first things that Tinubu did was to set up a reconciliation committee. That's on. So he would do that. Then he also mentioned, he also spoke about establishing forest guards. In fact, this was something he used to say during his colloquiums.
How will they achieve it now?
Okay, so if you remember the very first, that joke that people always say, is it Agbado? Is it Yam? That's what he said. So he's the same thing way he did with Kai and Lasma. So he's going to use young Nigerians and hire over 50. I think he mentioned an amount. Let's just assume 500,000 young people who will now be forest guards within their locales. So in the north, we find almost in every state there are people who will have access to the forest. So there'll be a new force. The same way we have Amotekun and we have we have all those little
I don't think it's gonna harm the Amotekun though.
No, you might not Amotekun. But even the forest guards, they're almost like saying, like formalizing a vigilante group. And then remember he said, oh, what would they eat? He said, they will eat yam, they will eat dodo, they will eat agbado, and people started laughing at him. Because one of the big questions people ask is, when you employ this force, what would they eat and how will you pay them? So he's saying, look, we are going to use local food to ensure that they can consume. And then for payments, just imagine, remember, even people, I mean, this was not going to happen. I'm just using an example. NYSC was established for something like that. So just imagine you actually having a more formalized NYSC, and that's employment for people, because it's people within your community are the ones that can, locate criminals, even where they can reach much more places where your police can't reach. So those people will be employed. He's always said it. He said it even within the economic summit that, look, I'm going to employ forest guards. America has something similar. That's like people that will penetrate into and fish out all those insecurities.
I wish Tinubu is like the age that the time in rule Lagos is now. I will not interject anything in Tinubu. But the problem is now, as Tinubu as today,
Tinubu is already
Tinubu enter office today, Kabal will rule Nigeria. That is the fact.
Okay, so
look, Moses, cabal have always ruled Nigeria, and cabals will always. Do you know what a cabal is, Moses? Do you know what a cabal is?
I'm coming now. Let me tell you what I want.
Let me tell you what a cabal is. A cabal is actually a kitchen cabinet. That's what it is formally.
Wait now. Wait, one man. Let me confess. For example, now, if you watch what is going on, we are Tinubu camp. Sometimes Tinubu may want to grant an interview. So those cabal will say, no, don't grant. You made mistake. I don't want people to laugh at you. They will bring maybe the man, the capable to grant that an interview and excellent in a way that the people. Let me tell you something. Why people look like maybe they are not buying Tinubu.
Hold on, Moses. What you're saying is not actually true. Because when Tinubu was in Abeokuta and he was making all those Emilokon speeches, people tried to stop him, but he had his way. And then when Tinubu was making his acceptance speech, when he got his certificate of return, he was just free-flowing for a good nearly 1 hour, and nobody needed to stop him. So Tinubu has the capacity of speech. We've seen him. We saw him at the Economic Forum. We see him in speeches all over the country. So all those little gaffes that people were using for politics, it's no longer political season now. So there's no. So the guy will speak freely, but that cabal that you seem fixated on, they are actually called a kitchen cabinet. You know, no president anywhere in the world rules just off the back of what goes on in his mind. He has a core team, which is an inner caucus, and that is called the kitchen cabinet. But because of the dark forebodings that surrounds Buhari, those terms like cabal, they strike fear in our hearts. But what a cabal is, Moses, is actually no more than a kitchen cabinet. That's all it is.
I think Moses understood. He just, know, when you look, woman, it's hard to change people's mind all of a sudden. What I think, especially people from the southeast sees Tinubu as a stumbling block, towards having a representative. The timing now is just so off the mark. The reason why I say that is because you remember when Obasanjo was contesting, it was between two southwesterners, not south or southeastern or southwest. But this time around, it's difficult. I mean, it's different because, unlike before, if it had been zoned to south, let's say the governors agreed that it should be south-south or southeast or southwest, all these things that we are having now will never be. But because they generalize and I say south, we have south-south, southeast, southwest. So brothers going, up in the arms against one another. So that was what makes it difficult. And the southern easterners sees Tinubu's ambition as a stumbling block from having a representation. I think that is what is happening. So even if
Adewale, nobody is stopping the southeasterner not to play the politics.
In the game of power, look, you have to have the number. You have to have, the backing. Money is different. This time around, you have to build bridges. There's a way money will stop at a certain bus stops. The friendship you formed over the years will carry you over the bridge. And that is where, the southeastern politics, having a lot of key legs. I won't blame them because it seems that, look at it, in the southwest. How many people were going against Tinubu? Virtually zero. They all came down for him, right? That is to show you that a region that is determined to get the power. Can you imagine governor of Ekiti State not going down? Or a common guy, Dimitri Bankole, say, you know what, forget about it. I am sticking my neck in this. Well, we take it to the last. Probably Tinubu wouldn't have become the president today or president-elect today. But they all came down. In the southeast, I don't expect We have our political differences, but in sometimes common interests takes over the personal interest that we may have. Even people that are other parties. Look at Ngige. I believe Ngige was supporting Obi, but he didn't want to, you know, commit anti-party so that he won't be punished. But the people know that, of course, this is his brother from the same state. Now, you can support a common cause, common interest, and at the end of it all, I don't see reason why Southeastern cannot put hands together. And then, if they had done that, Obi would have jettisoned this uh, politics of, identity politics that he was, going around with in terms of religions and, uh, stuff. And at the end of it all, it would have been widely accepted. PB were sold. So the Northerners,
Can I
because it's
interject?
serious.
Can I interject?
Go ahead.
Can I? Uh, this thing you are this thing you are saying now. Let me let you know. If this election was conducted free and fair and credible, Tinubu will not get 5 million votes.
And Obi will not win the presidency.
Look, if
Plain and
the
simple.
election was
Atiku would have
credible, my
won.
brother, Obi won't win the presidency.
I'm coming. Wait now. Wait. I'm coming. Because you say Tinubu beat bridges. Tinubu do this. Tinubu do that. What is the bridges? Tinubu didn't win Lagos. Tinubu didn't win Kano. Tinubu didn't win Port Harcourt. We know what happened in Port Harcourt. All the mega city that maybe if you say you are a big politician, you're supposed to grab those places. Tinubu did not get it. So what is the bridges all about? Rigging? Is it bridges?
Hold on. Dewale, you know what I really think? I think the Southeast, they're still in campaign mode because Peter Obi is telling them that it's in court. Yeah, no, because hold on. This is what we're hearing from Moses, and we hear still within the Southeast space. So they're still in campaign mode because they still think that the election is still in play because Peter Obi. But the moment that Peter Obi either exhausts his legal options or comes to the reality that the president has been elected, and then they will come on board. So, because what we're hearing from Moses is still campaigning against
After
Tinubu,
election.
sort of like that some vote is still going to take place. But as the weeks come, the reality will dawn, and then you know that Tinubu is who you are going to have to deal with, and then you have to make that decision. Then, that do you want him to succeed, or do you detest him that much because you feel that he has taken your slot that you want him to fail? So that's where the decision is. But Moses, the campaign is over. The election has come and gone, and a winner has emerged, and they say his name is Tinubu. That's the rumor.
One
They
man.
are saying.
One man. You are still a collateral projecting of Tinubu will win this place. Tinubu will win this. That one is gone.
Tinubu will win. Tinubu has won now. That's what I'm saying. So we are now.
How did the Tinubu won now? How did the Tinubu won?
I want to reclaim my time back.
We are in the court.
RB, please rescue us.
We are in the court now. We are in the court. So we have everything. Have not. We are in the court, which I know that Tinubu will not.
What I'm saying now that it's still in campaign mode.
You know one thing, Moses.
Which
the funniest thing is that even
Can I reclaim my time back?
The challenge in the court is probably going to be towards the INEC about how the election was conducted. They won't overrule the INEC result. That is just the fundamental truth.
All right, thanks.
All right, let's get back to Albie. Albie, back to you.
Yeah. All right. Hello, Oman. I think it's nice to speak with you. So
so you always wait for me to leave, don't you? I don't know why. What have I done?
Woman, I have to register. Sorry, Rotimi. I have to register my displeasure to Woman. Woman, you kept me in the background for a very long time again today. What did I do to you, Woman?
No. Apologies, Dewale. You know the screen can only take 10 people.
I was in the show.
How are you? This is Jade. I'm good. Yeah, I
Look at that. Thomas, he didn't learn the lesson from the last time. He's doing it again.
Oh,
Uh,
that last
uh,
time was so funny.
Yeah,
There was a
I
particular
wonder if
guy.
Jane is a side chick. You know that your madam is listening to the thing, no? Look at this guy. Yeah, but no, Dewale, it's only because the screen can only take 10.
No. I
So then I try
joined.
to
See,
shuffle.
woman, if there's one thing, I like your show. I like this platform a lot. And the reason why I like this because of you made it uh, level for everybody to contribute and to have their say. And I like the robust discussion. Sometimes
I
people
don't
say
think
things
so.
that I
I don't think so, my
well,
brother.
okay. Well,
Not allow everybody to say so.
you are here. I don't think anybody ever stops you from speaking your mind. However, it's not me to it's not of me to uh, to confirm that. But anyway, the point I'm trying to say is that when I joined today, I joined early. I was around give and take past 5, and when you are now bringing people to the studio to the platform, I was at first set that you first called. One thing I detest is people don't give other people chance to talk. You can interject, but you interject at the time that is suitable, not just when somebody is in the middle of sentence or in their thought and all that. And I hate distraction. So that is the reason why when people going, talking together, cross talking, I don't like that. I don't get involved in that. So that's the reason why it seems that I'm always like in the background, just listening. In fact, it was the Adensa Gomez that took the entire almost 1 hour talking and all that. I just forget about everybody. And at the end of that, I was like, you know what? Don't worry about it. Eventually, I got relegated to the background. I was like, what did I do to one man for crying out loud?
No,
You know?
apologies. I have to take responsibility for that because um I have to start making sure that I take the conversation round, even though
Yeah.
that's not really the style of the platform. But really, in fairness, that every voice is heard, I have to just start making sure, and in the order that people and that interjection, that interjection is only meant for like somebody said something, you want to add to it, then you add a little quick something, and then that person carries on. But sometimes when you get the interjection, they then take over that whole space, and then you're waiting for them to land. And I don't want to, I just have to strike a better balance. Is really what you're telling me, isn't it?
I really appreciate that.
Yes.
It's
But
your
Adewale,
show.
everybody cannot be satisfied. If you are saying that, some people will still be pushing back. You know what I
No,
mean?
yeah, but I appreciate what he does. I can't tell him what to do. It's his show. But you
No, no, you
see,
can tell me, because it's
no, I
feedback,
can't.
isn't it? That's the only way this
Yeah,
it can
yeah.
improve. Yeah.
In even some other platform, there's always people always trying to take advantage of the time given to them to just keep, rambling and talking nonsense. We all talk nonsense anyway. But I would really appreciate if you can manage your time for everyone so that everybody will really have their views out, and it won't be one sided or one person taking the entire space. So you hear other because sometimes in the moment or during the process when the discussion is coming up, people things come to people's mind, and sometimes you want them to you know bring it up and that might benefit. I've learned a lot on this platform, not just this platform, but even talking to other people, how they feel, and sometimes I have to bite my tongue because you hear things sometimes as if you should reach across from the screen and just grab that person's leg. What are you talking about?
You know,
Yeah.
it's funny you should say that. When I was on Rudolph's platform last, some guy was saying, if this was in real life, he would beat me up, and the guy was laughing. I was saying, you can't say.
That's how you
He
you
says
feel
he
at
was
that
in real life,
moment.
he would beat me up. Hey,
Yeah.
look at that. Eh?
Good.
One man. I know it's my second time speaking on the show, and it might be too early for me to make suggestions. But I think maybe if it's possible, I understand that your approach is you have topics, and then you allow everyone to exhaust their opinions on within all those topics, and then move to the next person. But if it were possible that once you are picking on a topic, you can allow everyone on stage to who have an opinion to discuss it, and then you go to the next topic. Maybe that way we'll have people sharing their opinion, being able to talk more. within that reach, because even when I joined today, I had to wait about 2 hours. Now imagine maybe someone like Moses or Ola, who had been there longer before I even decided to come up to speak, But to the show's credit, and to also buttress what Adewale just said, my wife also loves one man show. In fact, she's the one who's always reminding me it's one man show time, or let's go and join. And I think it's an amazing.
Who is your wife's favorite? I bet it's Ajanle Koko, because I think people only come here. Imagine if Ajanle Koko stops coming here, we would lose our audience immediately. They only come here for Ajanle Koko,
I think
nothing else.
My wife's favorite is probably Zita.
Zita, of course, yes.
Yes, and then my favorite is actually Enigmatic and Yourself. And
is it the bombasticness of Enigmatic?
Yes,
that punchy,
yeah.
Sometimes I see him as a
power.
terrorist. Is he a terrorist?
He speaks truth to power.
He's a legal terrorist.
Is very calm spoken. I think I enjoy your sarcasm as well too. You have that very Cockney British.
But people don't get it, They don't know.
God,
they don't know sometimes that I'm just. Where I enjoy it the most is on Rudolph's channel, where I just go there just to poke fun at them a little bit.
Yeah.
But they don't get it, and then they go mad. Which then excites me even more, and then I poke at them even more, and then they go wild, and then I'm just laughing in my head. It's so much fun,
I've seen you go there to yank their chains, and I see how they get exasperated so easily.
It's not obvious what I'm doing, so why do they fall for it? It's really the big mystery. I'm only there to troll you.
Former, you are the real terrorist.
But
back to you, Abi. Back to you. You have the floor.
Yeah. And then the other person that I also like again is Kulata. Maybe because we both stay in Atlanta together. I've not met him, but he's also very astute. And I like him. And one person that frustrates me the most, that I feel like punching it and the screen is Rational Mind.
No.
Of course, that's from the
what frustrates about Rational Mind is that in his head he's right.
Yeah.
But in real life he's not right, and that is the reason, because he believes in what he's saying, but it's no semblance to reality at all. But no, back to you, Abi.
And then the happiest person, I know he hasn't come up to speak, is actually Eze. Is the happy life of the one man show.
That's Solomon, right?
Yeah, Solomon. And then World Peace, his name is very contradictory. How ironic or name. World Peace is a trigger. So, the characters of the one man show is very, very lovely. Different people, different minds. I think I'm more glad that Zita is coming to stay. I'm also more glad that Rosie too is also trying to own the space. So he's beautiful. Every other person too are awesome. Thomas is a great chap, and every person. Moses, I think Emeka would have been nice too, but he came.
Is Thomas a great chap without equivocation?
I mean, with his sunshades, without his specs and sunshades. I think another person that made a mark was Emeka, but he came out too brash. He didn't fit into the one man class. I think maybe one thing people don't understand, because the one man show is very easy to blend in. When you come in, allow people to speak with a soft tone. Don't be rude, and then you fit in. But when you come in and then you want to impose those very violent approach, even if people agree with you, you will lose the audience. And then I like Dez and the other young chap. So Dez, what's the other person? The other obedient too. Not Joel. There are three of them. There's
Saki Father.
Saki Father, yeah.
Please, do you find Saki Father for me?
No. It's not Saki Father.
Saki Father has spawned.
There's another young man. I think he was around tonight or last night. He was around yesterday.
Oh,
Uptown. Yeah. Uptown is. So I love them. I love how they're strong with their on their political views. It's amazing. So yes, I think I just want to speak quickly to some of the things that I also noticed that I wanted to talk on today's topics. There was something that we were discussing on. So yes, Moses. I think don't be wary about Tinubu. Tinubu is someone who's, if you look at his approach in Lagos State, he has always believed in a PPP approach. So he's going to have private people who will build infrastructures or who will build processes, and then they can make money off it, and then the company, the country, will sustain. I'll give you a clear example. The Lekki Ozumba the Lekki way, they told those were not Lagos State projects in terms of financing. So what Lagos State did was to get people who will build the roads, the LCC, and then you get SPVs that will maintain those highways, and then you make a negotiation. Okay, how do you get your money back? You run toll for a period of time, and then you operate it, and then you transfer back. So it's called the BOT. So you build, you operate, and over for a period of time, you transfer back to the state. So that approach is what he's used to build most of the projects that he built within Lagos State. And that way, even those companies will build. So Tinubu will always tell you, no road did I build that should live less than 25 years. So we need such stuff. Tinubu, Buhari tried to do some of those things, but Buhari is a little bit of a socialist approach. So he did so many of those sukuk funds, sukuk loans. And again, Moses, there's something you said that you complained about. Oh, Buhari kept on borrowing. But I just want to say to you, let's assume that Buhari is borrowing, but have in mind that Africa, not Nigeria, Africa as the entire continent, the entire loan that Africa has ever borrowed is just 9% of the total debt index. So we never borrow money itself, if you understand what I mean. America is only owing $33 billion. So you shouldn't worry about whatever money that Africa is owing. But Tinubu's approach is, I won't just borrow to use. I will have you build the infrastructure here. I will give you tax advance, right? You operate those infrastructures, and then after maybe 30 years or 40 years, you transfer back to the government. I think that's beautiful. So that way we don't need to borrow. You will use your money to build those infrastructures. We will give you the enabling environment. We will give you tax exempt. We will get somebody else to fund for you, and then we'll have fun. I think that's what we need. Don't worry about those cabals, because everyone we see around Tinubu, they've always been young people. And if I think because many of you haven't been consuming the Tinubu space, if you watch the economic summit all the way, you realize that guy is actually the best person for us as of today that ran. And I think another point I want to make, and I'm picking on several topics, but I think one thing I love about this election is that several things have been debunked.
RB, what is your thought about the postponement of the election? Yeah.
Oh no, there was no. It had to be postponed. Inec had already said that they needed 5 days to recalibrate the Beaver's machine. And I know one man calls it BVAS, so they need 5 days to convert to recalibrate the Beaver's machine. Based off of the court issue that happened today, they had just 2 days left to the gubernatorial election. There was nothing they could do to it. So he was only imperent that day.
That was a smart move, isn't it?
Yes, because if they didn't, then Obi camp will say, you see, they were lying. But also to the obedience here, this is proof to you that going to court doesn't mean you would win. So they thought, this is already 1-0. Inec 1, Peter Obi 0. There's also going to be another 2-0, 3-0 coming very soon.
No. You are getting it wrong, my brother. I don't know why you guys always like to point every view to come to direct to your own view so that you look like you are in the right place. No, it's not like that.
Okay.
P2B want for them to have access to the materials, the electrical materials. That's the most important thing. That it had is granted. The thing is that the court make it clear that INEC must make sure that anything that is in that beavers, nothing that is. Let them make sure that everything is intact, so that
bit was already
these
clear.
people can have access to it to take to maybe take whatever they want to do with it. You understand?
Yes,
so that is it.
yes,
Not be say P2B have 0, this one have 1.
No,
Not like that.
So here's the thing. Inec, the Peter B's camp does not have even the resource to check each beaver's machine, the entirety of them. Where they will have gone to check that data will have been online on the server. And what Inec was proposing was, we will move all this data that you have, that you're questioning, to the online, to our online platform, and then you can check the data there. But then
This is no. You are wrong now. See your view now. If for example now, those things they are uploading, those things they are uploading online is fake. Which the thing is not tally with the one we have for polling unit. We are going to go inside the polling unit and get our result. Those things they are putting it there on the server there is fake. All of them is fake. If you are taking it like that, my brother.
Moses, can I ask a question? Are you going to
so,
also remove the vote from those children that voted Labour Party?
Say what?
No. Are you going to remove the children's vote too?
Those children was that is APC strategy, my brother. We have checked it now.
APC. Moses, right? I mean, again, maybe because I think one of the things that the obedient camp is doing to themselves is a disservice of not being able to discern the right information to their audience. What the Beavers machine did during the presidential election was one to actually for accreditation to know whether there's overvoting or undervoting. Undervoting is not a problem. Overvoting is the issue. That's number one. Number two, the other thing again that happened again was the snapping of those pictures. Those pictures that were snapped were not stored on the Beavers machine. The only information that you can get on the Beavers machine based on what happened during the presidential election are only accreditations. That's all. Nothing else.
Accreditation. That is it. How many people was accredited?
Yeah.
That is it.
And that issue is not even your argument from your camp. So your big argument is not, how many people. So those pictures that were snapped were not snapped with, was not snapped entirely with the Beavers machine. It was snapped and upload. Nothing is stored on the Beavers machine as regards those pictures. The only places you can get those documents from are from your ward, which has already moved to the local government, which has also been moved to the states. So all those papers are within the state levels, and those documents should be intact. In fact, if you want all the polling papers, you can get all the polling papers from within the ballot boxes. That's all that you can get. The only data you get from that Beavers machine are only people who came to those centers for accreditation and potentially also voted, and they are online, and you know that already. In fact, that same information is also on each paper. These polling units have 500 people. How many papers did you bring there? 700. How many people came for the accreditation? 430. How many people voted? 300. That same information on those papers, also the same information you find on the Beavers machine. But then you can't now start checking each machine. You have to plug it into a server, and Inec has done that for you. Inec does not need to change that in any way. It is of useless bit to change it. So you guys are fine. But then again,
let me ask a question. Why till to date Inec have never upload the full result for their server?
Okay, so here's the thing. Inec. Okay, so let me break it down to you. Inec's responsibility as an institution wasn't to upload. It was that of the polling agents, or polling unit agents, to snap those pictures and upload. If they didn't do it that day, what they've done is to take those papers to their ward level, and the ward level people are the ones who are now responsible to upload. So anything that is missing that is yet to be uploaded is now either your ward level or the state level or local government level that have not yet done.
I asked a question. Why to date they have not uploaded?
Which is why I'm saying that. So again, which is why I'm saying that it is at the state level that should have been done by Inec now, and they are doing it individually. So remember,
Can't you see? Can't you see something is wrong somewhere?
No.
Hold on.
Okay, so let me use myself as an example. Let's assume me, Rotimi, I'm a polling agent. It's easier for me to snap one picture, one paper, one result and upload. But by the time I collect everything and take it to the state level, it becomes all the papers in that state level. Uploading, so it becomes more cumbersome. I don't know if you get what I mean. Because they couldn't upload it that day, it is now responsibility of INEC to now have agents that will now re-upload, which is already ongoing. For every time you go to the IREV, it will tell you this is good, this is 98% uploaded, 95% uploaded. So you now have people who are uploading them manually at the state level or local government level, because the agents could not do it. And this is normal because other data, I mean, you know how it works. So if you check many of those places that are yet to be uploaded, many of them are probably not, maybe a tad remote areas where network could have been poor. The places in the urban areas are all uploaded because networks there are faster. There's no crime anywhere there. There's nothing. I mean, this election is, I mean, in fact, to even give you a proof, if APC has rigged Lagos, APC will not be panicking the way they are panicking now. Because all they have to do is just rig it again.
Use the same rigging pattern to rig the next election.
To rig again. But look at how they are panicking. So that's even a proof to you to understand that, look, this election went the way, in fact, we knew it was going to be like this. I mean, one man has said it, Kulata said it, Zita said it. People have said over and over and over again that this is how this election would be. It would be one where we knew he was going to win. The same places where Obi won are the same places where other people have won to when they ran similar elections several years ago. Not too much data. And the trajectory of reduction of voters has been declining in equal successions. Every election year, the amount of voters has been declining. So nothing is astronomical here. Nothing.
Do you know? Do you know the reason? Do you know the reason why we are fighting for this
because
this result of no. I'm coming. Allow me to land. In Kano, they arrested one man there because of he pointed a gun to Inec agent
officials
to announce to announce the result. Yes, to announce the result on his favor.
Did you see those videos?
Everything is online. You should go and see it. I will send you one.
Those are
I'm telling you the gospel truth now.
The same way.
Don't worry. I will send you to one man on Instagram. I will get it and send one man on Instagram. So now,
there's a video of somebody pointing the gun at the Inec official.
The man is already arrested. Even Inec now have removed the man from the list of the winning. You understand? So I want to let you know now that
that's not what happened. That's not. Are you talking about the one that happened in the north where he was threatening people? That's not what happened. Now, why do you guys always?
It's not that one. It's not that one. No, it's not threatening. I tell you what happened on election day. On election day. So
where did it happen? Where?
Moses, can I interject, please, just for a minute?
Where did it happen?
In Kano.
Everybody
in
hold
Kano.
on, please. Yes, let's have Remy. Moses, can you please hold on? Yeah, Remy.
Moses, please. I know what most of you guys are thinking. Because you have a set of results in your hand, you are now trying to find the difference that INEC have released. But the point is that most of the polling units have the set numbers that are going to vote there. The BVS machine knows how many people came there to be accredited. First, I will oblige you or advise you to know the system first. Because if you don't know the system first, most times you are not, most times you just think this is how it's supposed to be. We want this one. They want to cheat us out. They are not really cheating you out. Know the process. Listen to people. Listen to what they are telling you. You yourself sit down. A polling unit have 500, let's say 500 people will vote in this polling unit. On election day, only 100 people came. the BVS machine will authenticate and accredit them. Out of these 100 people, some of the people there, they might not complete where they asked to complete. The result might be voided. So many things happen on election day. Maybe that was.
And Remy, sorry for cutting you. Some people will accredited and they will not vote.
Yeah, thank you. So
it happened in the previous election.
The issue now is this: a pocket of violence or some issue or one thing happening in one polling unit does not mean that they should cancel the whole election in that ward. And there's so many wards in local government. Look at this election critically. Look at the northern part of the country. Look at the spread between APC and PDP. See so many governors that it's quite easy for them to become a senator after probably serving for 8 years. Now, they were unable to win. Look at what happened in Lagos. If you think that, it's so easy just to win in Lagos like that, that means the BVS machine is working and people voted according to their conscience. And then you won. It's fine. But please, anywhere you lose, just accept it also. Don't always be thinking the rigors out. These people are just explaining the process of INEC needing this BVS machine for the next election. But you people will not listen. That is the problem. And Zita always complain about this. You will not listen. You think you know everything that INEC does, Tinubu does. If these people are not in your camp, they are totally your enemy. And whatever they do, they are against you people. That is not supposed to be. We are the same Nigeria. If your candidate have the spread, look at the results.
Can I interject?
I will finish in a minute.
Let him land.
If you look at the spread in Nigeria. Look at all the three candidates. Apart from North Central and Southeast and Lagos and some part of South, that is the spread of Obi. And in the election, in the constitution, they say you must have 25% in at least 24 states. He does not have it. That is the truth. Even if he goes to court, which he is now, he has to prove to the court that
beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes. The difference between him and Tinubu about 2.something million.
2.7 million. 2.7 million.
2.7 million. He has to prove that first, and then has to ask them to also deduct Tinubu vote in some places. So, and he also have to tell them that where Atiku won, he is the one that also win the place. That is why they are telling you the truth. But the point there is that you guys, you never have that patience to listen. And sometimes that is why a lot of people are quite angry with you guys. You are not the only people in Nigeria. When they said, okay, this party tends towards the Southeastern, they are not lying. When you look at the election,
do you think if we don't have fat, we go for court?
So I'm telling you the truth.
Yes, I know.
If you don't have fat, everybody know the result you are talking about. All your polling agents, if you have polling agents all over Nigeria, they will have the result in their hand.
But why didn't INEC do the right thing?
INEC is doing. Look, let me tell you something.
Answer my question now.
Why
didn't INEC? How?
Fine. During the election, if you don't know, they said they will transmit the election. They will transmit the result.
Yes.
But they were
they did not.
Listen carefully. If you have been in Nigeria, I went to Nigeria last December, I came back. And I used data, I bought data. Sometimes even with your data, the system might not work very well. And in that guideline, they said if the internet works there, if there are some issues or some glitches, they were unable to transmit it online. But the most important thing is that the polling
Lagos don't have internet. Lagos don't have internet.
The polling unit
Lagos don't have internet.
Listen. Calm down. Your polling unit result is all in your polling agent's hands. You are not saying that the result your polling agent brought to you is different from the one INEC released. Now, not only you, all other parties, also have that polling unit result in their hand. That is what the court is going to rely about. The process.
Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. This thing you have said now, you will live long. You will live long. That is our fact. That is our fact. That polling unit.
I'm coming. Just
listen.
I'm coming.
No matter what you say, if you like bring facts, they will just point at the little facts, that little part where you admit you are wrong. That's the part that you hold on to and stick to. That 97% of you saying the truth. One, ignorant, they won't listen. You want to push the agenda and continue. You are wasting your time. He has said so many things that are not facts, and he continues to push it as far. You know that they don't want the truth. You are just wasting your time. Come on here, on and looking for echo chamber to continue to push propaganda and lies, and it's just annoying. No matter how much facts you bring, no matter how much you try to convince, you are just wasting your time. And it will just frustrate you. To dig your head in.
Because you say you have your own fact. The other party also have their fact. Everybody have this result in their hand. It is only you that continue to say this, that our result is different. Look, you are not the only party that went for this election. Are you the only, apart from PDP, APC, and Labour Party, there are also other mushroom parties that have the result.
We are going.
I don't know. Listen, you are still. Yeah, I am thinking sometimes. I'm sorry to say this. I don't know how old you are, but sometimes I see that stubbornness in you. I see that fantasy that, oh my God, he's still going to be our president, he's our savior, or something like that. Something is going to turn him around, and then they just give it to him. Please prepare your mind. Prepare your mind now. Prepare your mind.
Remy, please just give me a second. Maybe this can help Moses better. I think he's left the stage temporarily, but if he's listening, Moses, maybe the easiest thing.
Audi, I put him in the back. He will just be distracting, so I'll bring him back. So he's listening.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Moses, let me say probably the way you've not heard it before. This election was run in the traditional manual process. Again, this election was run in the traditional manual process, meaning that you vote, your election will be counted at your polling units, taken to your ward, your local government, and then states, and then head office. The only inclusions was that INEC used the beavers to verify people coming to vote for accreditation. So instead of using normal paper to check your name, now you use beavers for biometrics, either facial or thumbprint. The IREV was just a value add by INEC out of their benevolence. For in case you left your polling units, you can also check it online. That is all. The IREV portal is doing nothing to INEC but for you guys, for us. That's all it's doing. INEC is not depending on the IREV. If you go to the IREV website, maybe someone can help us go to the IREV website. It is clearly saying there, this is solely, not verbatim, but for the IREV was set up for just transparency. Again, INEC is not depending on the IREV website for results. The results that was taken to your ward is the only thing that is valid. The uploading is just for people who are in diaspora, people who have left the polling unit, or people who just want to just check their results. So that is not uploaded there. It only means that it's not uploaded. But your actual polling result has been counted in front of the electorate and also by your ward.
And the party agents as well.
Exactly. So you remember your party agents, all party agents, the INEC officials, and police officers. So when they get to court, it is not IREV that the court will check. The court will check the reports from the police to know if that polling unit went accordingly. They will check the reports from your officials. If they sign exactly, that's it there. Important information. This platform provides information to aid electoral transparency. That is all it's there for. It's nothing else. And they only built this portal because they didn't use the beavers to vote. So it is not online. It's not online. My guy, it is just for you to check. If it's not online on IREF, go to your Twitter
Can I interject?
Yes, you can.
The problem now is that I thank you for yeah, at least you I see your fact, and I love what you know. Let me let you know. The problem I'm having with this election is that all that result, pre-unit result, is not tally with the one is on the net. It's different. So for us to go to the court, we have polling unit result, which is not the same thing with this one. This man is announcing for the whole world to declare the winner. That is the problem.
Okay. Should I explain that?
Can I interject, please?
Should I explain that? Remy, just pardon me, but I know I've been holding the mic for too much. Just pardon me. Let me explain, and then maybe you can add your explanation to it. So, Moses. So here's what happened. Two things that the only thing that could have happened. So it could be, let me say it the way you want to hear it. It could be that yes, it was rigged, okay, but the most likely thing that happened was the result that was counted at the polling unit was contested at the ward level and had to be changed. Again, so the way it works is we'll go to the polling unit, you can do anything there. When we get to ward level, the agents, party agents of other parties will say, no, this is what we have, or this is what we counted. This is what the police also counted. This is what the Inec agents counted. Then they will verify. Anything that they verify, Inec's law says that you must make that change on that paper. That is where you have to make that change. And then everybody will now sign and upload. As long as Labour Party's agents signed those things, as long as the police officer signed those things, it is final. There's no, in fact, there's nothing the court can do because that is what is happening there. So again, it is either it was rigged over there, as we've said, but the chances of it being rigged at the ward level will also mean that there are other people from your camp and other people's camps who attested to that change. So if they counted 40 for Udi at the polling unit, then they get to ward, then APC say, no, we counted this 40 was for APC. PDP too says, that 42 is true, it was for APC. Police officer says, it's true, I was there, that 40 they counted, it was for APC. Madam, this 40 is not for Labour, it's for APC. They will change it there and everybody will sign. And that's what you see, those multiple changes. And you must sign on those changes before the ward will collect it and upload. That is the rule that INEC has set behind. So they'll ask you, did your agent sign this? Once your agent says, yes, I signed it, that one has gone. There's nothing you can do about it again. The worst that will happen is that they will close every result in those polling units. They won't transfer one and say, oh, give one to B or give one to no. They'll only close those polling units. They can't run a re-election. Maybe once you understand that, you get where I'm coming from.
That is where the problem is. That is where the problem is. That word result is where the problem is, because most of the works is where they manipulate the numbers.
Moses, everybody hold on, please. Moses, I think we are just going around the circle. We are just saying the same thing over and over again. I think Labour Party have their own figures with them, isn't it?
Thank you.
Yeah, so they should approach the court. Don't let us
and they told us to go to the court. We are in the court.
Yes, let's go to the court and let's adjourn that. Let's hear from those people that's not spoken before. Do we have Ajale Koko, please? Professor. Do we have Professor? We don't. Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
Baba?
Yeah.
Quiet,
I'm enjoying listening to everybody. So I'm good. I'm busy doing some things here. So let others.
When are you going to? I have something for you. You have to react to some things. I have something from you here. How many minutes?
What's that?
How many minutes? I should come back to you. How many minutes?
Yeah.
Hello, I can hear you.
Let me do it.
Thomas, give Ajale Koko a moment, because of course, if Ajale Koko was not busy, he will already be in the conversation. But what I would suggest is put on your helmet and wear a bodyguard
and then invite Tony into the conversation. But put on your helmet first, oh, you know what's coming. Tony, good to see you.
I need my helmet, yo. Today's my birthday, so that my head will not be knocked. Tony, how are you, bro? Do we have Tony?
Now, hello. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, my brother from down under.
Yes.
How are you, my brother?
Yeah, man, I'm cool, you know.
How body?
Deputy. You be our deputy now.
Nah, no mind me.
You are doing a great job.
Give me small post. Make I just the manager and small.
Okay, Tony, where have you been all this while now?
Man,
Tony,
you know,
we miss you. We miss you.
You know,
how you doing?
Now walk, you know.
That hero, you guys they enjoy that hero.
But I did to all of Nana and my sister from Edo State, you know, now that girl, that gets right.
That's so.
But I was so irritated by Zita. Anyway, you know, Oga Alexander warned me, and the woman warned me not to be attacking her. Otherwise, she was not a good woman, you know. She was acting like a Fulani woman.
Come on. Tony.
Joke now. And I joke now, continue now. You know now, because already a woman warned me.
No, Tony, sorry. Just a second. See, there are something about our culture that we do not understand.
Yes.
See, when you attack people, be very cautious. Because you don't know what individual is going through, and by the time you make some negative comment jokingly about some people, you may be causing some damages that you may not even have a preview, that you may not even know what is happening to them. So it's a public forum.
Now allow me that. How far?
Be able to tolerate everyone because there's no one that.
Yeah, I know, but
for that, no need to joke about it. That's just for
people. Yeah, for that woman to be just flat, you know, putting the Igbo ground and they just matching their heads like that. No, it should have be, more diplomatic.
More diplomatic. Something about everyone, anybody, or to start concentrating on people's negative. What you see as negative may not actually be negative. The person may just be saying the truth and be coming from the point of strength. It's not a good thing to just.
Did that attack? Hold on. Did that attack Gideon? Gideon presented herself very well here.
It doesn't matter.
Tony. Yes. Tony, hold on. Tony, you don't have to attack Gideon. No, you don't have to attack Gideon. No, you know what one man has been preaching here, and I too have been preaching. You know our rules here. You can see
Gideon is a great woman. Great, she stood her ground. She stood her ground.
I'm telling you categorically now.
Yes.
Sita is a great woman as well. So
oh yes. If you go to the other platform, know that no wahala now. Me and they attack anybody when they go against the South. You know.
Yes. I don't care. Let's leave that, please. Let's go to the politics of peace. What do you see about the postponement of the election?
Anyway, what? Yeah. Emma Bino. So the reason why I decided to come in today is because I heard somebody talking about the North-South dialogue versus the Southeast versus Southwest, and then Southeast versus North and West. That is okay. It's a triangular topic. Triangular. That's why I want to attack. But that guy is already gone, huh? The guy that came on the show today that will say that.
You can still make your comment. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's why you be Marie Aburumi. Okay. So now you know that I just want to clear something out there. I don't want to bring any fight. Like that guy was just saying that what our people, so the Western Nigeria supported the Northern Nigeria. And then going against the Eastern Nigeria. Then I want to say that was a blatant lie. You know what I'm saying? Because it was at the beginning that we all missed the point. Because we, Chief Nahoro and Awolo, was said that let us see how we can be able to regulate this country, an agreement. But the Easterners said no. that it has to be how they wanted it. You know what I'm saying? That is why when the Civil War came about or whatever came about after, well, then our people say, okay, we told you before. So whatever. And then secondly, the more Igbo people half is not. Have either they have been born there, you know what I'm saying, and then they, so they are together. They have always been together in the 50s, in the 70s, 80s. Then only the first time now that we are trying to form an alliance so that we want to capture the presidency. You know what I'm saying? That is the first time. And we hope that everything will be okay. Otherwise, we have never been in alliance with the Northerners, ever since this so-called this Royal Africa country, Royal Africa Company, the Niger branch, has been created. So this is the first time now that they said that they're forming an alliance. And then, back in the day when we were at the peak of the show of the electoral, I said, I'm not for the election because I know that the Northerners they are backbatters that time. But now I said that they better let us have it to, you know what I'm saying, so that I want Tinubu to come and then help us to. But
Tinubu is already
bring
here.
Up to come and use that is GBT or Jagaban or whatever. Not for the purpose of governing that long, but I want it to come and set up state police, then regional, structures. I told me, and if they say no, they will dismantle the country peacefully. That's what I'm saying. So that's why. So it's not so bad.
Tony, don't let them dismantle the country, please. So
no, peacefully. I said peacefully. We are not going to fight each other now. Now dismantling now because things will never work because the constitution is going to be difficult to work with. And then others. Hold on. All those legislators. I want the obedience to also be listening to this. All those legislators, the fresh people that are going to the so-called house right now, that house of thieves. Don't know that they are going to be making their money. They are already setting up a foreign bank accounts right now where they are going to be looting all those so-called constituency project, monies. So that is, the country is totally upside down. So what I'm suggesting is that when Tinubu comes in, it should make sure that no constituency project money is given to any legislators. That it should award those money should be from finance ministry, then works department, Ministry of Works. They have to be in charge.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Which one is
yes,
legislators? What is legislators?
You know exactly what I mean, man. Don't be. I mean.
I don't know. I've never heard that English in my life. Legislators.
The legislator are the ones the so-called what you guys otherwise known as legislators. Do you have legislator in a country when there is no power?
So the legislator is what you mean by legislators now.
Yes. So if there are actually legislators in the country where there's no power for 5 hours, they will be crying, they will be sweating around, summoning the Ministry of Work or the Minister of Work. Why is there no power? On the contrary, a country living in darkness, total darkness. What do you want to make out of that country? You know what I'm saying? And then an election without a national census, where some part of the country are counting their goats and their guinea fowls. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just here not to measure anybody's region today, but just I'm just trying to be cool, You know what I'm saying? So, I know. It's just a joke, and it's just a joke that election is about to take place. People have no money to eat. You seize money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The money you work for, or your money that you are having in the bank, you can't even withdraw them. Then the cash in your pockets, you can't even use them. And then what the hell do you? No, if 1 million Tinubu or 1 million Obi cannot do anything about this country. You know what I'm saying? Unless someone that can use force. And that is why that I say, okay, Tinubu, please, come and show us that you be LGBT man. You know what I'm saying? Come and show it. Yes, come and step on the toes, or come and step on the toes of those Arewa conference. Step on the toes of all those so-called Kaba led by Aisha Buhari. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Step on their toes because they didn't want to give it to you. They didn't want to give it to you, and then you got it, by your own personal effort. Deal with them, and then you know what I'm saying. That's it.
You said I remember you said you said before that they are not going to give it to Tinubu.
Yes.
But they are giving it to him now. So why are you fighting them again?
They did not give it to him. He fought for it. Don't you know how many times, I've been watching you guys. I slept, I do sleep with your program every day. You know what I'm saying? When I come back from work, even if it's 3 a.m. or whatever, then I will just put it on. I sleep with them, then I will be having some dreams. See you guys. Especially one man, in my dreams, You know what I'm saying? Battling each other.
Same woman in your dreams.
Yeah, and you, Thomas, Ola, everybody. Those people that somehow related to me now, now. So we are related. We can't, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So like, when they said, Tinubu have to go out. You remember that outing in Abeokuta now? Now. Then Emilio Kon, I told him, he said, give it to me, for me. So, okay, then he go to the other one. Then he come and talk about the money again, now, about petrol. Everything, is that given to him? They didn't want to give it to him. Probably there's something they are hiding.
Yeah,
Hold on. Because they know that Buhari, the demand there is from Buhari. The Tinubu will threaten them. Okay, if it says so, I will tell them who they there. And the Obasanjo also know now. They all they fear say they don't want. They don't say now Buhari now Obasanjo they go meet for that National Council of State meeting.
Tony, wait. The man there is not Buhari. So who is there?
And the Obasanjo have to tell us that also. That's why they are all in it. If I get the chance, that I say I will lock all of them for container.
Tony, who is there? If it's not Buhari,
you know now, 39 years old guy, not more than 39 years old, or 45. You know what I'm saying? He just give bellet to na number one Yawuna, Abi. Mrs. Nigeria, First Lady.
Tony, I don't. Adewale, please rescue me. I'm lost.
Okay, Tony, you go keep it.
Hey, Adewale did it. Now, wow. How far,
Oh my. Adewale, do you know what? I miss Tony. I miss Tony. I love on this platform. Rescue us. Adewale, rescue us. I don't know.
But they already comment now. They already greet you now. Say, hello.
The only thing I take away from Ogato's submission is GBT of Lagos.
And so because of my name, Tony Africa DPT, Dutch, Portuguese, Turkish. Hold on. Tony Africa DPT. DPT is for Dutch, Portuguese, and Turkish. Every country, when I friend their guests here, they adopt their nationality. That's what they mean. It's by force because they love me.
That's
okay. So that means I'm hearing something different. I thought I heard GBT Yoruba. Like it.
It's okay. I be GBT man. If not the GBT, you fit for Germany. It's Germany that they use black people before they showcase black people for Zoo. I will send it to our guy. I will send to one man through the messenger. It's current. Yes, because Germany, they use black people before as in their zoos. They started as experimenting with black people. Before the advent of Jew. You don't know? Yeah,
Tony,
not
Tony,
yeah.
don't let us go. Don't let us go there. Don't
I will send
will not.
Yeah, but what you come to your decision, I will send it to you also. You will see. Not between a joke, but
so that we will not annoy our black folks. So, Tony, thank you.
No. That is why Nigeria is not moving forward. You need to talk about what has happened in the past. Then you can know exactly where you are standing right now, and then you can frame where you are going in the future. That is the problem of black man. Oh, we don't want this, and then the thing they go, it would baje. So it's better that you should know what happened, and then why we are all anxious to make our country work so that we can go back home. But my brother, home is home. I can't just imagine myself now. I don't have a place in Germany here where like I have in LA or Molete in the bush there, in the Cocoa Research Institute where you can go and play in the bush. You know what I'm talking about now? Or I go to Djibouti, go to Dobolu,
I grew up in Cocoa Research
Thank you. Okay. You know exactly now. Weekend they carry us to go there now as a children. As a teenagers. Remember, we go there, we play. You know what I'm saying? And then if you go to Ijebu, they go to Ogbogbo. We'll go to all those Ijebu, then we'll go cross again then to Agoyewoye. We they play for everywhere there now. Although not dusty bush there, but we enjoy ourselves.
Yeah.
So then you go to Bini, all those Okoro Road, all those Sapele Road. You know what I'm saying? But LA Water Works, you go there, you can catch some crabs in the Riverine area there, near the water.
Tony, we're about to round off when you came in. So
yeah, I know. I'm really very happy that you guys let me in. I'm so grateful.
Of course, why not? Why not? We are brothers. Why not? Do we have progressive? Let's go to progressive. Then we
that progressive when they talk like woman. You know what I'm saying? Akin, let me mention his name.
You don't chase him away now. You don't chase him away.
And make it run away because I hear that they tell one man say that Obaseki is making some progress that we are going to be experiencing in about 30 years time. And then they go.
Thomas, allow me to flow now.
Hold on. I have to flow first because I've not been flowing since, my friend. So this guy went there for Ireland. That play when he co-passed Germany. They said that Obaseki is the most wicked human being on earth. Okay, so so now Sham as Tinubu wipe his face now.
Tony, yes. No be una say I don't know be Lagos. So why not they complain now?
My brother, not they say una. Me and the person they say Edo and Yoruba self is not a tribe. Edo, Ijebu, and everybody, we have to be speaking Yoruba.
No. Tony.
We are brothers.
Don't check the topic.
We are brothers.
Speak to what I'm saying.
So we are brothers. We are brothers. Okay.
Because wait.
We are brothers. We are brothers. Only when they say who be the senior. Who be the senior? Right on.
Tony, wait. When Obaseki was when the palaver was happening between Obaseki and APC, no be you una say I don't know be Lagos. So why not they complain now about
how
Obaseki?
You say how me when people say I grew up in Ibadan, how me I will call it that one? When I know how they treated me, how look Alausa family Alausa, for Ijebu, they give me free room. Hold on. Banile student hostel. They gave me some accommodation before I could get accommodation to the school. My friend, what are you telling me? You want to tell me that Yoruba person, that the Ijebu person is bad for me? For if they know that you are coming, they will need to ask you in Yoruba land. Say where you say you're from Benin or from DC, from Wari. They will say, you leave your family they're here alone. They will help you. You know something? I'll be pushing that. I'm trying to unite the Edo and the Yorubas. Yoruba, after all, it's not a tribe. It's just a language. We have Ijebu, we have Oyo, we have Edo, we have Esa, we have Shekiri. All of us now. Because of this fight, the Nisosadebe come and fight to come and cut our state out of the Western region. That is why we are not called Yoruba today. But otherwise,
thank you, Tony. Thank you so much.
Yes. We are the same brothers. Yes. Thank you very much.
I have to round up.
Hold on. Me myself will come sleep now. And if I like, I know work today because I'm a big man for myself. You know what I'm saying?
I know. Yeah. Do.
Yeah. Pele. No, my mother will say, my sister, what they call say Pele, my sister. No, not the same thing now. Do is okay. The general language for the people from Calabar, from Benin.
Thank you, Tony. I have to round up now.
Okay.
Before thank you.
Hola, I greet you.
I will give everybody three minutes without interruption so that we can round up the section. I want to round up before 8 hours. I will give everybody three minutes without interruption. If you interrupt anybody, I will kick you out. 3 minutes monologue, everybody. I will start with Remy Coca.
Yeah.
Do we have Remy? Yeah, Remy.
Yeah,
Remy, since we don't hear from you too much, I will give you 5 minutes just for your thoughts, because I know you came in late. We didn't hear from you. So
Yeah.
go on, my brother. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have been listening to the conversation for 3 or 4 hours because here is the midnight here in Europe, here where I stay. So I've listened to everybody conversation. My deduction is this. First, about the election. I think this election is one of the fairest in Nigeria since 1999. I'm not comparing with the one of MK Abiola, but if you compare it for the cycle of elections since from 1999 to date, the reason why I say so is very simple. We have new set of leaders, and the game is not like it used to be. A lot of governors lose their state, senatorial state, and as usual with black men, if they lose, they are bad losers most times. They know the truth, but most time people does not always listen to the truth. Going to the court is an exercise in futility. Everybody knows the truth. Because if the margin between the winner and the loser is just below 200,000, then we can be talking you have a case. But something that's up to 3 million, it's going to be very, very, very a big mountain to climb for the loser to overturn the election. Talk less of, let's say, cancellation. And when people talk about there is violence or the result they have here or over there, when you put all of this together, it cannot be even up to 500,000 votes in the totality of the country. And that is not enough to even overturn the election. Even if you're overturning the election, you still have to consider so many things, about 25% in the 24 states. So that's for the election. Now, I've seen a lot of agitation going on in Nigeria, especially in the south. And when I sat down and look at everything, those noises are coming from the south. The northern part of the country, they are way above. They are going back to their normal business. They have done their part. And here in the south, people are still complaining. They knew they have voted for the winner, and they have gone about doing their own business. And then when we come to the southwest, precisely about Lagos, the guy Labour candidate presented, it might be a good candidate, but I've listened to so many people. If you cannot speak the local language of the indigenous people in that area, how can you be their leader? People will say, Lagos is an urban area, the people are well educated urban. Are you telling me out of almost 20 million people, everybody is educated? And when you say people are educated, it does not mean that they are very vast or they know a lot of things also. They can only be limited to what they have learned. So when you brought up this thing, and then because you won an election in Lagos, and now you are rubbing it on indigenous people that this is a no man's island, and we are going to show you. How do you want the local people to feel? How can somebody, audacity, say something like that to the local people? Nobody. I serve in Enugu State, precisely in Abotan, and I live with the Igbo people for 1 year. I know their mentality. So it's very difficult for other tribes in Nigeria to settle or relocate to the southeast to live there. Whereas other tribes in Nigeria have accommodated them all over the country. So the person they are pushing forward does not have the pedigree, the experience, cannot speak the local language. What I find ironic is this: what they cannot accept in their whole locality, why are you pushing it in other places where you are also residing? Like we are all over in Europe. No matter even they give you their passport, you are still an immigrant. So there is, and when you want to compete for the election, remember, Europe, every country have different languages. If you cannot speak their language, how can you contest or how can you vie for position there? Some European countries, those ones that are not speaking English, you have to pass their language before they can give you their passport. So I think if they give you room to come and live, do your business, settle down, and you are prospering in that city, you should also be careful of what comes out from your mouth. You should also be careful of what you do, because your action, because they will say that, okay, are you coming here to take over our land? And the person you are propagating, we have seen that he has affiliation with IPOB. He has soft spot for, maybe he's an artist, I don't know. But people have seen a lot of pictures and photos all around. Are you trying to conquer our land? The people will feel that way and they will react. And if they react, a lot of innocent people will suffer. Because I know that there are some people from the South that are doing their business, or whatever, maybe they are schooling or whatever. They are doing it without, they don't even think about these people always, the narrative they are putting online every time. So they must be careful. I am an advocate of a peaceful election. Let the election come, go to your polling unit, vote for the candidate you like. But don't go there and propagate it, telling the people it's no man's land. If it's no man's land, why can all over the people in Nigeria, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, go to Anambra or Enugu? When I was serving in Enugu, I dare not even say something like that. I can't say, I live there. Even if I want to, nobody, if you want to buy a land there, it's very difficult for you to even buy land or to even settle down there. Now they give you that because Yoruba people are very liberal. They give you that opportunity to come and live within them. And now you want to rub it on their face. It's not good. So I think the people, the leaders, they must call their words and tell them, please be careful of what you utter. And that is what that woman, Zito, is trying to say. But you guys, they won't listen. Now, those shops that were burned down, mind you, I'm not saying somebody burned their shop down. It can be act of God, anything can happen. But those who that have that losses, who is going to compensate them? How many years did it take them to build this thing? That is for that. Now, about the election, we have a new sheriff.
Remy, please round up in two sentences.
So we have a new sheriff in town. Whether we like it or not, he's the new president. It is core that every Nigerian should support him. When we talk here that, okay, it's not from my tribe, I'm not going to support him, and then you want the best Nigeria. You also criticize Lagos. I've tried a lot. I always tell my people, if we have the kind of Tinubu in every region in Nigeria, and they can develop a state like that, even putting your people there, and then we can see the progression. Don't you think we have 6 super states like Lagos in all over Nigeria now? So when you criticize, you also have to look at the advantage and disadvantage of it. What has Zima brought into? Look at Lagos, it's beautiful. Every actress go there to act movie. They are showing all over the world. So that's my submission. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Remy. I hope you will join us early the next time. Yes, so we have much to deliberate about. But thank you so much for coming here. I appreciate your tenacity and Thank you so much. Yeah. Do we have Adewale?
Very much around.
Adewale, 3 minutes, my brother.
I don't know. Let me speak on the choice of candidate for president of the Senate. You know, Yoruba has a saying that and there are some people that have stood, they stood the ground and walk towards this. You know, people in politics, you don't labor
Can you
for.
please translate that to English for our
I don't know how to say that, but if you dwell in the temple, you walk in the temple, you eat in the temple. So that's what it means. So all your effort, all the sweat is for a purpose. And politicians, they don't labor, they don't want to labor in vain. Everything you see politicians doing, even when they are saying that they are doing something for the masses, a lie. They're doing that for their own selfish interest. Anywhere in the world, anywhere, even advanced democracy. And Nigeria is not an exception. Now, who are the candidates that I listened to everybody's submission about the best candidate for the president of Senate, and then also trying to bring Tinubu's factor into it. Now, Tinubu, I think, as a president with his party as a majority in the House, will want to have candidates that, of course, that will be able to do his bidding. That will be a puppet master. Uh, in the past, Tinubu's name has been mentioned one time, I think, in the House of Assembly during the Tamboa and one other Yoruba woman. So the Akwa Ibom guy, I don't know, he's contesting for Senate, but Ojus Okaluda has been there, is a senior ranking member of the Senate. And that is a factor that they will consider. And nevertheless, despite the uh, opposition, and even in his own constituency, I'm talking about Ojus Okalu now, he stood firm. He stood firm with his friends. So I think if Tinubu want to do it, although it's also subject to, general acceptance in the Senate. If not, we don't want to put somebody there that nobody will listen to. So I think he's right there. And for those who are muting the idea of having another northerner heading um, um, that position, I don't think is going to be a good political tactics because no matter how we want to say it, regions still have to be represented. Despite the fact that the Southeastern didn't vote for Tinubu, I still strongly believe that you have to have equal representation. So having a Southeastern out there would be the best choice because, Kalu has proven that he is a friend that can stand with Tinubu through the thick and thin. So, yes, and Akpabio, I don't see that. Even the new incoming senator, is a junior senator, whether we like it or not, Shomole. I don't see that happening because Shomole has a way of, kind of like
Adewale,
yeah,
did he win the he won?
Shomole won now.
Oh,
He won, yeah. So,
Yeah, Oshomole won his seat long time
he
ago.
won. He won. So I don't see him because he's new in the chamber. I mean, he's just gonna be start learning, you know, from the beginning. So it's gonna be hard to put such a huge responsibility on him, or like people that have known us, the senator that have already, built bridges and cut across, ethnics and religions in the house. So I think the best suitable one would be Ojus Okalu. I'm not so sure if Ken Inamani won his did he win? Anybody knows if Inamani won the election in
I
Enugu?
don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
He would have even considered, but at the same time, because despite the opposition too, but I'm not so sure if he won the re-election. But nevertheless, I think zoning into southeastern because we have somebody from the northeast now as vice president. You wouldn't want, and I think the southwest will retain the speakership with Bajabe Amila if possible, with 50 something APC members in the House. But then now left the Senate. The South, they also have equal rights, but I doubt it if Akpabio will be able to measure up because everybody knows Kalu. So whether he has friends in the house that will listen to him because they need the vote, you don't want to say anybody say aye or nay, and next thing you hear is nay. So Tinubu will need people, but I also believe that Tinubu, him being a political tactician, knows how to navigate that, and that won't be a problem because they have the majority already in the house. I don't think APC is going to lose member. I don't foresee that in the future. So rather, you have other people coming to join them because everybody wants to be
In the
with the
winning party.
yeah. So, but nevertheless, let's see how it
Yeah.
plays out.
Adewale, yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good night.
Yes, yeah. Good night. See you at the other side. Yeah. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Do we have Princess? I don't think so. I know. She's very quiet since. Thank you, Princess. Do we have Moses? Moses. We don't have Moses. Yeah, let it go. Thank you for coming, Moses. Do we have Ola? Ola? Can everybody hear me? Am I speaking to myself?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Thomas, can you hear me?
That means we don't have Ola. Progressive, you stay there. I have a couple of questions for you. Do you have Tony? Tony, Mr. Tony, Mr. Tony. Thank you so much. Yeah. Progressive, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. Let's just add this mono, a little bit dialogue. You saw the video of Tinubu visiting Elumelo?
Yeah. I saw not the video release. I only saw the picture on the dailies on the newspaper pages.
Yeah. Let me share it to you. You react to it. I react to you about the postponement of the election. Then we can round up. There you go.
Last man standing. It's still standing. It's still standing. Last man standing. See? How come to be aware the same thing? Is that you, Bob? Last man standing. How come you say that? This man, 10 lives. Your dad, you're proud of him. You was very proud of him, as he's proud of you too. A good man. Last man standing. You will come and greet.
Yeah, Progressive. Are you there?
Thomas, can you hear me?
Bola, come and introduce yourself.
Hey, Thomas.
Yes. Bola Joko. No, Bola Joko. I am to God.
Thomas, can you hear me?
Okay, I'll get in there. This is another support of yours. Always argue. Yeah.
Thomas, did you mute yourself?
Ask your question there. Yes. Ah, that's good. You know.
Thomas.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, so I saw the video now, but I didn't know it was the video. Yeah, maybe the man started doing his outreach already, meeting with. Are you still there, Thomas?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
I think the network is. Yeah. Hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes, yeah.
I can hear
react
you.
to the video, please. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So what I was saying was that it's a good outreach. You can tell that they are friends. They are friends. They know each other very well. You know. So maybe the man started making rounds. You know, started putting things in place. But for me, I think they have to hit the ground running. You know, it cannot do what Buhari did last time, where you have to wait how many months before you start appointing ministers. Everything have to be on ground, ready to go. Because even as we speak now, the same Naira policy that the Supreme Court have suspended, the policy they have not adhered to it. People are still suffering from it. You know, I spoke to people back home. Some people telling me you use 4,000 to collect. If you want to collect 20,000, they'll take 4,000 out of it to give you 16,000. So those things they need to come and address it quickly. You know, so the people are still in bad situation back home, people are still suffering. So he needs to make sure that as soon as he comes in, everything has to be on ground and hit the ground running.
So what as Nigeria or low
Nah, Thomas, I can't hear you, man. Your voice is rumbling. No, I can't hear you, Thomas.
Really?
No, it's that's how it's doing. No. Hello, Thomas.
Progressive. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better now.
It's better now. Yes, yeah. I was asking you earlier on that what has Buhari and Emefiele gained in all this money policy that they almost used to destroy the country? What is the gain? What do we gain? Do we see any gain?
It's not like almost used to it. The thing is still there. It's still biting people. Even after the Supreme Court pronouncement, the money is still not there. The old one is not there. The new one is not there. The banks don't have it. So the only people that have it are the POS merchants. So if the bank does not have money, where do they get money from? So that was what I was talking to my mom earlier, and she was going like, she doesn't understand what is going on. The whole place is just hard. Like, people are using their own money to buy money. What kind of a country is that? Not every little thing you want to buy, you have to do a transfer.
And you have to pay additional money. That's I've heard that from my family. Yeah.
So the whole thing is just going pear shaped, man. So all this visiting Lumelu, and it's all good, but this one would nobody want to hear story at all.
Tinubu is not president yet, so he still don't have the power.
I know. What I'm saying, I said it's good to be visiting friends and so, but it must be ready to hit the ground running. So it's almost like everybody is just paused now. Just taking the pain, just expecting the next person to come in, because it's almost like they're not going to get any reply from Buhari at all. So it's like everybody just hit the pause button and just waiting for the next government to come in and hopefully change things. So that's what I'm saying. It's like everybody now is just waiting for the next person to come in and start putting things in place, because he needs to do that quickly.
Do you know what I've been thinking lately? That Buhari just hand over to this guy even before the May. It's because I didn't count. I'm not even counting Buhari as the president anymore. It's just to me. I'm sorry. Yeah, because it's unfortunate.
He left since last. The man left since last year, man. It's just that this Naira policy came in to do, and I don't know, man. And regarding the elections regarding Inec moving the election by 1 week, I think it's a sensible thing to do. I don't think it's because of Peter Obi, because don't forget the APC also went to court as well to seek that the court allowed them to inspect INEC materials. So we're talking about over 200,000 beavers. 200,000 beavers machine now. There's no way all these parties are going to fully go check the machines, and then INEC will then reconfigure 200,000 devices within how many days? So it's just this week, and the Tinubu's team only just got their court judgment was yesterday or the day before. So so this one is going to have access, that one is going to have access, the other one is going to have access. So I think INEC have looked at it and said there's no way they're going to meet up with the elections why these parties are having access to the machine. Even if they themselves have a judgment from court to say they can go ahead, but the devices are too many, 200,000 plus machines. There's no way they're going to finish whatever they are doing before this weekend. So I think it makes sense for them to.
Progressive, what we heard before is that they will move all the data from the what they call it, bimodal, what they call it. They will move the data to one another data so that they can reconfigure the BVS or what they call it, so that anybody that wants to access it, they will still have the same thing in the secret place. Maybe they hide it. So I don't know what's going on. They can still do that. It's just like I moved some files from my phone to my computer. If I need that file, I can go to my computer and still get the file. It will still be there intact.
You move the file from your phone to your computer, right? So after you do that, then you now have to reconfigure your phone.
My
Is that
phone.
what you're going to do?
Yes.
So when you
so the file will be on my computer.
Imagine you have 200,000 phones. So you haven't thought of that. So it's the volume. So if they are configuring each
no. Machine. Progressive, you are not getting me. I'm talking against the Labour Party and PDP that they are shouting, they are crying wolf. I'm not.
No, that one. No,
I'm not
speaking
speaking
against that one. No, those ones are just politicians.
I'm not speaking against INEC for what they are doing, but I'm talking of the opposition that they are saying they want to access the files from the.
No, those are just politicians. Politicians will do what politician does. They will behave like the way as if something. There's nothing is happening there. They will have access to whatever information they need, and if there's no way INEC was going to anyway, even if they did not request me that request, INEC was not going to just wipe everything because you still have to store those data for a period of time, So even if you're going to configure the machine, INEC originally would throw everything away because they're not stupid. They understand that there will be court litigations on election matter. So what would they bring up? What would they come up with as because whenever you make a litigation, you still have to tie INEC as part of the
defendants, or what they normally call it, or plaintiff. Hello, Progressive. Oh, I think we lost Progressive. Progressive, are you there? Hello? Oh, I think we lost Progressive. Or
I just feel like they ran out of time anyway.
Yeah, you are back. We lost you for some time.
The funny part of it is that extra 1 week now. You see the momentum that these people have gathered a little bit. You can tell now that those momentum is kind of winning. It's kind of draining a little. Another 1 week, they might not even have anything to even run on again. So for me, I just feel like it doesn't work for Labour Party anyway, because a lot of the story they are talking about now is the INEC, is Beavers, is this, is that, is the cheating, is everything. So there are not enough concentration on the gubernatorial elections. So nobody know how that is going to affect them, because if they lost momentum, then it's just going to be a disaster for them when it comes to governorship election.
Progressive, I'm not sure about what you said though. They are not. I don't think they are joking though. I don't think they are joking. If you listen to this, you will know that they are not joking.
We must take Lagos. Must. The people who want to keep it are fighting. We that want to take it must fight harder. The people who want to keep it are threatening. We that have to take it must prepare for that threat. There is no new thing they are going to do now in Lagos. We already know what they will do. Therefore, we must prepare in our large numbers to go to our polling unit. You must encourage your parents that came out before. You must tell your friends that don't have PVC, come and help me protect my parents. We are going to vote so that you will live in Lagos, so that I will live in Lagos, so that we can protect ourselves. Because if we do not take Lagos, I do not know if you can still stay in Lagos. To stay in Lagos, you have to win Lagos. It is that straight. To remain there, we must win. To remain there, to do that your business, for your parents to go to that church, for you to stay in that estate, to enter that bus, that Marua, you must win. It has come to that. Tinubu has brought the country to precipice. The only way is to defeat them so we can lock them up and send them to jail. The only way is to defeat them so we can put them in prison where they belong. We must. It is not a matter of, am I afraid? What you must fear is fear itself. That fear you have is what you should be afraid of. Because these people do not care whether you voted or not. They will attack you in your shop, in your house, on your street.
Do you hear that?
No, I heard that before. I think that one is just stupid talk. That doesn't make no difference. It doesn't make people look. People can do videos. People can put video out there, and people can circulate the video. I don't think that is just stupidity on a different level. For me, I don't think that will make any difference because what I think I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. People just overestimate the obedient movement in that election. There were a lot of coalitions that made that result happen on Saturday, and people are now just tying everybody in with the same rope, call them obedient. No, I'm saying it. There are lots of people who, out of religious sentiment, casted their vote in the way they did that day. And those people are not like naturally call themselves obedient. There are people who were instructed by their religious leader who would not even
Progressive, you are getting it wrong. Peter Obi himself was the one bringing the propaganda to the church. So you can still attribute it to Peter Obi and obedience.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. But he is no longer on the ballot. So this is what I'm saying. You people, even if you're going to attribute it to Obi, but Obi is not on the ballot in Lagos. It's not on the ballot in any of those states. They are not voting for Obi, right? They are voting for governorship candidate. So you, Sanwo-Olu is not having a Muslim ticket. Sanwo-Olu is not a Muslim, he's a Christian. And so every governor across the country are going to be judged based on their individual personalities and performance. You understand? So the idea that, we're just going to run out, look, you're not enough, you don't have the numbers. If you are counting everybody, look, what about all the Yorubas? All the Yorubas that came out and vote for Obi for different reasons. So you think they're going to come out and then go and vote for the Labour Party? They're not Labour Party supporters. They had their own reasons of voting for Obi. Some people vote for Obi because they want to have a fair society. They feel like some people voted for Obi because they think it should be the turn of the East. So is that person going to come out and vote for Labour Party in Lagos? Or people vote for Obi because of the Muslim ticket? Is that good? Are they going to come out and vote for Labour Party? There were a lot of coalitions that made up that those votes that day in Lagos.
And some hatred for APC as well.
Yeah,
and
so
the agony in the country. There are many factors,
exactly.
as you rightly said.
So there are many factors that came together to make that thing happen. So people just want to claim. They want to claim it for themselves to say, "Oh, we told you this, we told you that." No, you didn't tell me anything. And this governorship election will come, and I want to be shocked as well on this election. But I just feel like, dude, going into the election, few days into the election, I started seeing a lot of moves. When I started seeing the way pastors were just being so pushy, and I was like, okay, maybe this could be, because if you look at, especially in the southern part of Nigeria, Christians are overwhelmingly majorities, right? Overwhelmingly majorities. And if you look at Obi vote, over 90% in the areas where Obi won elections are areas that are Christian dominated areas in Nigeria.
You are right.
Overwhelming majority of areas, Christian dominated areas. Before you see a state that is really Muslim dominated, and Obi won election there, is almost zero. Almost zero. And that was why you saw what happened in in places like Kogi, in places like Kwara, in places like Niger State, right? So the only place where I thought he should have done better that he didn't won was Benue State, because that one I was still surprised that he didn't win. APC won Benue State, right? So
we can say that is weaker factor now, with his 200,000 officials.
No, that is Rivers State. I'm talking about Benue. Benue, where Otom lost his seat. Don't forget Otom was rooting for Obi.
Maybe the Benue people, they have brain. They know what they want.
No, because
I expected him to win. I expected him to win Benue with all these.
This is Thomas. This is the problem with us Nigerians, right? If something is in our favor, even if that thing is bad, we will say yes, it is good because it is in our favor. Otom was a very poor governor, very poor, one of the worst governors in Nigeria. He was not paying salaries.
But he was blaming Fulani now. He was blaming Buhari for all his woes.
Yeah, are there no problem in Borno State? Who is Zulum? Is Zulum blaming anybody? Is Zulum blaming anybody? Zulum is building hospitals, he's building schools. Sometimes they will go there and destroy it.
Maybe Buhari is not paying them allocation. Maybe Buhari is not giving them allocation.
Have you ever heard that before?
I'm just being sarcastic. I'm being sarcastic.
Buhari government being bad as it is, have supported states more than any other federal government.
Progressive, if you remember, immediately Buhari assumed, he gave the state bailouts. You remember that bailout fund?
I said he has supported states more than any other government since 1999. This government, Buhari government, has supported the state. If not for this assistance they were getting from the government, from the federal government, a lot of the state government would not have been able to pay salaries. They would have been owing months and months and months and months. So he has supported them. There's no way you say they did not. They were giving all of them their allocations. So, but Otom was owing salaries. Otom left his people in IDP camps. Never built anything to say, okay, let's relocate these people, And then he started using Fulani Esme as a camouflage. The people saw through it. They said, no, you cannot do it because we know what you are doing. You're not coming back. You're not coming as a senator.
But progressive. That is progressive. I find it difficult to current governors losing just a senatorial seat. Senatorial seat is just like what we call Adubo. For them to win,
it depends on the state. In some state, it is it's bigger, like some state.
But what I'm trying to tell you that it's not big like a state. If somebody can win a whole state,
it's a senatorial zone in it.
But they should be winning as the present governor.
We see them receiving tickets. We see them receiving ticket for return certificate of return for their senatorial elections, but yet they are saying the presidential election was rigged. It's stupidness, man. It's madness. These people. Look, whether you like it or not, the way the system works, Tinubu will be president while this case is going on. It will be sworn in. It will be the commander-in-chief while the case is going on. Whatever the outcome of the Supreme Court, there's no way they will tell a city president, "Oh, get out of office. Hey, you come and join office." No, the worst, I've said it here, and I've said the worst they can do is to cancel the election and arrange for a rerun. But guess what? Tinubu will be the president when the rerun will be done. yes,
he'll be the president. Yes, they will not kick him out.
Good luck. So good. No, I know they will not. Why would no? They will not kick him out. He will be the city president. He will be the president while the election will be held. So good luck to all of them.
You are right. So progressive, hang on there. So if Tinubu has been sworn in, if the court pronounced for a rerun, so Tinubu will not be kicked out of that office. He will still be the president.
No, it will be a president where the election will be, where the rerun will be held.
That. So, just forget about that election. It will read. It will.
So that is what I'm saying. That
just forget about it. Just forget.
Regardless of what you do, there's no look. The court is not going to give the result to another person. Say, it's now be that winner. It's not.
No.
They will not do that. The worst
not
they
on
could
this
do
match. Almost 2.7 million votes. That is not a joke. That is not a joke.
The worst they could do is ask for a rerun. And when you ask for a rerun, Tinubu will be the city president. It's almost like you're running against an incumbent president. So, good luck to you, man. You think it will behave like Buhari, say vote for no. That forget that will not happen, man. You see soldier across all your you will see military everywhere that they know that you're strong.
You'll be voting against a sitting president. That would be difficult too.
Of course, you'll be voting. That will be difficult now. That will be a challenge, So, and when people see that, the reason why a lot of people had even any form of hope was that because Buhari was a president, and therefore, like Buhari was not supporting Tinubu. So that kind of gears some people up to say, okay, our vote will count. But as soon as they find out that they are going to vote and it's going to be against a city president, you look at that will first of all just down their morale in the first place. Say, no, this is not going to work. So for me, I just feel like it's good that you go to court. Going to court means that you test the constitution. You know what I'm saying? So as a country, we need it. Let them go and test the constitution. Let them go and test the process. It's very good. Because for me, I believe that we don't use the court enough. We don't use the court enough because even if you look at the issue of policing, if I'm a state governor, you know what I would have done? I would have gone to court and challenged that issue of state police. I would, even if it's there in the constitution, but sometimes you go to court, it's just like, it's a lottery. If you don't buy a ticket, you don't win.
Yeah.
So, we don't use the constitution enough. So you go to court and challenge.
Progressive, I like that. So if you don't buy a ticket, you can't win a lottery.
No, of course you cannot win. You have to have a ticket to have a chance of winning the lottery. If you don't have a ticket, if they are calling the results, you cannot be saying, I missed one, I missed two. For you to miss one, miss two, you have to have a ticket in your hand.
Yeah.
So the governors are not challenging. They are not challenging this constitution. Constitutions are there. Even American Constitution, people still go to the American Supreme Court to challenge some certain clauses in it. And then it is the Supreme Court interpretation that becomes the law of the land. Regardless of what is written in the Constitution, the Supreme Court can interpret it the way they feel like it is.
They can upheld it or do anything they want. Yeah.
Exactly. So I just feel like if I was the governor, I would have that issue of state police. I would have taken it to the Supreme Court a long time ago and challenge it there. So you never know what the outcome could be. So that I'm not against people going to court. I welcome them using the judicial system to address whatever shortcomings.
Progressive. Some lawyers now they will build mansion in Lagos, in Abuja, with this election tribunal that is going on. They will be, lawyers. How lawyers work now. They will be pushing them. Yeah. You have a case. You have a case. You have a case. And unfortunately, as you rightly said, even if there will be any rerun, the court is not going to pronounce the judgment in 3 weeks to swearing in Tinubu. It's not going to be 3 months. It can extend to 1 year or 2 years.
No. look, I think people were being naive and they don't understand the process when they were talking about they will be Tinubu will just giving a certificate of return, he will never be president. No, it's going to be your president by May 29. Tinubu will be sworn in. Nothing except maybe he's not alive. That's the only thing that will stop that. As we speak now, nothing will stop that. Not this tribunal case. Don't forget, Thomas. Yeah. The process that we are right now is just the process to inspect material. They have not even started. They have not even.
Yes, even tribunal has never started at all. The case is not
exactly.
yet in court.
Tribunal have not even started. So you're going to go through the appeal court, right? So when you finish from the appeal court, whatever judgment comes out of it, then you go to the Supreme Court, right? So
they have a long way to go.
Yeah, it's a long way to go. It's a long way to go. So they're not going to leave the country there without any president. Constitutionally, Buhari cannot go past May 29. That is the constitution.
Yeah.
So we already have an elected. We already have a president elect. He's been given certificate of return. So May 29 is going to be sworn in as president. So whatever case is going on, it will be going on while he is the sitting president. So.
Progressive, did you pity Atiku'S sometimes? The guy just try. It's just, I don't know. Maybe that cause Obasanjo caused him is still raveling on his head because
I don't think it has nothing to do with Obasanjo cause. Obasanjo, I think sometimes when people, I think politically the man has made a lot of made the wrong decisions. Politically he has made a lot of wrong decisions. I think that has worked against him as well. So Atiku had a great opportunity when he was Obasanjo vice president. He could have been president at the time, because the governors, the PDP governors at the time came together and they wanted Obasanjo out.
Yeah.
So they only needed Atiku to say yes, he will take over as the president if Obasanjo is gone. But at the time, the man refused. He said that he kind of showed loyalty to. Obasanjo at the time.
OBJ.
And I think that has been his problem ever since. Ever since, he has not had any opportunity again. So Obasanjo with his power brought in Yaradua and Goodluck Jonathan at the time, and for him to stay with the party, he left the party and he went to go and contest with the ACN at the time, or
ACN. Tinubu gave him a platform.
So he went to the Tinubu platform to contest at the time. So he has been going back and forth, trying to look for a suitable platform. And I think that moving back and forth has also been one of his problems as well. So people now see him as somebody who is not reliable, somebody who you cannot trust, somebody who is just over ambitious and
somehow desperate as well.
Exactly. So that is what you see, like what Kwankwaso did in this election now, right? Kwankwaso is almost going through the Buhari route. So what I think he's doing is just building that solid base for himself. So next time a Southerner want to make an alliance from the north, they will look at Kwankwaso and say, "Wow, this man got over 1 million votes in last time."
Come on, wow, that vote, progressive. That number the guy got amazed me. Over 1 million votes.
Yeah, so that is what people will look and say, "Oh, this guy can pull that amount of vote out of the north, so we can create an alliance with him and then try to bring in some northerners as well." Right. So when you look at that, I think he is trying to go through the Buhari route, try to create enough base from the north, that one day somebody will come in from the south to say, you know what, we're going to support you, with our vote. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
At the end of the day, I think Atiku personally has not shown those kind of faith. It's just been back and forth.
progressive in a sentence so that we can round off. What do you think still push Atiku till this time and he didn't sack Ayu? What? Because I haven't factored anything. Progressive, this is the most opportunity Atiku has to win this election. Aside from the obedient Palaba. I don't know. I don't know. I can't even wrap my hand around it at all. What is he got to lose to tell Ayu to step down to pacify the Wike and his band of merriment?
Yeah, he had bad advisors around him. They were just giving him bad advice. People who could not win elections were advising him. Okay, you look at it now. If imagine the guys that he was holding high, people like the Edo State governor, that one lost his state to Labour Party. People like them Autumn lost. So I say Autumn. People like Ayu and all of them, they lost their state to APC. You know, people like Bukola Saraki lost his state to APC. You know, Melaye lost his state to APC. So so everybody all the people that he was hoping on, a lot of them could not hold on to their state. I think the only reason Atiku even did well was because of that Northern Alliance. The Northern feel like, okay, they need to support their own.
And the structure in PDP. I think that is what worked for him.
So that was the only reason he got that far. That look at Atiku's performance in the Southwest, apart from Osun State. Look at Atiku's performance in the Southeast. Look at Atiku's performance in the woefully. These are like if the guy perform abysmally, then look at the whole of North Central. Right, the whole of North Central, it did not win a single state in the whole of North Central.
So the bulk of his votes really came from the north, from his people.
Yeah, exactly. But majority of his vote came because he did well in Kaduna. He won Katsina. He won. I don't know what was the final outcome in Sokoto, but all of these states were very tight between Katsina and Sokoto. So he did well in the northeast, apart from Borno. So apart from that northeast area, you cannot go anywhere else where you say Atiku win 3 states. There's no any other region where you say win 3 states. It is that their performance in the North Central that always surprises me. They lost abysmally in the North Central. Not a single state out of 6, including if you had Abuja, make it 7. Not a single one of them. He did not win a single one.
Let me give you the states he won. He won Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Bauchi, Bayelsa, Gombe, Kaduna, Katsina, Kebbi, Osun, Sokoto, Taraba, Yobe. That's it.
Yeah, so among that now, there's nothing in the North Central, only one in the Southwest, 2 in the South. So initially, they were saying that he's accepted across the country. They don't perform abysmally. He perform abysmally. For me, I don't. He know that this is his last chance. After the court case, the man is going to go and relax in Dubai and enjoy himself till the last day. So he knows that there's no more coming back from this. And PDP as a party will now start to look at itself and then ask questions if they can come back from this. Because, my brother, I won't lie to you, this issue of beavers, politicians and the people, they are not level, they're on the same level now. Yeah, so right now they're on the same level. They forget to, because these beavers matter now. Even politicians are telling people that this 20 governors lost election. 20 governors.
Wow.
20 sitting governors lost elections this year. And people still question the credibility of the elections.
The way of beavers is the way of wisdom.
I'm telling you,
Oh
20
my
governors,
God.
20 state governors lost election this year.
Wow.
And people
Wow.
still question the credibility of the elections.
Don't mind those ones,
I've
Joe.
asked questions. I say, come and tell me. They say this is the worst election ever conducted in the history of Nigeria. Come on, okay, show me a better one. Come and show me a better one with proof. With proof to say, yes, this election, they conducted this election, look at it. No, the antecedent of this election, the things that took place in this election. My brother, I've never seen it before.
No,
I've never seen it any time before.
In my lifetime, since I was 18, that I know that there's something called election in Nigeria. I've never seen this before. Never. This is the most even the Abiola time self, I can say he even pass Abiola election because we don't know what is going on then.
It was almost like money play. It's just like if the people just say this is who we want, regardless of what party the person is, that person will win. That was what was happening.
So be it.
Once the people just gather themselves, say, no, this is the person we want. It doesn't matter what a governor is going to say. No, this is who we want. That is the person they will get.
Wow. Governors losing election in their state. Nah. They should go to court. I think some people they just want to waste their money. They just want to waste their money. Progressive, are you there?
Look at numbers. Some state where you used to get 1.something million votes, 900,000, 2.something. You're saying 300,000. You see
300,000, 400,000, 180.
The numbers.
No.
So the numbers went down. So for me, I think the election was very good. It was a credible one. It's never perfect. Not even in the West, you hardly have a perfect election. So
it never perfect. It's never perfect. Yeah.
I think the improvement was a huge improvement from what it used to be, especially the fact that money did not make a lot of difference in the eletion, and the fact that
no. Even though they still buy votes, they bought votes, but it's not significant like what we normally hear before. Yes, yeah. And
so I think
even
the people what I noticed as well was that if you look at a lot of states, there are mixed results. So I think the people were just picking voting based on individual, not about the party anymore. So they were not just voting because they want to vote. They were just voting
progressive.
for the people.
Do you know what I thought? Just came to my mind that if our election what they call it guideline allow independent party, people will be winning as a sole candidate without being in a party in this election. People will have won.
They could go that route, but the problem is it's just going to be sometimes, the way our people is now. For one seat, you can have 100 people contesting for one seat, and then Inec will have to print ballot boxes that will have everybody's name on it.
That would be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. the election result will be canned for almost 2 weeks. They will still be counting.
Some people will just go and register with INEC and they will not even show face. They will not appear. They will not campaign. They will just go and register with INEC, just hoping that something will come their way.
Yeah. No.
So
it has.
It's not like independent candidate is not good, but they will abuse it.
Yes, Nigerians will abuse it. Of course, Nigerians will abuse it. It has been I think it has been a one-on-one session with you. You came in late, but at least I think the program just take the organics of itself. One man normally say, I don't even know we will still have this long conversation together. Thank you, Progressive. What's the final word? Yeah, from you.
Thank you very much, Thomas.
No worries. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
God bless you. I just want to say thank you to yourself. Normally, before I would just.
Hello, are you there? Oh, I think we lost Progressive. Progressive, are you there? Hello, Progressive. Yeah, I think we lost Progressive. It has been a nice session. Thank you, everyone, for having me and one man and all the panelists. It has been a nice session. Thank you, everyone, for the birthday wishes. Thank you so much. May God bless everyone. To the happy clappers, to the super chatters, to the haters, to those ones that like us. Just do it now. Just press the like button. Yeah, it doesn't cost you anything. If you don't have anything not to press the like button, you have everything to press the like button. Just press it. As one man normally says, it's just one noisy, it's just one nasty, noisy button. Just press the like button. It doesn't take anything from your account. And if you are not subscribed, subscribe to the channel so that it can help the algorithm of the platform as well. Our Facebook, our Twitter watchers, our everybody, all platform. We don't take your viewing us. We don't take it for granted. Thank you so much, everybody. See you tomorrow. I'm out. I said peace. God bless you all. Thank you all. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye.